understand it. This wasn't the plan. Don't wanna demand it. I've done what I can. And I never mentioned the times you were rude. And I never mentioned when you hear the truth. Scared to lose it all. I won't stand a chance. And I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? You got me staying away. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. Same mistake. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. I don't like to leave things unresolved. Maybe it's madness. I'm begging you, please pick up the call. You're causing me damage. I should've known, wasn't your fault. Don't even matter. I wasn't thinking clear, trying to take it there. Scared to lose it all. I won't stand a chance. And I don't wanna fake it. What if I can't walk away? You got me standing in the rain. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. Same mistake. Hoping I don't make the same mistake. too hard to take. There's records broken while I'm falling to the ground again. Can't keep reliving my mistakes. 'Cause I'm not perfect, nor did I claim to be, and I felt worthless, but I'm shaking off that feeling. I'm not perfect, nobody here should see. We're all just trying to get through.
Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to North America for the first Championship Sunday on the road to Paris. We've got 6 teams left, 1 title of North American Regional Champion on the line today. We will crown that champion before our broadcast is over, and boy howdy, was yesterday exciting. The best teams in the building here, and they're ready to go here for what's going to be a fantastic day of Rocket League. Jorby, Hercules, and Stacks here on the pre-show. 28 minutes and 27 seconds until Shopify Rebellion kick it off against StrictlyBiz. Stacks, this is going to be a good day.
It's finally Championship Sunday. We've had a long enough wait. The road to Paris really kicks off now.
This is a big one. I mean, Jorby, yesterday we had some exciting action. We had some big moments. We're going to talk about on this pre-show, but I don't know. I think today we might top it.
Well, hang on a second. I don't know. But, we might get another lackluster North American Sunday, knowing how some of these, or most
Why you got to do that?
weekends pan out. Because, Wave Punk, I've seen the story too many times, and we just like writing the same book over and over again over in this region.
I would like to write a new chapter today, Hark. We're going to write a new chapter on the road to Paris. It's the first time ever on the road to Paris. People can get their tickets. They can go to the event. It's going to be incredible. I'm excited for it.
I'm super stoked for it. There's always like that 1% chance that somebody takes down NRG, so it's never zero. It's never zero. Somebody exists, and there's a couple Europeans in play, so you never know.
It's never zero. I feel like it's bigger than 1, too. I feel like the percentage lies somewhere else in the world. I mean, all you people out just like would have a humdrum day. Jorby, I'm gonna need you to not let me down in this next segment because yesterday was awesome. Don't undersell it here. These are your top plays presented by Progressive. Let's see the best stuff from Playoff Saturday.
Of course, but maybe show you also why Championship Sunday may go the same. Number 6. Wait, downfield. Who is it? It's Life. Nice reset.
Life.
Do something with it. Just a little extra tap on it. That's beautiful. Right into number 5, though, guys. It just keeps on going. Somebody make a save. Man, you can't do nothing there.
I gave him no chance at scoring this, by the way. When I saw this happen, I was like, how is this even possible?
Absolutely ridiculous.
Well, you thought Mech would get a hand on it, but nope. And Matt's like, thank you. Appreciate it.
That's
Goodbye.
insane.
Well, number 4, we got one more. Guess what? Beast mode. He does it all himself so many times. A little pinch. Oh, he's so good, dude.
Overtime? No, time's over. You got it. Boom.
Yeah. Uses the flip.
Off the ground.
I just love that pinch. Yeah, you're not doing anything with that.
What a
I can't
story.
leave that pinched. Number 3. Diaz.
Oh, no. Space Station fans, look away. Don't look.
It's over.
No!
What? It's not over? It's not over?
Oh, he's in there. No.
NRG versus SSG, Game 6 overtime. You think SSG's got it in the bag right here. No, sir. Atomic somehow dodges the demo, gets off the wall, pushes the other end, they score, and they'll win that series. We'll see that final goal here in a second. But first, it's first, Killer. Uh-oh.
How sick is this that this is probably like not even in the top 10 goals that he scored?
That was pretty impressive still, though.
Okay, number 1.
Oh.
There he is.
This is insane. I swear, he made a fake challenge and still recovered to do this.
Psycho pass.
That's not real.
Jamong is out, folks. My goodness. Incredible. Incredible. That one to send us to game 7 where they managed to score in overtime to win for the first best of 7 reverse sweep in 3 years. I understand what you mean, Jorby. It's a tall bar. It's a tall bar we've set here on Saturday.
I'll be honest, we fit 6 plays in there, but we somehow didn't get the pre-jump from FUT in the top place. So I don't know, was it really the top place? I'm coming after you today, Wavepunk.
Look, there's a lot of action out there. Okay, I'm just talking about the action that's in front of me, and it's all been fantastic so far. Let's see. Let's talk through. Maybe we'll see him here to see that FUT pre-jump here in our recap of what happened yesterday, because there are people, Herc, who did not watch yesterday's gameplay. And I feel like obviously the best of 7 reverse sweep Space Station losing out to NRG is the top moment, but that wasn't the only game 7 we had on the day either.
No, it was not. Next to New Esports, Shopify Rebellion go all the way to game 7. Shopify Rebellion kind of stressed for a bit because Eris Percy came out swinging as this like really gnarly duo. Panda, very, very solid in his own right as well, but their performance was one definitely to remember and keep in mind throughout this open and for the future.
One big key from this whole match, another near miss. Rebellion concedes, 11 goals on 45 shots in the first 4 games.
Ooh.
The last 3 games, they only gave up 17 shots and only 3 goals. Like, you just talk about completely turning everything around. They just shut down this next to new team that looked like they were not going to be stopped. Rebellion took their timeout after game 3, then got smoked 5-0, and then just rose from the ashes and looked like a completely different team to close it out.
I mean, it was so bad halfway through the series. CJ had stopped watching the series and started playing a snake web game. And, you know, that maybe gives you a sense of how the first half of that series went. But, of course, the boys locked in and looked how they should.
Yeah, outside of, they won game 2, but it was almost like we had 2 reverse sweeps there because they won that game 2, but then lost games 2 and 3. And the point of like losing, taking your timeout after game 3 stacks, and then getting beaten 5-0 in game 4, you think the series is over, and somehow we're here with Shopify Rebellion and not with Next to New. What a performance from them! We'll get to see them here at the start of the day here against Strictly Business. Let's talk about M80 versus Team 1. Both teams coming in here, Jorby, with something to prove. M80 doing a little bit better job of it.
Yeah, M80 with Mech and Life on this team, really like them, but one had a lot of good looks. Rlcs really impressed me in his appearance on this roster, making it into the top 6, but the thing that they really struggled with is they just could not get any consistent pressure or offense going, and except in the middle of the series. They finally get pressure, but just couldn't actually get finishing touches on their tries. And Mech and Life on defense especially. Noli, he's kind of just a given for me at this point. Very rock solid, able to help stabilize Mech and Life, but they were really impressive, both of them on defense. Life, we've seen him already on the highlight reel a couple of times this weekend. Very creative on the ball, and Mech as well. It was Mech's just his touches, not necessarily his mechanics, that really impressed me in this series yesterday. It never really felt like one was ever going to get a foothold in that series because of how good M80's defense was throughout the entire series.
Which is saying something because it was 1-goal games top to bottom there. So one, they kept it close, but maybe never quite in the driver's seat against M80, who found a way to win in a close matchup there. Congratulations to M80 as they move forward to today. Let's talk about the least compelling match of the day on the Station Stacks. But 4-0 over Strictly Business. This one was pretty one-sided.
It was. I mean, Justin and Chronic had already come in averaging like a bajillion score per game between the two of them, and it just continued. They didn't have an answer for Justin, who was all smiles all series long. He ends with, 5 goals, 5 assists, and there really was no one standout player statistically. Like, I can talk about Justin all I want. Chronic was the same way. He was like 3 goals, 4 assists. Cheese was 4 and 3, I think. Actually, I think he had 5 goals. I mean, just everybody was a 3-headed attack for there, and there is your pre-jump right there. Chronic was up yesterday to drop that one in. Just, again, they were so much faster than Strictly Business. I don't want to disrespect them, but I feel like FUT did all the work for me. It just didn't look like they belonged out there with them.
Herc, I feel like this could be more for when I think about like what went wrong for Strictly Business on this one. It was, like Stack said, not a particularly like no one player popped off, and yet they lost 2-1 game 1, 3-1 game 2, 4-1 game 3, 4-1 game 4. Like it got worse as the series went on there for Strictly Business. Do you chalk this up to like an error on the day, or was this just a mismatch between these teams?
Definitely a little bit of both, but I would argue it is a little bit more of a mismatch. I feel like Strictly Business's play style thrives a little bit more when they have the space and the possession almost handed to them, and a lot of teams that's like a fault. But you know, when you're going up against FUT, this team is very, very well at spotting each other. So it was almost in simplistic terms like watching two middle schoolers play monkey in the middle with some elementary kids, and they just kept shooting in their net.
They did successfully get it in the net many times there. And for FUT, I mean, this was the match I was most hyped up for, Jorby. I was excited. I want to see, like, does the FUT story continue here? And it did. But weirdly, I felt like Strictly Business were so quiet that I still feel like I didn't get like a real answer about FUT, you know?
Yeah, there's so much meat left on the bone. Like, okay, we still haven't seen, like, all right, where's the real ceiling of this team? People feel like, okay, you haven't dropped a single game. So the vibes are immaculate right now. And But really, their only quality victory so far is M80, who they also 3-0'd. M80 looked pretty decent. So FUT, again, I'm 100% with you, Wave, haven't really been challenged, but you can only play the matches that are in front of you, and if you're gonna do it, you do it in the convincing way that they have. You start believing that the ceiling might be pretty high.
Herc, he's saying that Dignitas wasn't a quality
Yeah,
win.
I was literally I was like, Jorby,
Did you see how Dignitas played?
We weren't competitive.
I mean, they 3-0'd M80 as well. They were both sweeps. Again, FUT hasn't lost
but M80
yet,
looked good. M80
it's hard. It's hard to make a comparison right now around FUT and be like the thing I said about Strictly Business, like, oh, but Strictly Business didn't really show up, so like we didn't really learn anything about FUT. That's what every team that has played FUT has looked like so far this event. So we'll see. Later on today, they'll either get to play Space Station or M80 again. Look at the rematch against M80. Part of me is hoping that it's Space Station just so we get to see a different data point against this FUT roster as they're trying to make their way to the grand finals here. It'll be an exciting one. But we had one more match on the day yesterday, and we saved it for last, and it was the most spectacular. It was incredible. A best-of-7 reverse sweep from the reigning world champs over the new hotness SSG.
Dude, one shot goes differently. Space Station take down NRG on Saturday, and then we get the classic NRG Championship Sunday lower bracket storyline. We don't get that, though. Space Station, despite all of that, despite how this went, the start of this series was so good. They were connecting on demos. They were dictating pace of play. They absolutely destroyed NRG on that kickoff at the start of overtime. They were vibing after game number 3. And then the demos started drying up. On game 4 onwards, Daniel gets the only goal there in game 4, had to squeeze it in against Diaz, and Beast Mode took over in the next game as well. And then game 6, the heartbreaker, there it is. You dream of that opportunity to the top shelf, and Diaz off the inside of the bar. Had to be completely gutted, and literally 10 seconds later, NRG put it in the back of their net. Game 7 is all momentum, NRG, and there's just nothing Space Station could do. They were starved most of this Game 7. Try as they may, there was one opportunity in that Game 7. It was again Diaz on offense that couldn't get it done. He had looked so good throughout most of that series, and then 2 critical moments falling apart. But I just want to say, a lot of times when NRG reverse sweep a team, they do it in dominating fashion. It doesn't even look like you belong on the field. For most of those NRG wins, outside of half of that Game 7, Space Station still looked like they belong. They were still forcing NRG to play really solid Rocket League. I'm excited to see that team. I would not want to play Space Station if I'm any of those lower bracket teams.
I mean, a reverse sweep, Stacks, is such a mind-bending concept because it means that the team that wins got beaten to match point in that series, right? You cannot have a reverse sweep against a team you wholly outclass, by definition, right? But still, that was the first time in history NRG as a roster has reverse swept in a best of 7. Usually also, they never even get to game 6. They've never even failed a reverse sweep. They've never gotten to the game 7 and then lost that game 7. They've always lost in games 4, 5, or 6 before. So like, it's such an interesting moment to try and analyze like what broke down here, because statistically, the teams still always win. And to me, I go back to that save, because that's the moment when that ball's bouncing on the goal line. In RLCS, that never comes out of the net. It always finds its way in. It usually finds its way in ranked. It'll find its way in most of the time in Rocket League, right? The fact that Atomic actually got that ball out, that was the moment they lost the series for me.
Yeah, apparently Danhausen cursed them or something, because they scored 1 goal in like the last half hour of the series. That's got to be the most demoralizing part of it. They win game 3, and then they're held off the scoreboard until they get 1 goal in game 6, and then everybody talks only about the goal they didn't get in that game. And then game 7 is probably the only game in that series where Space Station was actually outclassed, because they were just, I think that, the reality had set in is like, okay, well, playtime's over. We had a good run at it, and NRG was, finally locked in. But
again, I go back to the save. That's the moment that your spirit's broken. Like we didn't win it there, and I got to play another game of Rocket League. No, like that's
especially because Sathu afterwards is like, yeah, they choked it last time, so we weren't worried. It's just crazy.
Like the mental game is so hard right now here. Well, Space Station not out yet. They will play later on today. We'll see if they're able to bounce back here for Championship Sunday. Let's talk about players. Which players stood out to us throughout all of yesterday? Not just players that won, players that lost to. Anyone who you think had a performance? Herc, who stood out to you?
I think I talked about it right before, but Eris in his matchup, I just was so impressed. Honestly, this is a player that has made it this far before, right? But it was against Shopify Rebellion that really, it is difficult to have any time or space to get to pop off, but his team himself also set him up incredibly. You saw the pass over from Panda to him. They work so well. It was just one of those, like, how do you say it? Those like flow state-y kind of moments despite falling to Rebellion. This did show that they took their opportunity against such a high-level team very, very seriously. And yeah, that shot alone, it was the kickoff one that you were kind of just like, wow, he's having a day.
The thing about Eris and really Eris and Panda, they came into that series leading everybody in scoring, and I wondered, okay, could they continue it? And they did. The problem is they fell off finally at the end of that series because Rebellion finally locked them down.
Yeah.
I mean, a difficult series to finish off against a team that's strong as well, but Eris did his absolute best. And we'll get to see more of Eris later on this season. I'm absolutely positive of it. Jorby, let's talk. I want to talk about Zach. This was our first time seeing Zach out of retirement, first time seeing Zach in the main light. They made it back here first run. And obviously, we just talked about how tragic that result was. But that aside, how did you feel about seeing Zach here back on the mainstream?
I mean, it's like he never took a break. He just slotted right back in. To me, the big thing with Zach is, yep, the mechs are clean. Yep, decision-making is good. But his buddy, Reveal looked so much better with Zach on the pitch with him. And that was just, again, really impressed with Space Station on both halves of the pitch, not just against NRG, but throughout this whole tournament so far. It's very clear how much Zach adds to this roster and how much comfort he adds to this roster as well. So while he might not have lit up the scoreboard himself, he was a huge facilitator, buying a lot of time for his team, does a great job holding the ball and help dictate the pace of play. Like, Zach was just excellent on both halves of the field all weekend so far. It's great to watch him play. It's great to see him back. I'm glad he decided he wanted to come back and play some Rocket League, because we're all having much more fun for it.
Yeah, I'm excited to get more answers about him today versus M80, see if they can earn a match against FUT. And speaking of FUT here, Stacks, one of the longest running stories in Rocket League, let's talk about the Rookie of the Year. I mean, Justin, at this point, he's a player I've had a lot of question marks about over the last 2 years of play or so. And today, like yesterday in particular, it started to feel like those were starting to turn into exclamation points for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, and remember, FUT made a huge statement going out, forfeiting all their points to bring in Chronic and Justin. And what happened on Friday is they were the leading duo in overall score per game. And a large part of it was the fact that, Justin finally feels comfortable, I think, for the first time this season on the roster he's on. And again, I come back to something I said yesterday during the series. Imagine letting this guy go. Like, that is going to be the fumble of the century from Gen G, letting him go. And FUT and probably North American fans in general are very thankful they did, because now we get to see Justin completely unlocked, unchained. He goes off for 5 goals, 5 assists yesterday, and there's more coming. Like, now we're getting Sunday Justin. Remember, Sunday Justin used to be just as feared as NRG is today. If we get that back, FUT could make a real big run here. Not just at this tournament, but make it a run at Paris. Remember, they get more points in this split than you do in the last one, so they could even make a run at Worlds.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Hey, can they make it to the grand finals today? Very excited to see FUT play a little bit later on. How do we feel about Life? I want to bring up Life here, Herc. Did a really strong performance from this player today, and still alive today versus Space Station. How do we feel about Life?
I absolutely am so happy that this kid is on this roster, because it's one of those ones, it feels almost like NRG in a sense, right? Like, you just unlocked the right combination of players. Mech and Life alone are just two very mechanical, unhinged kids, but Life is the one that really needed to get refined. And there was a time where you would not have described Noli as being the one to, like, refine players. He was like the Life and Mech of his time a little bit there. So this combo has been set up really well. Life's standout performance. He's not scared against to go up anybody. Like we've said, though, they haven't had crazy challenges as far as their run leading up to this point has gone, but I think being able to take down a team like One after the performance they've had this weekend is a really big accomplishment.
And it's getting them very much in the driver's seat. We talked to the coach yesterday, and he said that, like, they were definitely not on their correct foot when they started off on playoff Saturday. That match didn't begin the way that they wanted to, but they were able to correct and finding ways to win in a series where they felt like they weren't the better team. The mark of a good team. We'll see if they can keep it going here on Championship Sunday. Speaking of championships, the world champs are still alive after a best-of-7 reverse sweep in their semifinals, and this is their day, unfortunately, for every other team in contention. So Herc said it was a 1% chance that they maybe lose. Let's live in that 1% here for a second. I had all my casters up here write some fan fiction of NRG dethroned. It's March 23rd. The article reads, this is your headline. Stacks, what you got?
SSG do what they could not do before. Zach returns and scribbles NRG out of the finals.
Interesting.
I think you owe James Bot a couple royalties there.
But isn't this so poetic that it would be happening to NRG?
Okay. Yeah. So they needed Zach to return. They couldn't do it, but they do before Zach returns.
Well, no. There's supposed to be. That's Zach returns.
But they also
scribbles NRG out of finals is another.
But they couldn't do it before Zach returned. They needed Zach to return for this to happen.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
There's more that they, had a chance to close them out yesterday and scored 1 goal in a half hour.
Okay. All right. This seems believable. You got to beat M80 and FUT to get there, but
yep.
I mean, with how good the games were yesterday, that one seems interesting. Okay, Herc, what you got? What's your fan fiction?
Oh gosh, we'll see how good this was. Okay. Breaking news. EU Bubble Team discovers 6th LAN EU spot after sending an N-Plant CRL team to beat NRG on NA soil.
Wait. Are you calling Strictly Business to make it to the finals?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I guess actually we're saying NRG dethroned. So to be clear, you're not actually saying they win the finals. You're just saying that they beat NRG.
Yeah, I'm just saying they beat NRG. Granted, and if you guys didn't know, because I got refreshed on this one while looking it up, they actually win the head-to-head against NRG right now. So
really? What? How many games?
Wait, how many matches?
It's 1-0. They won 3-1. They outshot them like 13-8 or something like that. Okay. So run it back.
That's a Friday NRG. That's a Thursday NRG. Interesting though. Hey, she's not wrong though. Hey, that's the fan fiction lives and breathes on little statistics like that one. Okay, I can see it. I mean, they gotta get you Shopify Rebellion first, but we'll see what happens. Jordan, what you got?
Got stunning, unexpected victory. The kid carries the shield in captain's stead. Prodigal son reclaims former throne in grand finals epic. It's going to happen.
That was-
Justin
Is
is
this
taking
Justin?
North America
Okay,
back
okay.
without his hand guarantee, okay? You don't have to think about it. You know who the prodigal son is, the OG prodigy. He was Zen before Zen was even out of Binky mode, all right? Come on.
He was the rookie of the year in 2018, but the rookie of the year for forever in my mind here. Hey, you know, I mean, of all the fan fictions you guys wrote, this one's the most realistic, given that FUT is already top 4, so they don't have to play 3 matches today, only 2. I like it though. Chat, which one was your favorite? Which one do you think is the most likely? Give us your votes in chat. Just type it out there, folks. Let's talk about the matches. We have 5 minutes. We got to lock in. We got to lock in for the first match of the day. Lots of fun stuff happening, folks. And if you want to watch this action unfold in front of you, make sure you get your tickets to Paris. Going to be a fantastic event, and I'm excited to see that event go down. Which of these teams are going to play there? We're going to find out here in a moment, folks. If you have family and friends who don't watch esports on a regular basis, or mainly who just don't play Rocket League and wouldn't be familiar with watching it from over the player's perspective, check out the RLCS crowd cam, twitch.tv/RL Esports. You can watch it from the sidelines as you're seeing here. Much more familiar to a sporting audience, people who have watched sports in the past but maybe don't play video games. Or hey, if you just want to have an overhead view of how things go when playing Rocket League, it's a great way to watch it. Check it out. Another way to enjoy RLCS. 18 points on the line today, and it will be awarded to one of these teams, as well as $21,000. Invert that number for second place, 12,000, and 12 points there for the team that becomes runners up. Lots of points. Everybody today guaranteed at least 4,806 points. Can they get more with every subsequent win? Find out here in a moment. 5 matches to play today. The quarterfinals that'll seed teams into the semifinals, that'll put us into the grand finals and give us a trophy winner. It's going to be a lot of fun. 5 matches from the top to the bottom. We're going to start in those quarterfinals and work our way forward on the broadcast. So we'll see NRG and FUT play a little bit later on. M80 versus Space Station sitting on deck, waiting for the result of our first match. Let's start to get into it, folks. Shopify Rebellion, first regional champs of the season, taking on Strictly Business. Some CRL players from across the pond, apparently, that Herc has foretold will beat NRG today. Man, if it happened, that would be a crazy story. But they got to get
all
through
hair
Shopify
there
first
for a
year, Toby.
I mean, that was all hair for a second, no face. Kofer, I have liked how he's looked this weekend. I think Rebellion, there's like a new Rebellion almost. Old Rebellion had showed up a couple times yesterday, but they seem a lot more comfortable, and Kofer looks a lot more comfortable, so hopefully that continues for them, because I think, you know, when First Killer and company are playing well, North America's better for it. So I like what I'm seeing from Violent Panda and the boys. But on the other side, Strictly Business, they got here, they earned this spot somehow. Crispy and company get up here again. I honestly don't know how Strictly Business do it, because like, I love Relating Wave. Been in the game a long time. Great guy. He's looking great these days as well. But like, man, how are you up here? Like, how does this happen every time? It's crazy to me.
NA bubble to EU top is like the equal sign with the line through it, or the handshake sign. There's like no in between. They're either like can't keep up or like fully invested, and right now they're fully invested. I'm gonna keep it a stack, Jorby. I was kind of convinced after their win on Virtus Pro that they could like do things to the top teams.
Did Johnny Boy pay you or something? Because he's not on the show and he needs someone to shill for his EU bubble teams.
Maybe.
Is that what's going on right now?
Maybe. I can't disclose, but
you know what, Hercules, your hunch was wrong, because they got absolutely smashed yesterday, and so the hometown boys, Shopify Rebellion, I don't know if they're gonna have the same type of success that they saw on Friday.
all right.
Stacks, what do you think?
I think that Strictly Business got trial by fire yesterday with a FUT team that people were wondering how good they were. They found out the hard way, and now they're up against a team that everybody think, or I think mostly everybody thinks, should be really good, and got off to a really, really tough start yesterday. But I don't know, man. Like, Relating Wave has always been great on every team he's been on, and you know, I've been waiting for him to have like that big result now playing over here. Maybe this could be the day. I mean, listen, you start at 0-0. Who knows? If you can beat these guys, you can beat the next guys, and then boom, you're in the finals. Granted, the next guys are also NRG, so like whatever. But you know, they've got to come into the mentality that, you know, they start on equal footing with everybody. They are in control, and if they can do that, if they can run that mindset through the whole series, I give them at least a puncher's chance.
Okay, well, chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Stacks, I'm curious, is that puncher's chance enough? Who you're predicting?
No, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth. I've got Shopify Rebellion here.
Okay. Herc, are you believing in the fan fiction?
In the off chance my fan fiction comes true, I'm going strictly business.
Okay.
Games. I believe.
I love it. Hey,
you know what fiction means.
What a bounce back it would be, though. What a bounce back it would be. And hey, it's hard to call it a warm up, given that there's been like 24-hour separation here, Jorby. But of all the ways to kind of get like woken up to what bracket plays like, Strictly Business had a great one yesterday, and maybe that'll put them in the right gear here against Shopify. Who you got?
Yeah, while it's strictly rebellious of Hercules, the obvious will happen. Shopify Rebellion have this one easy. 4-0.
They are the Rebellion.
4-0.
Over there.
4-0.
Here's the thing. I've actually, before yesterday, I'm pretty confident I had perfectly incorrectly predicted Shopify, to the point that in Boston, I had a conversation with Violent Panda to tell him, like, if I predict against you, that's a good thing. And he was like, okay, bet. And then yesterday, we did the predictions. I kind of forgot about it, and I just predicted them. And then they had that horrible start to their match, and I was like, this is my fault, because I predicted them here. But they told me in the interview, I talked to Violent Panda in an interview, he said, we practiced an entirely new play style coming into this season, coming into this half of the split, and we got it fully online there. That's enough to overcome the caster curse from Wavepunk, and given that we're not desk cursing them here because Herc took Strictly Business, I got Shopify Rebellion. On this one. It's a new age, it's a new play style for this team. They're going to be locked and loaded and ready to go. We'll see them play NRG a little bit later on. Look at us, 75-25 on the desk, 75-25 in chat. We're all aligned here. It's time to play some Rocket League. Championship Sunday underway, folks. This is what you came for. Shopify Rebellion up against the new challengers, Strictly Business. Will they keep it strictly business, or will some shenanigans occur? Only one way to find out. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
Welcome to Manfield. Take a look around. We got Rebels against Business looking for the crown. Game 1, presented by Progressive Stacks. This is going to be a good one. I feel like on paper, we're expecting a 4-0 for Rebellion, but we know it's not that easy. It's Championship Sunday. Let's get to it.
And in Shopify Rebellion, too, they have no problem making a series look a lot more difficult than it actually is. Aqua, right off the rip here, trying to get an early start like Next to New did against Rebellion yesterday. And I think that's kind of the big question right now for Shopify Rebellion. Will they have a similar letdown as they did yesterday? They will not. First killer all the way to the sky, down to the ground, even through his own teammate. No problem. Nothing can stop him.
This is what First Killer does. He's like, I'm going to carry this team in the back. I'm also going to put Kofer in a good position to get the bump as well. Bumps him into a bump. Works out. First Killer yesterday, by the end of that series, was taking the team, putting it on his back, making plays happen, and he starts off again here.
An unreal performance out of First Killer yesterday, but LJ was Captain Clutch at the end. In the 3 games that Rebellion had won to close out the series, he had 5 of their goals. Led the team with 7, led the team on defense as well, with 16 assists, or rather 16 saves, as LJ going to work here, beaten out by Relating Wave. Wave looking for Crispy, who had stayed back a little bit, and that's going to slip right by him. Now Aqua has a chance coming out of the corner. Has Crispy there. That's forced right through, and LJ will take over.
It's going to come down to Aqua. I feel like on Friday he was great. Kofer has a chance at a shot. Goes top left, just misses. First Killer with the rebound. Will finish it off. A little bit of counterattack here by the Rebels to take over Kofer. Great shot there. He has to hit that top left corner. He doesn't, but the bounce comes out favorably for First Killer.
Unfortunately for Strictly Business, the Rebels are very armed here. First minute belongs to them. Second minute looks like more of the same. LJ's going to grab the midfield boost after Relating Wave will boom this away. And boost is fine right now for Strictly Business. Aqua's got an opportunity, but First Killer recovers. The final boss again shuts down SB. Relating Wave trying to stretch out the defense, and then First Killer knocks Crispy into next week, and Kofer will clear. Outlet to LJ, and it's just more of the same from Shopify Rebellion, picking up right where they left off yesterday.
Yeah, we talk about group stages as well. Aqua looked so good on that day, which allowed Business to be on the top side of the bracket. But yesterday, we really didn't see him do anything. Really, his whole team didn't do anything. They shot a measly 11% yesterday while they got swept. So it was not a good look for them. And it was also Group A. Everyone called that group the favorable group compared to Group B. Well, Group B went 3-1. But Aqua silencing the haters here with the quick double tap. A little awkward on defense as well for LJ. Wanted to go up the back wall, but decided late to not go for it. Aqua hits the ankle.
I think there was probably a little bit of, well, I mean, there's no way he actually hits it, right? Oh, yes, he did. And LJ just reacting a little too late to it, but he'll get a chance at redemption immediately off the kickoff. Picked his spot already, trying to get through Crispy. It's on the doorstep, and Crispy comes away with that out to the corner. That's a great job by Strictly Business, too. When are you most likely to concede a goal? Right after you scored one yourself. They avoid that little pitfall. But just, Rebellion is just a little bit quicker to everything, it seems. First killer even strafing across the backboard. Looking for the midfield boost, didn't spawn for him. Can still float this up in the air, but that will probably end the attack there for Rebellion if Relating Wave can get to that, and he does. Crispy one-on-one with first killer. A little helicopter twirl, that didn't do much. And that will kill off their attack.
Oh, another chance here for first killer with the shot. Kofor is a little bit late. Wave gets the touch after Crispy. Almost a counterattack, but LJ is there to keep the ball on the orange side of the field. Kofor will take over with full boost against Crispy. It'll lead out into the middle, and Aqua going to look for another skim shot here, but nothing doing so. Related Wave, though, up by himself. LJ up late. A little bit of a heavy touch by Wave, though, so first killer will get this clear out.
Crispy's got to be careful here. He's able to fight through first killer. Relating Wave wins the race, and he's got his first goal of the weekend.
Wow, we talk about, it's all Rebellion, and all of a sudden, here we go. Relating Wave getting the goal. It was just a speed race against that third defender, and Wave won it easily and got the shot, and we are all square in game one.
Held scoreless. Not that there were many goals to score yesterday. Only 4 as a team against FUT. But Relating Wave getting his first in the playoffs. Now Crispy trying to fight through 2. New life here for Strictly Business. And this is also the peril that Shopify Rebellion has to contend with. You let a team hang around, you don't put them away, and all of a sudden, they are just one shot away. As Aqua now try to get one at midfield. First killer wins that battle, but Crispy will take this away in the corner. He's got a lot of space and a lot of boost to work with. Only LJ to beat, but first killer there to rescue him.
This is what kind of happened yesterday as well. Next to New was hanging around, getting some wins. Aqua's got a chance. Relating Wave going for the bump, and here we go. The underdogs yet again taking the lead all of a sudden.
Relating Wave, great 50, chases Kofor into the net. Kofor just about had it red, but he came out low. And just like that, 3 unanswered goals. Strictly Business, less than a minute away from putting Shopify Rebellion in a pretty precarious spot early on in this series.
Super interesting, too, because I think a lot of people did think it was going to be a 4-0, like Jorby said on the desk, just because of how Rebellion finished yesterday and how Business just didn't show up. But Aqua's got another opportunity here to get a 2-goal lead, but it's intercepted by first killer, but the play is still on this blue half.
I love the slow play here by Crispy. Oh, it's set up for Relating Wave too. He really could have just banged that towards net. Kofor was ready for it, and instead he made him wait. Stopped his momentum. Down to 8 seconds now. Big clear by Relating Wave. Crispy's got an open net, and he's gonna put it away.
Strictly Business is like, we're here to play. Yesterday was a fluke. We are ready to take down one of the best in North America. And right here, everyone from the Rebellion side had to push forward. It was the last moment they had to try for a goal. So you expect a wide open net, and Strictly Business opening it up. Game 1 win. Huge for them as big underdogs here.
I know we're supposed to be unbiased observers and all of that, but boy, do I love seeing Relating Wave go off. 100% goal participation in game 1 with the playmaker to help lead the way. Yet the big clear at the end that sprung Crispy for the open net to relieve the pressure once and for all. As Strictly Business makes a huge statement in game one.
Yeah, Related Wave trying to get back to another top 4 finish. Last time I think it was Open 2 of 2025 with Team Evo, where they finished top 4. So Related Wave trying to get back there. He's still got some gas in the tank, and we see it here from StrictlyBiz, going down quickly early, but then some mistakes on defense from Rebellion, which we've seen LJ and Kofer have been a little bit iffy on defense at times, and we saw that for those first 2 goals to get Business back into this match. And now they're down 1 game.
They are down 1 game. Again, we've seen it before, off to a rocky start in the series, and you never know. But, playing against what should be on paper a heavy underdog, I guess it just proves that old adage. I know there's nothing of value to add here, but you play the games on the field, not on paper. And now we go to game 2 at Forbidden Temple. This is the game yesterday that they won to avoid, going down 0-2, to avoid maybe having to burn their timeout really early in the series. We'll see if it's a different story today. Can StrictlyBiz keep their momentum going? Crispy's already up. His shot's through.
The speed on the field from StrictlyBiz is unmatched. But Related Wave beats out Kofer, even gets a little bit of a bump, turns it into a pass to Crispy, and speed has been the difference so far. StrictlyBiz on top.
11 shots in game 1. 1 shot, 1 goal in the second, as Crispy had that tracked all the way. This little 180 wave dash to get that out of harm's way. Now Kofer going to work very slowly, waiting for first killer to come up, and a speedball right by Wave.
And these are the plays you want to see out of the Rebels. Is Kofer going up for a solo play, but it turns into a juicy rebound pass into first killer. You need that 1 more man for the Rebels to move up and be in position for those 50 challenges. First killer, right place, right time, and secures the goal.
Kofer with assists on 2 of first killer's 3 goals. I say first killers and not Rebellions, because he's the only one scoring. Oh, what a pass, and a better finish, clanging off the corner.
Wow, Space Station, watch this one. This is how you do bar down. Look at that, top right corner, first killer. What a shot, what a pass, and a Rebellion all of a sudden heating up.
First killer unleashed. What more does he have? Just throwing one downfield right at Aqua. He's got Relating Wave in support. He'll have to turn around and play this ball. Does so, but it's a giveaway to LJ. Crispy very wisely turning around and opting to play in the air instead. So that's now what, wow. Aqua already to the ceiling. Crispy trying to force it through, and Kofer's there. What a great read, though, by Aqua. Feel like of all the players that could really want this, Aqua's got to be the guy. That pass just a little off the mark. LJ didn't get the shot he needed. So StrictlyBiz, they know they're in for one here. And Shopify Rebellion has had a very loud answer here in game 2.
Yeah, if Business has to play a lot of defense, watch out for boost takes by the Rebels, because game 6 and game 7 versus next to new, they doubled up on boost steals. Right here, Kofer's just got a solo shot. The quick flip reset, the timing is perfect. Gets it just by the last defender.
Everybody wants to see Kofer have one of those takeover games, takeover series. This could be the start of that. Couple assists, his first goal of the series. He's been up so much here in these playoffs. Spent more time in the offensive third than anybody yesterday in their match. Here goes Aqua, right up against LJ. Crispy will take over, trying to go low underneath. Now Relating Wave. Beats first killer to the punch, but that means first killer can use that midfield boost. And the pass intended for LJ cut out by Aqua, who has been laser focused so far in this early stage of the series.
Yeah, we gotta see this midfield battle go tipping a little more to the Business part of the field, because they're down 2. I feel like they're playing a lot of defense right now. Not a great amount of scoring chances. First killer, double tap, pass attempt, or shot attempt. Neither works out there in Business. They're only down 2. They still have a chance here. LJ has another chance. We'll clear it away. But as this time ticks down, we need to see this ball on the blue half way, way more.
Very aggressive plays. That'll waterfall down. It's cleared out. Rebound for Relating Wave. Didn't take the shot. Got the demo. Double tap is set out. Oh, what a defensive effort. Now Aqua can't stay with the ball. LJ dispossessed by Crispy. He thought he had all day to play that. Didn't realize Crispy was there. He's got a full tank of boost. And Kofor put nothing on the shot. It's a real opportunity to possibly put this game away, and instead, Strictly Business gets to hang around a little longer as Relating Wave goes right on by that ball. Missed opportunity there for SB, and now Rebellion looking to just burn more time off the clock. It's like almost like they're playing with their food.
Yeah, let's see how long they can do this for. 90 on the clock left. Aqua is just gonna let the ball go by, gets demoed for his efforts, and Shopify Rebellion yet again on the orange side of the field, just trying to bleed that clock dry.
Crispy forced to stop all his momentum, pick up the midfield boost. That's a good pass out to Relating Wave. Kofor will easily have it to the corner. They need something though, Strictly Business. Just gotta, they've been going for some very aggressive plays downfield. The redirects, try to catch the Rebellion defense napping. Those are high-risk, high-reward plays. The risks have not panned out so far. LJ tried to sneak underneath. Now Relating Wave, pop it over. Aqua's there as well, and First Killer doesn't care who's going for it. He's got the stop, and the pitch downfield puts Strictly Business back on the back foot.
Strictly Business keeps trying to go for those back wall plays, but there's always a member left for the Rebellion squad to make plays happen. They're going to have to get more physical and go slow it down on offense and get those demos.
Crispy yields to Relating Wave. Now Aqua needs somebody out in front. Crispy's there, but so too is LJ. And tick goes the clock, down to 15 seconds now. And it's going to be Aqua taking over. They got to score right now to have a chance at a kickoff goal to tie. And Crispy's denied by Kofor initially, but still got the rebound.
How did he hit this? I was like, oh, it's a great pass to shot, but Kofor is there. Look at this, the flip reset, and he repositions in the air off the ball to get that shot. Phenomenal by Crispy.
They've given themselves at least a chance. Crispy won it through, but First Killer's there to clear. Aqua for Relating Wave. Got to keep it in the air, and they won't. Rebellion levels the series.
Strictly Business, though, put a scare in Rebellion again. That shot by Crispy is one of the best I've seen all split so far. Man, oh man. But Strictly Business, I think it really is going to come down to when they have the ball, they're driving directly to the opponent's back wall, but there's always a member left by the blue side, by the Rebels, to be there to counter those plays. I need to see a little bit more infield passing, or maybe slow it down and go for those physical plays and go for those demos. On the side for Rebellion, it felt like they got this lead early, Stacks, and then they kind of didn't try and do too much. They were trying to bleed the clock maybe a bit too much and not going for those offensive plays. So they got a little bit of a scare at the end of the game, but now we're all square, 1-1.
Yeah, it just feels like, you know, obviously the only objective, win the game, but they're content to do it by the slimmest of margins. And you just don't feel like they have the ability to put away a team. You know, they can just kind of, you know, bleed the clock and kind of put the game in a stranglehold, and that's all well and good. But against a team like Strictly Business that just refuses to go away,
yeah,
you know, eventually you've got to deliver a knockout punch. I mean, we thought that Next to New had done that to them yesterday.
Yeah, and when you're the favorite, like, you got to just close the door as soon as you possibly can, right, for Rebellion. We saw that yesterday against the Next to New, a lot of close games, and they went the opposite way, so Rebellion knows that they got to figure this out. Quick pass here by First Killer to Kofor. Kofor on 0 boost was in the play, didn't care. Great kickoff here. First Killer has the boost, has so much time. Aqua, all he can do is pre-jump and hope for the best. But Rebellion with the kickoff strats to open game 3.
Kofor with a second goal here in the series, only 5 seconds into game 3. They're going to add another, just about. No, Aqua cuts that off. It was intended for First Killer. But now Kofor quickly dashing through, and Crispy there to intercept. Relating Wave is up with no boost, no problem. And now Aqua throwing off the backboard, but Crispy was not there. The third man in the rotation was on his way out. Now he's going to be forced back to the net for the moment as Aqua is demolished on the side wall. Gopher right at Relating Wave. Got to be real careful here, and he is.
And LJ is on limited boost, so first killer will help there and get the clear. But Crispy's got a little bit of space here. Can he get the flip reset shot on target? He does, but LJ turning away into the corner.
Trying to pinch that in front, and LJ was waiting for it the whole time. Everybody waiting for that corner boost to spawn. Relating Wave will grab it. And now here goes Aqua with Crispy underneath, and that's deflected away out of his reach. Relating Wave will keep the attack alive. Crispy coming in, going after Kofer. Just a little too late to the play. Kind of been a theme for Crispy. He's just back being very conservative. You can appreciate that. At some point, gonna take a leap of faith, perhaps, especially against a team as quick as Rebellion.
Strictly Business playing a lot of corner ball when they are on offense. They also, when they played FUT, they actually held the ball on the offensive side more than FUT did, but FUT had 2 more shots per game. So it's definitely something they have to work on, to not play that corner ball, to get these scoring chances happening. So we'll see if they can figure it out throughout the series.
That goes over top of Crispy. Relating Wave by design. Intended for Crispy here. No, rebound, Aqua. It's open, and then slam shut at the end.
Strictly Business, though. They're getting scoring opportunities. Had a ton of shots. Game 2, LJ has a chance at a redirect. Cannot get it. And now they're getting a few here as well. So they're definitely not out of this game just yet.
Aqua for Relating Wave out in the corner. First killer will cut this off. Now Kofer out of the corner. Aqua makes sure there's no easy play. LJ, teardrop, and it's set out by Crispy. Follow up. Relating Wave can't get to it as he gets swatted out of the play. And first killer gets his 5th goal of the series.
Great shot there by LJ to put it directly on the goalie as well, so they can't really push it anyway, and then also gets a bump to follow it up. Great play by him there. It was a very difficult shot. He was challenged in the air, but if you put it directly on the goalie's bumper, he really can't do a lot with it, and it turns into a juicy rebound.
First killer set away from the wall. He'll come all the way back to grab that corner boost, make sure his team doesn't get starved out. Aqua now. A little awkward. Couldn't get that ball to Crispy. So easy clear by Kofer, and we'll see now if Shopify Rebellion can deliver that big punch to let Strictly Business know who's really in charge in this series. Or will SB be able to hang around and once again just put a little fear and doubt into their hearts?
We're starting to see the game plan unfold by Rebellion. Game 6 and Game 7 versus Next to New. Again, it was all about boost steals. They took so much boost away from Next to New, and we're starting to see that more often when the ball's on the orange half. They're actually choosing to go for the corner boost over the ball most of these times. But finally, we see Business actually moving upfield. Crispy's got a chance here. We have all 3 members. Relating Wave off the bar, though, and out.
Those are the kind of opportunities. They had nobody up to challenge them, overwhelmed them on defense, but the finish was not clinical. It needed to be. Relating Wave will pop one up, and Aqua realizes he's beat by Kofer. First killer's there as well. LJ just waiting patiently at midfield. He'll turn on this, and he'll try to burn Strictly Business now. Needs one more touch, and Crispy wins that emphatically, sending first killer all the way to the backboard.
First killer did a good job, though, to read that out, but Strictly Business still had a chance there by Crispy. Time is ticking down. Relating Wave, can he get this middle to his teammates? First killer will take over versus Aqua in the air, and 45 on the clock. Strictly Business needs one now.
LJ only has Aqua in front of him. Crispy rotating back on the opposite side. Aqua's done well to get through Kofer, but first killer once again shuts down the attack. Relating Wave looking for Aqua, and he's found him. Can he find Crispy? Yes. 3-man passing play, not really going to work out. The passes just not where they need to be. And that is going to kill off any hope, you would think. Now down to only 15 seconds. They did score with 7 left in game 2.
Sure.
Can they replicate that? No, they cannot. First killer will just let this go by. It's a little awkward in front, but Kofer with an emphatic clear. And Shopify Rebellion, 2 on the trot, halfway to the semifinals.
This felt a lot like game 2, where Rebellion gets a 2-goal lead and they kind of sit on it. They didn't go for any more offensive pressure. They played a lot of that corner ball, just wasting time. Only 4 shots in this game for Rebellion, but it was because they have that 2-goal lead. They didn't want to take any chances whatsoever to get counterattacked and give up anything free to an underdog team. And I can see why. Again, yesterday Business shot a measly 11%. So you want them to beat you and not give up any free goals. So Rebellion, same game plan from game 2. Go up early and then sit on that lead.
So Shopify Rebellion, again, opting to play this, I don't really know the word to describe it. I guess conservative play style.
Yes, very, very conservative, yeah.
And you look on the other side, and you're seeing that at times from Strictly Business, but you see at the end of the game, multiple instances where they realize, hey, we've got to go chase this. I mean, they had all 3 cars right up very deep into the offensive third, going after the Rebellion net, and that's where Next to New was actually at their best early on in that series, and that's where it seems like Strictly Business is at their best, where they're able to overwhelm and get those rebound opportunities, get a 50 that Rebellion can't react to in time. I don't know if it's a recipe for success against a team as talented as Rebellion, but it has been working. What hasn't been working is the kickoff game. It has been brilliant for Rebellion.
Here's another one. This time it's the bot kickoff. First killer just delays it by a split second, so the ball will spill out to him and he'll win that challenge. But yes, the kickoff strats by Rebellion have been perfect. Another kickoff goal here.
And they send the house again. First killer waiting to pounce. He's got all the boost in the world, and Crispy does a good job going underneath to prevent what would have been calamitous. Great save by LJ, acrobatic in his own net. And Aqua just kind of a desperation heave to nobody in particular, and that is what a team like Rebellion can do to you. You just kind of throw the ball, hope a teammate is there, and unfortunately for them, more often than not, they're not there.
See LJ
Well, that's a great ball by LJ too.
It was close, but Aqua wins it out over first killer. It's going to make Kofor have to get back relatively quickly. Strictly Business going to try and get up in the air. Wave misses though. So first killer has a shot versus Crispy 1v1. Crispy wins out. Kofor with the shot, but Related Wave there in support.
LJ up very far. You haven't really seen that much in this series. Still able to recover. First killer trying to thread the needle, and Aqua will stay with the play. Strictly Business catches a break. Can they capitalize?
Going a little up and down here at this point. Both teams trying for those counterattack plays. Here's Aqua for a quick double tap. But again, back wall defense by the Rebels have been perfect. They always have a member up there.
Aqua just runs out of juice. Relating Wave has to cut in, grab the midfield boost. Does he have a teammate that can help him out? Aqua. Good reactions. Crispy's right there to take possession. First killer's got nothing in the tank, so Crispy can have a go at this. Setting up Relating Wave. Where's Aqua? There he is. His shot had nothing behind it, and Relating Wave couldn't help it through.
Strictly Business sent to everyone as well, but they do get back in time. No counterattack play there for Rebellion, and LJ's going to go up in the air versus Aqua, and Aqua's been a little iffy off those walls at times, trying to do a little bit too much, and a big aerial miss yet again from him.
Oh, Relating Wave almost got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He was up very far. The clear was not on target. They'll have another shot at it here. Just throw it right down the middle. That's not going to yield much. Crispy will have a go, but Kofor's beat him by a mile. Now Relating Wave. Everybody's up here for Strictly Business, but nobody can connect on a pass. It's LJ to clear it away, and that catches an awkward defensive deflection. Kofor to center. Nobody's home.
See Relating Wave, quick double tap. The back wall's finally open, but first killer just gets back in time. Now it's Crispy's turn. The solo play, trying to get the rebound out middle. He does so, but Aqua loses it out to first killer.
And that's what Strictly Business has to generate, though. They have to generate those rebounds where they can read them and Rebellion can't, or just didn't have anybody there. LJ's shot near the mark. Would have been his first goal of this series. Now Crispy went low to try and influence this ball. Aqua deleted out of the air. Kofer's got LJ with him, but more importantly, he's got first killer back. Inside 2 minutes, Rebellion once again nursing a very, very slim lead. But it's been still kind of one-sided as a 1-0 game could be.
Yeah, just holding possession, not trying to do too much on offense. Again, I really feel like they just don't want to be counterattacked whatsoever. Here's a chance by Wave, but first killer again is just sitting there waiting for these opportunities. We'll get the clear, but Strictly Business has to force these 50s on the offensive side.
I can hear teammates now.
Three.
All they do is play defense. Aqua just couldn't get to it, though. It rolls outside the dotted line. Nobody could connect on a pass. That's been the story of the series outside of game 1 for Strictly Business.
They finally got physical and they opened up a lane. It was just so unfortunate. It was a slow roller that wasn't going in, so they really couldn't do anything with it. Very unfortunate.
Out of the final minute, it is still just the 1-goal game. Aqua in a tough spot in the corner. LJ thought about it. He'll yield to Kofer. Also got bumped out of the play. Aqua's got a full tank, and a good thing. Kofer goes way past that ball. Aqua, flip reset. That's going to catch a deflection off the backboard, and Relating Wave put it high and wide. And then the rebound, it looked like somebody got knocked out of the play. Couldn't go for the double tap. Now Aqua, that's still central. Ball still alive. Aqua to cross it again. First killer's there, and he will settle everything down for Shopify Rebellion. One last chance now for Strictly Business. Aqua's got a lane, and Kofer shuts it down. Relating Wave, beaten on the wall. Crispy to Wave. Crispy knocked to the wall, and that's just going to die in front of the net. Great physical play. Shopify Rebellion paying it back to Strictly Business, and now they've got 3 shots at match point.
And Relating Wave wants another one back, another high shot. His teammate set up the pass to him. He was also going to try and land on to the goalie, the last member back for Rebellion. Wave had an opportunity. He had a shot location. Top left was free, and he throws it high again late into this game.
So Strictly Business will use their timeout. Might as well use it or lose it now that they're facing triple match point. You know, they win that first game 4-2, Gibbs. And every game in this series, except for one, they've had double-digit shots. They've had the opportunities, but they haven't been high-quality chances. And I think that's kind of the big difference between what we saw from next to new yesterday and what we're seeing from Strictly Business today. I mean, they're just kind of throwing the ball in the general direction of the net, but they're not getting that redirect in front. They're not getting a bump that causes a wayward deflection that somebody can pounce on. They're not creating their own luck, so to speak. And they're not, they haven't been rewarded because they've done nothing to earn it.
Yeah, we talked about this a bit throughout this match so far. We've seen Business just kind of throw the ball deep, but then Rebellion is playing a very conservative game plan where they always have someone back, and then they get the clear off the back wall or something like that. What we need to see is these aerial dribble plays where you turn it into 50-50 challenges right above the net, and you need a follow-up, right? We saw it occasionally by Strictly Business, and it just hasn't panned out yet, but I feel like we have to see that way more. But for Rebellion, it really does feel like they are purposely playing super conservatively. They don't want to give up anything for free because they know that with their kickoff strats that we've seen, and then they'll get one probably mechanical goal somewhere like along the way, and then they can just turtle up and play defense. And it's worked out perfectly for them. You can't fault them for it. It's a little bit of boring Rocket League, I'm not gonna lie. I bet T-Bates is very angry right now because it's not the best thing to watch, but it does get the job done, especially against one of these underdog teams.
Big man Crispy leads the way for Strictly Business. 3 goals. That's not where you want to be through 5 games. You want to have somebody with, you know, maybe 5 or 6 to kind of lead the way, but still got a chance here as we go to Parc de Paris. This is where Rebellion turned it around against next to new yesterday. But we see a similar story coming out of the timeout for Strictly Business. The kickoffs have been immaculate for Rebellion, and they do it again.
3 games in a row, 3 kickoffs, and they get it done. Kofor going up in the air, gets the perfect kickoff back to him. First Skiller grabs the boost and just waits for that rebound, waits for that pass opportunity, and secures the first goal. And again, another early lead for Rebellion.
And they got another opportunity off the kickoff as LJ finds the back wall. That's a great second touch, though, by Aqua to send this away. Only First Killer at the back. He tried to read First Killer, got a bump from behind, and First Killer still stays with the play.
Strictly Business looks a little bit tilted on defense. First Killer has another opportunity here. Now LJ has some space with the ball. Gonna go off the ceiling. Quick pass out to First Killer, but he backs off the opportunity. Again, conservative offense right now for Rebellion. Not trying to take too many chances.
Strictly Business under a lot of duress here in the first minute. In a closeout opportunity for Shopify Rebellion. LJ, welcome to the series.
Here we see it again. First Killer, he'll go up. Everyone else is grounded. They wait to see where this ball spills out. LJ is there for the shot. You are not going to see any pre-jumps by Rebellion. I don't think I've seen one so far. They wait to see where this ball goes and then make the play happen. Right place, right time there for LJ.
7 goals yesterday, 5 in the last 3 games against next to new in that incredible comeback effort. LJ has his first goal of this quarterfinal, and it comes in the what will likely be the last game unless Strictly Business have many rabbits up their sleeve. This goes off the backboard, and First Killer makes sure a relating wave will get nowhere near it.
Well, you know, the tortoise always beats the hare, and I bet that's what we're about to see here from Rebellion. A little bit turtling up, playing very conservative offense so they don't get counterattacked on. So Strictly Business is going to have to force the issue. They almost get one there. We're going to have to see physical play. We're going to have to see a lot of aerial challenges.
Been a while since Strictly Business has got on the scoreboard. 7 seconds remaining in game 2. First Killer out at Crispy. He's all alone at the back. Gonna try and create here, try to get the ceiling pinch, and LJ's ready for it all the way. And the frustration, you can even see it a little bit during the timeout. Certainly setting in here for Strictly Business. They have just been stifled by Shopify Rebellion.
A lot of midfield game is going to be playing around. Crispy, we see Wave there trying to hunt for some bumps or demos, but misses out on all of them. But I expect to see more of that as this game goes on because Strictly Business cannot find the offense right now. So they're going to have to create it by moving one man up forward and going for these bump plays.
Crispy, a shot at redemption. That's going to drop down, and First Killer swipes this away again. Kofor now with Relating Wave coming across, just doing enough to make the stop. We're coming up on that 2-minute mark. It has been all Shopify Rebellion. In game 5, Relating Wave can't get through, and it's nothing but time and space and all the boost they could ask for Rebellion. First Killer almost developed another one.
Almost the Zen shot there off the ceiling pinch. It just barely doesn't go his way, but there's been a lot of space opened up because Strictly Business has to send everyone at these plays. It's going to open up more space for Rebellion to have time with the ball.
First Killer's got LJ forward. Redirect to the backboard, off the crossbar. Oh, First Killer side flip. That's an awkward opportunity. Aqua will score the full court clear.
What in the world was this First Killer? Where are you going? Like, the whole game plan we've seen for the last 30 minutes is them having a deep third man. Just don't get beat is the main goal here. Instead, First Killer side flips at a ball he should never be going for with a 2-goal lead. But maybe they just wanted to kick off. They get another great kickoff here. Turns into a pass for LJ with the shot. Aqua, a huge save, but Strictly Business right back in this game.
Well, Aqua grabbed the corner boost, but he immediately got deleted, so that's effectively a boost starve by Rebellion. Big high bouncer there for LJ to play, and Relating Wave will send it away. At least there's new life now on that momentary lapse. Can Crispy capitalize? No, it's off the post, and then Relating Wave nowhere near.
Related wave again, just doesn't get the angle right. He had no boost trying to read that post, and he just reads it wrong. But that is now 3 chances where he could have scored in 3 games in a row, and he falls short.
Aqua against First Killer, at least kept this out. That's a ball that Crispy can run on to. Has Relating Wave up in the air already, and looking back for Crispy. The design was there, but they came up empty, and then Crispy back the other way, barely making the save to keep Strictly Business alive.
Strictly Business going for the pre-jumps. They have to. They got to send everything at this point. Down a goal. The time is ticking down. LJ is just going to try and kill that ball in the corner. First Killer with the shot. It goes wide. So we see Aqua. He's got an opportunity. First Killer and LJ, though, pushing
trying to get
away.
too cute.
Relating Waves late, and that's probably going to do it unless the ball stays up in the air.
Yeah, oh, another clearance, just like in Game 4. The clearance at the end to set the ball down to the ground, and Shopify Rebellion are through. And we get, just like we did in the semis of the group stage, Rebellion gets NRG.
Man, oh man, I felt like they took the playbook of the old NRG where they would play tons and tons of defense, a lot of 1-goal games, but they seem convincing. But the problem with Rebellion is sometimes they get these mishaps and it gets a little bit hairier than they expect, but they do get the win pretty comfortably in Game 5, but the heart rates were maybe just a bit up there at the end, Stacks.
They hold Strictly Business scoreless for almost 15 minutes before they finally put up just a little bit of a fight at the end. It was a valiant fight, but First Killer's 7 goals lead Rebellion to another shot at NRG. That's coming up later as the RLCS rolls on after this.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the
Is that right?
garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
Right. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
This unfamiliar glare blinds me out, I'm blinded. These spider knives to keep you satisfied. I think you'd be losing you if not worth the fight. So I speak up, I scream into the void. I reach for a hand to guide me through Just turned 18, saw your whole life in front of me, and to know one day I'd miss cleaning up the cold tea. Now I'm sitting there singing broken heart, helplessly I'm praying, blaming God. Ooh, she told me don't worry, we've been apart before. The words of heaven will be waiting for you once more. She told me don't worry, told me don't worry now, told me don't worry, told me don't.
Game 1 promised us a crazy barn burner of a series with Shopify going up 2 and then StrictlyBiz rallying back for 4 to get the win. And then that wasn't the case at all here. StrictlyBiz sent home. Shopify Rebellion figure it out here. I'm joined by Kofor after the win. Congratulations on the win, sir. I want to get your thoughts on this new play style. I mean, Violent Panda told us you guys, after Boston, started implementing a new play style. What's that adjustment been like for you?
I mean, honestly, to me, it's been pretty easy. Like, now we're obviously like more aggressive. Like, we score way more goals. So like, I mean, for me, it's way more comfortable than like what we were playing before. And like, for me, like I'm an aggressive player, so it's really easy for me to like get used to it.
That's really awesome. I mean, hey, you're playing with two players who are known for their aggression, First Killer and LJ. What's it been like being teammates with them?
Honestly, I mean, it's been a great time. Like, I know I can trust them. Like, I know like I'm like tested. Like, they test like my capabilities, and I test theirs. Like, we're just like improving constantly.
You guys are clearly improving here, but you're going to have another step up here. Last time you played NRG, it was a sweep. You got NRG now again. What's going to be different this time?
I think our mindset will be different this time.
Okay, well, we'll see if it delivers for you there. I'm not going to take any more of your time. Go get ready for NRG. Thanks so much for the talk there, Kofor. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Shopify Rebellion sounding good here, getting locked in for their semifinal matchup with NRG. And yeah, I mean, hey, Gibbs, I thought I was really excited after game 1. I was really excited we were going to get a good series.
And then Rebellion, I don't know where this aggression is coming out of, because we didn't see a lot of that in this match. We saw it occasionally when they needed it early on, but it really came down to kickoff goals by Rebellion, and then they kind of just parked the bus. There wasn't a lot of aggression, and maybe, again, that is against a team like this. When they play against NRG, we'll have to see how that pans out. But we have seen Kofor moving up the field more compared to Split 1 stacks, so that is always nice to see, because that feels like his element.
Yeah, and when Kofor said, you know, hey, we were a lot more aggressive, I thought, does he think Wave's asking him about yesterday? Because when you look at just the data from yesterday's series versus today, everybody from Rebellion was way more aggressively positioned yesterday than they were in this series. They were definitely in the shell, but they made the most of their opportunities. They had more high-quality chances in greater volume than they did in yesterday's series with Next to New. And, Kofor was phenomenal, but the kickoffs were insane. For Shopify Rebellion in this series.
I mean, what is more aggressive than scoring on kickoff, right? Just going at like literally wasting no time getting down the field and then saying, let's hold on to the lead we've got here. Yesterday, they had to go to game 7 and they were trailing in so many of those games. They had a 5-0 loss. Of course, they'd have to be more aggressive in a series where they're trailing like that, right? So I think it makes sense for me here, and I love seeing Shopify lock in like this, a team that we know has everything it takes to win it here in North America, and they're going to get a great opportunity against NRG here in just a moment, folks. But we got a few matches to go before we get there. One in particular, very excited to hop up here to the top of the quarterfinals. Every match now an elimination match. Congratulations to StrictlyBiz for making it to top 6, an accomplishment here in North America, but their road does end here. They'll have to look to open number 5 to improve that result. M80 versus Space Station going to be the next match on the day. FUT sitting there waiting for the results of this one. Shopify and NRG, they get some time to cool down and get ready before their match. Let's talk about it. M80 versus SSG. SSG coming off of the heels of the reverse sweep at the end of yesterday. That is the big story for me here, Stacks. Can they bounce back? How, even with a 24-hour reset, sometimes that's not enough for a loss that brutal.
I don't know if you want to play or yawning right before their quarterfinal match, but here we are. It does have to be a short-term memory for these guys, and they also have to remember that M80 has massive stakes here because M80 is chasing a team like Space Station in the standings, and it's only a couple of points that you make up if you beat them here, but you also stop their progress while you're still alive on the half of the bracket that does not have NRG on it. So, Zach was all right yesterday. We saw he had a couple of highlights. Now the pressure's really on here on Sunday to keep that advantage. But on the other side, like I said, M80 realizes they've got a golden opportunity here to make a big dent in the lead that SSG has over them.
And this has been a surprise. We got a Nolly cam, which is great to see. I feel like Nolly's been playing incredibly well. He comes out of retirement and is looking fantastic. Most people had M80 as that borderline top 8 team. They take down Next to New, who was one of their peers. Then on Friday, just 48 hours ago, they played Space Station. It went to game 5, a ton of 1-goal games there. So M80 is really elevated into this conversation where they have a chance to make a major run, especially because of that match against Space Station, where it was so close, and one bounce goes a different way, then M80 gets that win. So they know that going into this match, but also Space Station knows that, right? They know that they can't downplay a team like M80. They probably didn't game plan for them too incredibly hard on a Friday, but now knowing their matchup for about 20 hours at this point, they're definitely going to game plan a little bit more focused on M80.
I mean, with what you know about this M80 roster, what you know about SSG, I mean, what do you think is going to be the big game plan? Especially, let's talk about M80. Okay, they're coming in here as the team that lost the last matchup. They went to game 5. SSG took that win. What sort of adjustments do you think we're going to see here on Sunday that we didn't see on Friday?
I feel like Nolly is going to be the one trying to move upfield to create space. I think he's going to try and play that chaos ball that we see his former teammate, apparently Jack. He does that a lot, where he'll just move upfield and just try and ball chase the entire time and be basically that player to get a 50-50 challenge when you're on offense. Opens up the door for his 2 mechanical young kids with life and mech to come in and make a play. Space Station, we know if they have space, they're going to make it work because all 3 of them are so gifted in the air. So it's going to be interesting.
Well, chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Hashtag M80 for M80, hashtag SSG for Space Station Gaming here. There's 4-2 as organizations all time. SSG holding the lead in that series, so M80 can start to cut down on that. But this is only the second time they've played as these rosters. The last time they played prior to this was back in 2024. M80 taking a little bit of time away from Rocket League. So we're glad to see them back here. Let's see if they can equal the record on this one. Stacks, who you got?
Man, on paper, it's Space Station. I just have a feeling, though. Life and Mech had nearly identical stat lines yesterday. And, I feel like their problem in the past has been it's only been one or the other. Kind of having a big series. You get them both on the same page going into this match. I think M80 can actually pull it off. I think it's a close one, but I got M80 here.
Wow.
Okay.
I thought it was a great interview by Coach Nick yesterday for M80, except for one obvious flaw. He was complaining about being old at 23 years old. Nick, please, you're insulting me right now. I cannot pick you. I'm going Space Station.
An incredible reason to pick the favorite here. SSG, I do think, are the favorites. And despite the fact that they lost in 7 in a reverse sweep to NRG, they lost in 7 in a reverse sweep to the reigning world champions. And X-Spear, this is the time when he makes his money. Can he get his players regrounded after a tough loss? I think that's all the ammo he needs. You took the best in the world to Champions Field overtime. I think that this one is going to be an SSG match. I think they're not going to have a problem with it. So give me SSG on this one. M80. It's gonna be a fight though. I'm excited for it. I really want to see it go down. Hey, look at we had 75-25 for the opening desk, and then we have 60, almost perfectly split here, 66-33 on this one. We're almost there. Okay, never mind. The players are ready. We're not gonna wait for the numbers to line up, folks. Let's get into the matches and find out who's taking on FUT Esports. Who's got the chance to give them their first loss of the split? It's not gonna be anytime soon, though. We got 7 games, maybe. We'll find out in a moment. M80 versus SSG. Let's get into it.
We've got explosive upstarts versus a literal space station. Zach is back on space station. Life Mech and Nolly would love to get the one up on them here. M80 a bit on the come up. One more step to get into the top 4.
These two teams definitely are going to be putting up an intense fight today here. SSG, of course, have had a ton of pressure, but M80 seems to be a pretty decent matchup for a lot of these top teams here in North America, Jorby, and SSG, it's not looking like it's going to be any different. A lot of the pressure off the rip, straight to M80.
Able to hold the ball. Quick challenge from Zach, skips away from him, and that touch is not going to get it done from Nolly. Diaz will no doubt look for a little bit of redemption after yesterday, because despite the one thing that everyone will remember Diaz doing, which is missing the game-winning goal against NRG, the rest of that series, he looked rock solid. I want to get back to business here, but Mech drops the reset, no play.
Life coming in through, wants to try and drop it down, that clear out center. Big demo, thought would have allowed possession to stay in, but they make the right call as far as M80 is concerned. They stay playing a little bit further back. A lot of respect is going to be given to this SSG squad after they took NRG to Game 7. So they quite understand the level of difficulty they are up against here.
Zach a couple times now, getting chased by Mech. Was able to protect his corner boost earlier and prevented Mech from messing the rotation up. Now Mech gets a good pinch. Zach puts it into safety. About 3 demos in a row. There's the 4th. Ollie with a double demo. Space Station had gotten a demo right before that as well. Diaz forced to clear. A lot of boosts for M80. Nolly carrying it. Very tight formation on defense from Space Station. No more boost left as Reveal will be the first on the point. And M80 will take their time and even take a little more space here with Mech.
Mech was trying to take his time on that one too, but Zach's challenge a little faster. Almost got the setup. They did get the shot. Here comes Nolly to take it away. A lot of us have been anticipating that he would be a little bit more aggressive as that initiator for the team, but for now, they stay pushed in their own half off the backboard. It's a shot straight down to Mech on goal line.
That's bad for Zach. He's got no boost, but Mech dropped the ball. Zach on small pads. Happy he didn't have to save anything more threatening there. And the last possession, M80 had tried to take space in their own half, and they end up giving up possession, and they do it again. Zach this time finds the net. Shot on target, set up here all by Reveal with a great pass to Diaz.
Yeah, this one, Life was kind of just running around waiting to see when that shot was going to come through, but the pass just timed it enough to confuse him that he hesitated, and Space Station get their lead.
Off the kickoff, Life gets it. Boost steal as well, but Nolly midfield gets blown apart by Reveal. Reveal did that last time. Hustling down first man, didn't have a ton of boost on that last play, steals the corner. Everybody's back. Zach needs the corner. Reveal waiting for the rebound, back to Life. Noli went for the bump. The trick reveal up. Life will score.
This is a really good setup. He slows it down and fakes so he can get the center over to Life. And it's the same thing. They're just dishing out what had happened to them. Confusing that last man there. And M80, they've tied it up very confidently. And the good thing to respect, too, is to be able to respond with adequate time. You don't want to take too long, because then SSG recognize you're just playing from behind.
Yeah, it looked like Reveal may have gotten tripped up by the attempted bump from Nolly, but on second review, Nolly in the area for sure, but Reveal car in an awkward spot on the goal line and couldn't really get his car turned around. Still M80 off the bar, just close enough. They've dictated the last half of the game so far. Space Station had some decent pushes earlier, now having trouble hanging on to the ball. Zach, 50 goes out. Nolly playing up as second man. Have to buy some time. Everyone else reset on M80's defense. Still locked one apiece. Zach gets the boost steal, kicks it up. Zach just takes it himself. Everyone was still rotating back for Space Station. Reveal will buy some time. That's about it. Not able to get that corner boost, and Mech will drill through one.
Life had a head-on-head challenge there. 50 left is a shot from Nolly. A little slow on it. They are still trying to regain this possession, so they play it around in the air, but SSG coming through down center, sent off. For now, SSG haven't had too much playing time on the offensive front. You see Zach going for the double demo, and the bump. It's a free net after all. You got it. If you are Reveal, you are absolutely thanking Zach for everything he just did.
I mean, Mech waiting for that ball. His teammate gets demoed behind him, and there didn't seem to be any reaction there from Mech. How much reacting he could do right after it happened up in the air, but it felt really easy. M80 were just kind of planted in place. Those demos came maybe a little too easy as it goes downfield. Life with a game tire, but saved by Reveal. Rebound is good. Mech finds the score real quick here to tie it up.
This is the level of speed, too, that has gotten this M80 roster through a lot of sticky situations. Reveal, and it was initially a really, really good save. There just was no power on it. And it's a simple recognition from M80 to throw that one back in. 17 to go.
Well, Life calls himself off the ball as soon as he saw the fake. Now Reveal had the ball. You saw Zach creeping up on the left side of the rotation. Diaz has no boost. He missed all the small pads as well. Has to fully rotate to get back to it. Got the challenge anyway. Could have been a hairy situation. Instead, we got overtime in game number one.
See what we get off the kickoff here. Over to the sidewall. Noli has to be patient with it. Takes his time, does get bumped off the play. And for SSG, they just wait for this ball to get handed back to them. It does for now. 50 goes back, though, in favor of M80.
Reveal having to avoid Nolly right below, and there was just no angle for Diaz to really hit it. Reveal had a good spot initially, but again, backside defensive rotation for M80. Force Reveal forward. It's a little awkward. Zach gets one more touch. Space Station keep possession, but Diaz on the wrong side for that pop-up for Reveal. And all of Space Station come back. No follow-up touch. Diaz got a little space. Life coming back, doesn't have a lot of boost. Noli with a full tank right behind, and Mech gets called off. 2-on-1 all of a sudden, and it's easy does it for Noli. Life will get credit for the goal at the end with Noli. Sussed it out.
Such a clean 1v1-2. Look at this. He just baits Reveal high enough, pirouette over, and Life goes, don't worry, I'm straight behind you with the power to throw it in. No stress to M80. Such a solid OT win, too. Between the two, a very, very close game overall.
He also had second man looking at Mech because it looked like Mech initially was going for that ball. And baits the rotation in, leaving Reveal all by himself, having to defend a 2-on-1 all of a sudden. A good play at the end there from M80. Good heads-up play to get them that last goal. A lot of opportunities for Space Station. Only 6 total shots, but they had some good possessions. They even had some turns of their own, but a couple times you see third man kind of get caught rotating around, either missing small pads or just off the mark. That was a good shot from Life. still, if you're Space Station, I feel like you left a little bit on the table. Defense just a little too uncomfortable.
And you do have to keep in mind, these two did play each other not even 2 days ago. So this is a very heavy rematch for them where it is on M80's shoulders to try and regain the win. They lost in game 5. It did get taken all the way, but it ultimately fell with SSG taking those final 2 games back to back. And it's those back-to-back wins where you understand that SSG does a really good job of maintaining pressure once they figure it out against M80, so it's on to M80 to really hold on to what this little piece of momentum they found is here in game 1.
M80 in the last contests came down to that very last shot that was just in the dirt in game 5. Could have tied it up. And instead, had to eat the loss. Diaz forces the 50, gets the bump as well. Life no touch, and Nolly still gets there. Looked like it was for sure a Space Station goal, and it still is not. Mech diving across for the save, and that one finally Space Station find a way through.
That actually should have been in like a solid 5 seconds ago. That initial shot just came in really, really slow, and props to Zach again for just committing full on as the 3rd man there, but it did not need to be that big of an effort.
Have to take it with the way M80 have been playing defense, at least yesterday. Need everything and a little bit more. Space Station all waiting. Reveal gets that midfield boost. Zach and Reveal both on the same wall, but there's no threat. Mech is just sitting the whole way back in his 3rd during that entire play. Nolly now behind Life. Mech actually going to take 2nd point here on the midfield line. Nolly, 3rd man, has the boost. Will be able to protect the ball. Mech actually gives this up. They had a little bit of space. There was no immediate pressure. Now Zach is forcing the pressure right back in front of the net. And Diaz gets a demo. Life will actually take it back, trying to get a little bit of breathing room for M80. It seemed like they had some, but 2 kickaways just keep Space Station with possession.
And right now, SSG, despite, having this much possession, control might not be as strong as they'd like, but it is more than enough right now, especially with that 1-goal lead. Big bump on 1. Life just trying to take it back for him and M80. Every time Nolly is trying to throw himself forward, the boys from SSG, they demo him out, they bump him out of the way, so they haven't quite had that fluid transition that they've been hoping for, and that is, again, props to SSG for recognizing this pattern that M80 is trying desperately to find.
Yeah, well, M80, very interesting fallback. Despite Space Station pushing forward, Mech had went downfield, trying to find a bump on 2nd or 3rd man, and now Life has back passed it to his own net. This is a little haphazard, but you see Mech get downfield a lot, using all of his boost, and then Space Station have the ball. It just makes defense look a little more uncomfortable. Space Station have the lead. Mech, no doubt, trying to open some kind of gap in the Space Station rotation. Unable to do so just yet. He's finding the rotation right now. On ball, Life on the left side. Quick flick. Life has to wait.
A lot of power on that one, too. We haven't seen them have the space to do too much with this ball. The same not quite said for SSG. Zach was going forward on this one. Nolly takes it away. You're approaching that 2nd half of the game. M80 does need to really ramp up everything on all fronts. Aggression, all of it. You can see Nolly down, trying to go again. It was enough to move that last defender out of the way and give Life all the room from the ceiling. But Jordan, my goodness, the slot into the perfect pocket of the upper 90. M80 might be back.
And Nolly got bumped, and I think it slowed the rotation down just a little bit, opened up a little bit more space, because Nolly then goes for Reveal afterwards, but Reveal, no chance he was getting to that ball. It was a great shot. It's exactly how you want it. If you're M80, you'll take it. I think that little chip into Nolly, while he wasn't intending for it, he did slow down Space Station, but now Space Station with the ball. Reveal, no boost. Still hurrying up here. Diaz feathers it, and Space Station take the lead right back.
You could feel the hesitation a little bit too on the goal line. Mech had kind of gone back and forth on this one, and then Life was left to be a little bit awkward there. They recognized full commit from SSG, and that lead goes back to them feeling pretty comfortable in a lot of the responses and situations that they've been placed in so far. And I will commend SSG on the duo game. In every combination, they've looked so solid.
Meg able to follow a 50. Field protects his own boost. Space Station. Lead man gets demoed. Life gets a little bit of space. Good decision to just leave the ball. Didn't hit it right back into Zach, but I think they get a little tied up here. Life jumping up to play with Mech. Mech playing with himself. Nolly playing with the net. And it's all games here for M80 tied up.
This is so good. It revealed and thrown it down, but Nolly, not only enough in the tank to just like feel confident going in on this shot, but just the full commit. This is what we were talking about when we were saying Nolly is going to throw himself a little bit more upfield, more than we've seen in the past. It is working out here. It's a tight game all the way around.
Diaz on the left side of the midfield. It's wide of Mech. Gets the 50. Zach. Underneath it. Nothing. Diaz right behind Reveal. Reveal wants to leave it. Diaz trying to pick the right spot there. A wifty in the midfield. Zach uses the pre-flip. Couldn't get it into a dangerous spot. Reveal still in the corner. Zach on the left side. Mech with no boost to defend. Man, M80's so good at keeping that ball tight against the wall. Actually getting it away from their corners, proving to be difficult. Nolly does shake it out, but it's right back into Space Station. Zach has the first, leaves it for Diaz. Diaz denied by Nolly. M80 survive at the end of regulation. Mech will kick it away, but Reveal gets there. And M80's command starting to wane, but just picking up saves here in OT.
Off the kickoff, Diaz and Zach to follow. They fall back. They make sure resources are ready to go for this first initial attack. Demo on one. Has to play it a little bit slower. Wanted to go for some sort of a fake on it, but nobody there to follow through. And M80 have some power under their cars on this first opening statement.
Nolly had that incredible save at the end of regulation. Mech wanting to go for that. Reveal is just always in the air. Guy's like using all of his boost just to be in the right spot, but his touches at the end of his line have been so good. Here's Zach with a quadruple tap back to Reveal. Zach gives him the squeeze and hits him once off the ceiling, twice off the wall, 3 times. And the fourth goes to Reveal. Space Station take the game.
Having that quadruple touch, all of those was just enough that when Nolly had first completely committed, he's nosediving down for the save. If it had been a double, he might have had a chance. But to play it that quickly, I mean, flowers to you. Space Station, what a way to respond to that first game loss.
M80 just not able to do enough to control this ball out of their own half. I mean, they're able to keep it tight against the back wall. How often do we see them actually lose their boosts or just unable to actually handle the ball and get downfield? Life able to get some goals. Wait, we're seeing it all. That was just a great shot from Life. He's had 2 like that. One was the bottom right that he slotted against Reveal. That one top side this time. And just too much for M80 on defense, where they're just not controlling the ball well. The aerial touch quality has not been there. Sure, they've been keeping the rebounds tight on the back wall, but they're not able to get momentum going. Space Station are jumping with like 35-40 boost in their third and knocking the 50 away. The ball is just too far away from their cars to be able to command. So the touch quality has to go up off the back wall towards the midfield for M80. If they can actually get some of that and force Space Station to respect their touches, I think they're going to have a little bit more success, but I do think that touch quality alone was the difference maker there.
Absolutely agree. Also, that second half of the game there, you could see Space Station in the back end just going for those boost steals, really making things that much more difficult for M80 to be able to maintain possession. So if they keep that combo up of you know, just keeping the ball away from them, slowing them down. This could potentially turn into a walk in the park for SSG. I don't want to cause any jinxes like a wave punk in this situation.
Catching strays in the green room. Life gets to this ball. And Diaz deletes him forward. Again, Max, such a heavy touch. He gets a little tighter on that first touch. Zach doesn't get as much here. Reveal doesn't get this ball. Reveal doesn't threaten them. Mech does keep this one tight. Slips the 50 underneath. Diaz squares it away from him. Zach steals the corner boost, turns on the Life. No play there, but I think you saw a little microcosm of where the issues are for M80. Getting the consistent touch quality to get it out, get it downfield, not just let Space Station 50 the ball away from you.
Big clear out here for Life. It's Mech wanted to try and follow it and finish it. It actually ends up working in their favor. It was the hand up there, I believe it from Reveal, that plays it out into the corner, and then it's just shot opportunity for Life.
And when you do get on offense, it does look pretty good. Life, when he gets the free ball, all of Space Station, unable to get back to that rebound. You know, Life shots pretty good. It's a great read. Credit to Life for sure. Now you got to do 4 more minutes of this. As M80 chase this ball downfield, Mech finds it back to Life. Nolly racing now to get to the second man. Zach shaved off. You saw Nolly didn't want to go. He was unsure if Zach was truly boxed out on that play or not, or if that ball was just going to sail over his head. He was still last man there as his team was rotating back. Space Station with Diaz get down the field, and M80 play more defense.
Another attempted pass off, this time Nolly intercepting it. That's a good shout for M80 to really just challenge a lot of these attempted passing plays quicker and quicker. But there it is. It's those few moments that M80 do get the ball that they get there and they just pan. It's 2 demos on 1. They throw it back. He tried to hit it on the nose of his car, but SSG still all the power in the world pushing towards the blue.
Mech gets the scoop. Weaves his way around Diaz. Reveal out into space. Life back to Mech. M80 stringing together a push. Zach pops it up. Gives Diaz a chance, but Life back to Mech. And Life and Mech will not unlink here as they pick up the second goal for M80.
Look at this. Zach had already thrown it up on 1, but just for Mech to stay there and commit to the bit, he knew there was a chance that that ball was going to fall straight back down to them. Throws himself into the side of it. 2-0 up for M80.
Space Station, give back to Reveal, and the kickoff almost works. They can't get through. What a save initially from Nolly, and then Mech picks up the follow-up. Goal line keeps this 2-0. Reveal gets a full field clear, and Nolly gets boxed out of the play, falls back right in front of Diaz. Nolly now getting the 50s, right back down at M80. Finally able to dictate pace of play a little bit. That was shot just high.
Nolly has his turn on this one too. Like, it just, you can feel the difference between the last game and this one. M80 are now starting to catch up, play this a little bit closer, and what's happening is SSG haven't played M80 this quickly yet, so a lot of these shots are coming just off target, off the mark. Crossbar is their enemy at the moment. Musty straight to the crossbar. Zach's gonna play a low Life. Big safe out to the side.
That Musty had mustard. But Reveal, I'll have to get back up there. Oh, Nolly's in a tough spot. No boosts. And Reveal almost had time to go down and Goomba stomp Life as well. Life avoids him. Now a counter attack. M80 trying to get set up. Life prioritizes the ball. It's a handoff straight to Reveal. Zach's downfield, harassing Mech. Nolly will help out. Life is on the other side. Mech facing some danger. Give it go. Diaz ends up ahead of the ball. Reveal still tries to squeeze. Zach will half flip. Try to kick Mech out of the way. Space Station. They can't get the ball. They'll get the car. 50 right up to the ceiling. Diaz gets chipped out. Zach gets chipped across. Reveal has the goal. Space Station late in the game. Bring it back to 1.
Back to back to back, and there it is, the full zeros as far as boost was concerned for M80. it just wore them down way too thin. SSG find themselves on the board in a way that's gotta frustrate you a little bit too if you are M80. You've played such a strong game so far, but it's something as simple as no resources or not being on the field that's gonna take you out of this.
Reveal gets the double frag and reaves it real easy. I thought for a second Nolly was about to get that save. Zach maybe just needs to put that on net. Nolly had no boost, but hey, he got the goal. No chance he was going to make the save. 36 seconds left. And Space Station takes what, about 5 seconds to score 2 goals. Now Zach gets this one. And another demo. Diaz to the left side. Zach couldn't get the tip in. Across the post, M80 feeling more pressure. With no boost, Zach can't do anything. And Mech will get the clear, but for how long? As Life tried to feather that, but it's Diaz. Oh, almost found the shot for Zach. Reveal, got a little skip there from Zach. Off of Reveal. No play. It looked like Space Station had the game-winning goal right there. And they still might. Diaz, it's a heavy touch. Not gonna work. Overtime again. 3 games, 3 OTs.
We'll see how this one potentially could be any different than before. Noli tried to throw it over to Life. He was just a bit ahead, but they almost played the pinball game around. Hesitation was the fault in that one, though.
Nolly and Life just getting there. Life has no boost. Reveal off the ceiling. Pincher pass to Diaz, but it was a pinball. Knocks off of a blue card. Diaz gets the demo. Zach somehow wins that 50 back against Mech. Zach can't get back to the ball. Desperate defense here for M80. Low boost game. If I get the job done, get the clear, still Reveal has the ball. And Mech gets a huge steal.
From the corner there, he tried to spot Noli on it. Now M80 just a little bit too close together. Gonna have to separate as that big clear had come through. Reveal center down over to Zach. It's just a classic SSG play to keep things simple. An OT to Space Station Gaming.
Oh, Zach! Of course he's back. Got another one. Man's 50 game has been on point. Space Station take the lead. They rip that game away from M80. About a 2-goal lead for most of that. Space Station scored their first goal with, 46 seconds left in the game. It took them all 6 seconds to score their second, force the OT, and it's Zach getting MVP honors, and Space Station getting the game-leading win. M80 will call a tactical timeout, much needed after you just blew that lead.
Yeah, you definitely are going to need one like that. They had looked so good, too. In that middle center of this past game, they had started to get a grip on it, had some potential to really run the circles around Space Station at some points, but once SSG got accustomed to the pace of play that M80 were bringing out, they just were able to do it. I mean, that last shot was a clear-cut example of them having their way with them. Pinball straight into the net, no hands up, and now M80 gotta really dig deep to do something different. Otherwise, this is just gonna be a repeat of the last time they matched up.
At the beginning of the weekend, all of the talk was about that 5th through 8th placement in North America, your Gen Gs, your Dignitases, I guess above the 5th through 8th, even Virtus Pro, which I don't think anybody expected to not at least make it to a top 6. None of those teams are here. M80 instead are the ones who pole vault over them, get themselves a top 6, potential top 4. And they had to play against Space Station on Friday. It was close, went all 5 games, came down to the final seconds, and they couldn't get it done. M80 and Space Station probably going to be competing for that 4th-ish spot. Although if Space Station could keep it up, maybe they do just reclaim or just claim 3rd. But either way, you're talking about the back end of the North America qualification for Paris here. It's a huge match for M80. For the stakes to get to the major, to get yourself some more points, to maybe not have to go to a last chance qualifier. They need a lot to go their way, but Space Station is quite literally ahead of them in the season points. So taking them down here, getting a higher placement is another step on that journey. But right now, Space Station, they've just played the better game. They've just had better control. I still think M80 are really playing survival on defense. and unable to dictate pace. Space Station have held the cards so far here in the first half of the series.
Absolutely agreed. I think right now SSG is definitely playing a cleaner game. They've won against this team before. They are one away from that match point, and off the kickoff, they're just going to be one step closer to it.
This has also been something Space Station in this series have pretty much won every single time on. Nolly with a delayed kickoff, and he doesn't even get the ball. But Reveal just kicks it straight in. Yeah, Space Station have won most of the kickoffs. It has not been a fun time for M80 on defense.
No, not at all. It's been a very questionable one. It feels hesitant, and it keeps throwing them out. Mech try to do his best, but Reveal's just going all in on him. You can just feel SSG barreling down on the defensive line. And what, not even 18 seconds in, not even 20 seconds total, it's 2 up. This is the SSG that everybody was fearing throughout the group stage.
Again, right off the kickoff, you lose your boost. You try to make a play in front of the box with no boost, then you can do about it. You get dunked. M80 ran out to a 2-goal lead last game. We're unable to hold on to it now. They face a 2-goal deficit. Barely 30 seconds in, make it a 1-goal deficit. Space Station get caught out. You see Zach getting harassed from behind. Mech finally connects on a bump that he's been going for. Diaz narrowly missing Nolly, recognizing his team needed help there, just could not connect at the end. Nice heads-up play from Mech, who has been trying for that most of the series and actually connects this time. Wow, that's not it. He missed.
That's just one of those sounds that's gonna haunt you later on.
You just straight up missed the ball.
Yep.
He went supersonic. The ball stayed still.
Oh.
That's a goal, though. Space Station don't give this up. And M80 just can't get a handle on things. Nolly kicked that ball away. Life has no boost. Corner's not spawning for him. And look at the touch from Zach. Mech forced to dive across. By the time Mech is in the play, you're already praying. And that was just a perfect touch from Zach to get it across, and there was no chance Mech was getting to that ball.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, priorities in the wrong spot. This one almost lasered into the upper 90 there off kickoff. It's not going to stop them from trying to get on this one, though. It does throw itself on out. Zach tries to take a slow roller towards net, and here comes M80's first possession in quite some time. It was a slow one down towards net and immediately transitioned back out. Yeah, no boost. That is the story of the game for them.
The corner boost did just spawn for Nolly, and he didn't have to use any of it. They still can't get possession. Life gets his other corner. Nolly gets kicked out of the way. Mech will get the corner boosts. Boost issues going down now for M80, but ball possession still a problem. Life with space there and with boost, there's nobody around you. And he sees Mech downfield. He's trying to go get Mech. But they've left Fate up to the 50 game so often, and they have not won. It's like, if you've got space, you've got the Mechs. Why not use them? You want to hit Mech downfield. They've gone for that so many times. Mech doesn't even go for that one. Reveals all over it. That's exactly what's been happening.
I think it does have to be a level of understanding, though, you know, from M80 that SSG is just as mechanical as they are, and they've proved it not once, but now 4 times.
Look at Van Gogh here.
It's just
painting a pretty picture.
Everything they do at this point has just been gorgeous and honestly near flawless.
Reveal. Excellent weave there. The Space Station are absolutely crushing M80 in this game. This is the team that got reverse swept by NRG, which is not really a positive thing that I think, but it actually kind of is. So outside of that game 7, Space Station looked quite good. I was a little worried for M80 coming into this series. And they've just been so clean with it, taking advantage of it. Zach still producing. Beautiful Zen touch. Life has to chase him down. He's beat by the simple air roll, and Nolly's got no boost to do anything about it. But Zach's touch quality through the roof.
It's very rare to, we get that these player cams, you can have a small peek into what everybody is feeling in that moment. Noli was violently shaking his head no as that ball was going on in. You can sense the frustration, of course, as these goals start to build to, a very stressful mark that you almost can't come back from. 2 minutes does feel like a lot of time, but when you're down by 4 and you're still getting shots put on your net, it's like, what on earth can you do outside than just a full mental reset into the next game?
Yeah, M80 had the tactical timeout as well. Mech this time gets a good 50 and a bump to give life some space. But where's the threat? And around Mech, good control, gets around it. Look at Reveal, just sits right with Nolly that whole time. He doesn't have a ton of boost, but he's got less ground to cover. He never gave Nolly any room to get a jump early, and he was always in the way. Reveal had a splash moment or two in this series so far, but most of his other production has been quiet and steady. Reveal has been the biggest benefactor to Zach coming back to this team. He just looks like his old self. I mean, you have no answer right now.
No, none at all. It's such a good shout too to say that like he's felt better since Zach returning. It's a huge thing for the mental when you're able to play with friends, with people you know that can let you thrive a little bit there, and we've got nothing but that from this SSG roster. Diaz up to 1. He has to use his flip because not much in the tank. Is that mid boost take? The demo in front of him. He does have shot opportunity, but Noli managed to survive enough to keep him out.
And I think this is the big question for M80. We talk about life in Mech and how new they are to the North American scene, how new they are to the RLCS. Though they have the mechanics, they've had some standout moments. But when you start getting to the better teams in North America, how are you going to perform? Right now, have been really put through their paces. Only the veteran gets the 50 back up to life. Life back to Mech. Some good ideas, but then Reveal just off the ceiling, kicks the ball away, and hasn't that just been the story for M80? The ball's just too far away to do anything. Ball gets 50 down. Space Station, 1 more to go.
Match point has officially been claimed. SSG trying to take down M80 much quicker than they have in the past, and by the past I mean literally 2 days ago. So clearly, they've taken what they were up against, they've learned from it, and I think this hard-hitting, aggressive style, and also that boost, having that boost advantage of just really starving out M80, making them uncomfortable, is doing wonderful.
The winner of this goes on to play FUT, who have yet to drop a single game this weekend. Space Station only dropping a single game here to M80 so far. And that game, definitely the worst of them. The most goals scored in the game so far, but also just the most dominant front to back. Nick and company, how can they adjust? Sometimes really is just execution. I think that M80's execution just has not been there. Space Station are winning the small stuff, winning the 50-50s, getting the better touches. Great positioning from Reveal. Tough to beat right now.
Very tough to beat right now. Right now, Reveal and Zach alone, like you mentioned, that duo is playing very clean, and all Diaz has to do is be that solid all-around player, not even necessarily stuck on third. The SSG has had so much room to play around on the offensive front, and right now it just continues to be the same story as last.
So this time, Nolly will leave that kickoff, gave Mech a chance at it. Space Station got a challenge quickly off the kickoff. M80 trying to get some possession off kickoff, but they can't get anything right after that initial try. Reveal, good timing on the 50. Diaz coming in quick. Zach threads the needle. A little uncomfortable. Life kicks it back over to the corner. It gets harassed by Diaz on the way back.
In this corner here, M80, they really want to do that demo game, open up a path. Instead, it just annoyed Reveal enough into doing it to him. You saw that first, not only demo, but then the bump on Mech. Mech just tried to side flip out the way. He said, I'm still getting my second one.
running riot for reveal. There's no kill streaks in Rocket Leagues, no UAV. Luckily for him, he doesn't need one. Here's Zach downfield. He's got the goal. That might as well be the kill streak. Here's Mech. Trying to get something going. Life will take the 50. Off the ceiling with the reset. Dropped it down, but Space Station cover the gaps everywhere. And there's no play. Space Station get a clear.
There was also that big credit to Diaz too, right? Like you said, covering those little gaps. Him really rounding out this like high-powered, almost angry duo right now that want to close out this game. He's doing wonders. Noli trying to get the pass over to his teammate off the backboard. No space given though. All areas have been covered by SSG.
And still covered. Nolly just didn't even attempt going, knowing Zach was just going to jump right on top of him. This just looks like such a three-man passing play. Nobody from Space Station was even there. Everyone's rotating around, going to get boost. Somehow this is a shot for M80. It just looks so hard for M80 to control the ball.
Yeah,
It was a good touch.
You gotta also understand that SSG is so in their face right now.
But they weren't even there. That's what I mean. Is like they were completely free. There's nobody around even challenging them, and they're still smacking the ball around. Like Space Station are breathing down their necks. You gotta identify that space, find the control. They do get some here though.
Only to catch on it. A lot of these shot attempts are, you know, half taken. They're not even that intimidating at this point. Mech over one. It's a slow follow from Life. He does have that mid boost, but Zach still able to get around one. His follow comes up a little bit slow here. And SSG out to the other side.
Zach full tank. Nolly getting harassed by reveal. Zach somehow fished that way back to Diaz, and the crossbar comes back to haunt him, but he just gets back to the ball, preventing the shot, and reveal knocks Mech's attempt away. Even when Mech finds that first touch, it doesn't matter. Space Station then, all right, in your face. Here's another hit downfield, and Space Station hold on to this lead as M80 trying to hold on to the ball.
Big demo on Noli, but still enough power. It at least gives M80 a chance to take a shot. Mex was wide and slow. And SSG doing the same thing. They keep sending this one to the backboard on this one. M80 have at least managed to learn to cover it at almost all times at this point. 50 back. And SSG just lurking around. You hear the demos behind them. It's Noli just trying to give M80 a fighting chance out of their own side, but at this point, even the own goals are starting to come in.
Diaz fires catapult from the ceiling. Just got a chip. Actually, that's a blue trail. As it came off, but just on the challenge, it bounces back down off of the blue car, giving it, or bounces off the ceiling off the blue car, giving it a perfect angle down to the net. Impossible for M80 to save, and when it rains, it pours. M80 completely flooded right now.
Just a minute to go, and you still got to catch up by 2. Nothing off kickoff. M80 struggling to just have a turn with the ball at this point. Life's going to try and do it himself. Big shot on target. This could be what they need.
I think Life has scored every single goal for M80 in this series, and it's always this look. We just catch Space Station finally rotating back. Nobody's there to immediately challenge me. Oh, look, he's going for boost. I can shoot this, and he's still got to put immense power on the shot to get that goal. You take it if you're M80. You're alive in the series still. Now, Nolly had Life with him, and it's the wrong time to have a miscommunication.
Down over to Diaz. You knew that center was coming in. Taylor's oldest time with the Space Station roster. Just a classic center over their heads, no boost, and it's that no boost that has done them dirty so many times throughout this series.
Just a class game from Reveal, class series from Reveal. And when you have that roster of when they were with Kofer, Kofer was downfield all the time. reveal the great distributor, and he refills that role right here with Zach back on the team. Diaz picks up the save at the end of regulation, at the end of what looks like the series. Space Station put their heel on the head of M80, unable to do anything about it. It's a hard clear down the field and a hard win for Space Station.
Just an overall well-rounded performance. Not even one for the road home. It is denied. And a performance like that is what you're going to need if you're going up against FUT Esports, because that's what awaits them in the semifinal.
FUT have not dropped the game just yet. M80 unable to recreate a little bit of the magic that they had coming into today. Space Station, after getting reverse swept by NRG in gut punch fashion, they find themselves into the top 4 and a chance to play for the grand final in Zach's return after his very short retirement. What a game from Space Station. What a statement. What a way to warm up before you go and play FUT.
No, that it definitely is a great performance, especially when you are rematching against somebody in such a short period of time. That is the goal, right? To come back and win in an even better fashion than you had in the first. This was well-rounded, and like you said, props to Reveal overall. He just looked so solid and happy and excited to be there now that Zach is back. We'll see what SSG can give in their next series.
Now we move on to our semifinals here on Championship Sunday.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the
Is that right?
garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
Right. I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
back and forth. You thought it was a close series with 3 overtimes for the first 3 games, and then it wasn't close at all. 5-1 in game 4, 3-1 in game 2. SSG comes together in style and are now in the top 4. I'm joined by Reveal. Sir, congratulations on the win. I gotta quickly go back to yesterday, though. I want to hear about what was the team dynamic like after that reverse sweep, and what did you guys do between then and now to get to this victory?
I mean, we didn't really care because I thought the games were just unlucky, you know, that crossbar shot, that's just unlucky. So we didn't really change anything. We just came here today and played our game.
It certainly was unlucky, and I think that's a really healthy mindset you had there, and it paid off today. Looked really, really strong out there against M80. What was going on at the beginning of the series here against M80 that made it so close versus the end where you guys were able to run away with it?
Well, they came out very hard and fast, so we just had to just chill out and play our game. It was, yeah.
Well, you played it well here. I want to ask, speaking of playing your game, I want to ask what's it like playing with Zach again? And were you excited when you heard he was going to be coming back on the team?
Of course, yeah. He's my best friend.
Yeah. Do you ever call him Scribbles still? Do you make that mistake?
Oh yeah, I always call him Scribbles.
Yeah. Well, I gotta ask, man. You got in the semifinals here. You're going up against FUT Esports. They are 19-0 in this tournament. They have yet to lose. What's the game plan? How are you going to give them that first L?
We're just gonna play our game and hopefully we can come out on top.
Hey, playing the game, the name of the game here for Space Station. Reveal, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. Good luck in the semifinals.
Thank you.
All right, Gibbs, they are playing their game. You heard it from the man.
They're playing their game, and that game is score a lot of goals against M80. They just absolutely, the offensive firepower was absolutely fantastic. M80, you know, they kept up with them in that first game. Nolly with the good pass and play out to life. But after that, Space Station Gaming putting on the offensive show.
Man, the musty from life was so nice. If only there was more that M80 had to look at. That was nice because, man, Space Station were the better unit front to back. I felt like there was some issues on defense and ball handling from M80. There was so many times where they actually had space and it looked like they didn't think they had space and they'd just be knocking the ball around between themselves, unable to gain any momentum and move down the field. And Space Station were winning 50s on no boost, where you wouldn't think they had any business winning those 50s. Here they were just ripping the ball away. Reveal had such an excellent series. Loved how he looked all series long.
Yeah, we've seen too, I don't know if you know the Willem Dafoe meme where he's looking up. There was times when we saw that with M80, on the goal line, oh no, and then they're all above them. Space Station just going for the plays. So Space Station looking fantastic, continuing, their awesome performance all weekend long.
There was a really impactful moment, I felt like, at the end of Game 2 overtime where SSG got the win. You saw on the player cams, they popped off almost like they had won a series. It just seemed really impactful. And if you think about it, that was their first win in 6 games, which, as much as Reveal wants to say that they didn't care about the reverse sweep loss and then that they were like, it's just unlucky, it's fine, let's go next. And that's probably how they felt about it. You still know as a competitor, when you've lost 5 games in a row, they finally getting it back to okay, we can win, we can do this. That's a big deal. And from that point on, they didn't lose again. So 4-1 through. SSG has a match with FUT Esports. Can they be the team to finally give them their first loss here in this bracket? We'll find out here in just a little bit. But let's hop to the bottom side of the bracket. Shopify Rebellion took quick care of business against StrictlyBiz earlier today. And now they've got their hands full with the reigning Rocket League champions of the world. NRG versus Shopify Rebellion, round 2 for this tournament. First round went cleanly to NRG here, Gibbs.
And this used to be a contest. I feel like last season we saw First Killer versus NRG. It was NRG 5-2, but First Killer got a big win at the Birmingham Major to make it to that grand final. So there has been times when he would challenge NRG for that top spot in North America. But so far this season, that has not happened at all. He hasn't even won a single game against NRG at this point. So NRG is 2-0 with 2 sweeps. So it is going to be a difficult test. NRG yesterday, I felt like didn't play at their best, but that's kind of what NRG does. They don't play at their best, and they easily win these matches anyway. They won 4 games in a row versus Space Station Gaming. Can they continue that here? Rebellion, First Killer, let's see what they got.
Yeah, I mean, Rebellion's offense looks so much better. I really like how Rebellion have looked. I was a little worried at the start of that Strictly Business series, but after that, they looked exactly how I expected them to. I expect this to be close. You know, we say NRG, well, they weren't at their best yesterday. They still looked real good. Daniel's the big one that I'm looking at, though. If we're going to pick one player that didn't perform to expectation throughout the series, it is Daniel. And if Daniel finds his form, then NRG probably look unbeatable again. It's just so hard to get by this team. But I think this new look Rebellion offense, I want to see how NRG's defense handles it.
Yeah, we're going to see Kofor talked about like in the interview that they're being more aggressive. I really feel like it's more he's being more aggressive, and I think we're kind of seeing that because I felt like a Rebellion overall was a little bit passive in their last match, except for Kofor, who is moving up the field a lot more, which is what he used to do on his former teams and excelled at that. So we'll see if that continues here. I feel like they absolutely have to do that to take down NRG.
Yeah, and we were saying that maybe NRG didn't look their best yesterday, but they still came out with the win. And in the interview with Coach South, he was talking about how there's kind of this switch that Beast Mode can flip to then just be to really level up and become this better player this team needs. Which we were talking about that later on. Me and Gibbs and some of the other casters about like, what does that mean? Like, why doesn't he just flip the switch in the beginning of game 1 and just win 4-0, right? And it's less about the fact that like he can just decide to be better, but more when his team is struggling, how does he have what it takes to find that skill that he knows? Can he deal with the mental weight of we're not playing well and still find a way to be the best player in the world? And that is a thing that he can do it. And how instantaneous that change can be. It'll just seem like in a moment, like a switch flips and suddenly he's in that level up game. The fact that he was able to do that in a situation where they had to reverse sweep and they did so successfully is terrifying. Not only are NRG 2-0 against this Shopify Rebellion team, they are 4-0 in the last meetings against Shopify as an organization, and they've won 10 games straight. They have had Shopify's number for a while. Jorby, who you got?
So my favorite head-to-head matchup in North America is First Killer versus Atomic. They've been playing like together and against each other for over 10 years, and Atomic's got the better of it. Atomic's got the better team. NRG win this one. I think it's going to be close. I think Rebellion get really close. I think it's going to be 7 again, but I just think that Beast Mode Company too powerful.
Fun fact as well. When we're talking about Atomic, watch for his first assist of this series. It'll be his 1,000th career assist, chat. Kind of a fun thing you can watch for. Gibbs, who you got?
Rebellion, normally I would be more on their side of things where there's some momentum, and I gotta hate on NRG a little bit, but I didn't like what I saw out of Rebellion in that first match. I have NRG winning this one pretty cleanly. I'll give a Rebellion 1 game. It's gonna be 4-1.
It's Championship Sunday, and if NRG wins, First Killer gets another 4th finish. I feel like this one's NRG's game to win. I feel like the history would be on their side here. I do think it's going to be close. I don't think it goes to game 7. I think we go to game 6. But let's see. Fan favorites as well. NRG, reigning world champs, best team in North America. Can they prove them right here, or do Shopify start to write a new story, folks? The winner of this gets to play for the title of North American Regional Champion here in Open 4 and more or less secure a spot in Paris, folks. Don't forget to get your tickets if you want to watch these teams play. I bet we'll see them both there. But for now, we get to see them play right here online. NRG versus Shopify Rebellion.
A matchup where most people would look at these guys and go, all right, this is your grand final, right? Nope, it's in the semis. Fate has brought Shopify Rebellion and NRG together. Game 1 brought to you by Progressive. Here we go.
This is going to be a really interesting one, mainly because the last time Shopify Rebellion didn't get swept by NRG was in the Birmingham Open Major 2. So it has been quite some time for them to try and get a grip on this NRG squad. Otherwise, it is just the same old, same old.
First Killer looking for an early strike, which he was able to do early and often against Strictly Business. But not this time. Now Kofor up to the skies, up against Beast Mode. Big step up here for Shopify Rebellion as LJ will pass one across. First Killer's there, and Beast Mode stops him. Boy, it's just a different level now with these two on the field. Still scoreless here in the first minute, despite 3 great opportunities coming from Rebellion. Now Beast Mode. Oh, Atomic, he's there on the doorstep, and NRG strikes first.
I was gonna say, so far it really has been the same story as before, and just like that, it's beast mode to the center to Atomic, and I believe, no, that's not Thousand. Thousand is the other way around. It's gotta be him to assist, no?
Correct, yeah. He's got 9 and 9 for the tournament, though. His 9th goal to go with his 9 assists. It's Kofor now up the ladder, met by Daniel. You talk about how Shopify Rebellion was able to sit on a lead. NRG have done that time and time again and frustrated every single team in the land. Oh, here goes Atomic again. Right at LJ. Daniel looking to clean up. Nope, he'll just turn off here, realize he was beaten. And now it's Rebellion that does need to counterattack, and beast mode just jackhammers that one away.
Another big clear down. Kofor was a really big difference maker for his team yesterday, and I think NRG are going to recognize that and try and put the stops on him. Another shot on target on net.
There it is.
Straight down.
Atomic gets credit for an assist on this. Even though it wasn't one of his passes, he's still running forward. Beast mode the goal, and for Atomic, 1,000 career assists, the first in North America to reach that milestone. He joins Corsos and Fever in Oceania at the 1K helper mark, and he may get another here. No, as beast mode brings one off the crossbar and then still recovers to get that away from first killer.
Out mid is Atomic, even on no boost, still goes for that center there. Daniel plays this one back, gonna take the boost away just to inconvenience Kofor and slow down any Shopify Rebellion attack. Just hand it off to LJ. Everything from Shopify just feels a bit slow and lackluster right now as NRG work together to get out of their half. It was the pass to beast mode that gives them the breakaway.
Daniel deleted, no problem. Atomic's still there as the safety valve, and he'll guide that out to the side. Every time Shopify Rebellion have had some momentum, even a numbers advantage hasn't mattered as Atomic lets Kofor go on by. No boost in the tank and still able to escape out of the defensive zone. And then this pinches all the way to the corner, and Kofor has recovered. He is all the way back to start another counterattack for the Rebels.
50 down, first killer to pinch all the way around on this. Forced to go
Beast
for the
mode hit
center.
first killer into that ball to send it away.
Saw beast mode on that. He got forced into it.
Oh, Atomic. No one better at setting up his teammates. Beast mode to lob one over in Atomic's direction, but he was all the way back. He's got to play defender now and does so with beast mode screening LJ off the play. That's a big win by Kofor. Daniel will just catch this, bring it to the back wall, dance around LJ, dance around first killer. Now there's only one to beat, and Kofor makes the stop.
Beast mode's been himself the same as normal, just really taking initiative for this NRG squad to get taken into that blue side here around the corner again. Most that Shopify Rebellion can do right now is just defend. That's all they've been given the space to do. Although with only one save accredited to them, it feels like so much more. Beast mode off the crossbar, first kill, great save on out. This will slow him down.
That's a missed opportunity, and it's gonna cost him. This ball never stops as LJ gets the feed out to Kofor, caught Atomic on the way back. You ping one off the crossbar with a chance to put the game away, and all of a sudden, it's back to a one-goal game.
Off kickoff, you get 2 from Shopify. Beast mode is already up, ready to go. Pinch off the ceiling to Atomic, takes his time. First killer will make sure that backboard is nice and defended. 30 seconds left to go, still trailing by 1. Here comes Kofor trying to get a tight shot on net. NRG still prevailing.
I'm winding down. It's about to be a 2-goal game again. Atomic with his second. He's had a hand in all 3 goals here for NRG, scoring 2 of them. Beast mode, the exact opposite, and that's surely got to do it. A great setup, better finish. Shopify Rebellion only has 21 seconds. Now, granted, they've been great on kickoff so far today, but that's against a different opponent. And Atomic there to snuff out the quick run downfield, and that should just about do it. LJ will have a look here, and Beast Mode just lets him go by again. Daniel to the backboard. Will there be any more for NRG? They certainly don't need it. They've got game one.
All, roads have always led to NRG, and it's looking like it's the same. Shopify Rebellion, they've had such an incredible weekend, but it's almost like every time you are met up against the giants that are NRG, there is no stopping them. And Atomic, well-rounded out, like we saw, getting his 1,000th career assist, helping out with 3 of those saves and shots to his name. On top of it, coming out with MVP honors and for great rights. NRG, they're allowing every single person to thrive today on their road to another final.
And there is, you don't really see Atomic get a touch on the 1,000th assist that he got, because he really did. He just kind of pushed it downfield. Normally somebody hits a milestone and they actually have like something that belongs on the highlight reel. Not the case for Atomic, but that's kind of been his career. He hasn't been the guy that's been all over the highlight reel. He has just made his teammates better, even going all the way back to like the days with Ghost, definitely the days with Envy. I used to say when we were doing like the team stream for Team Envy that you could put a dime anywhere on the field and he would hit it with a pass. He has been great for his entire career. I mean, you have to have a lot of career longevity to hit a milestone like that. And as you can see, the first in North America to hit 1,000 assists. Now that that's out of the way, now we can get back to some normal Rocket League. Go over to Forbidden Temple for game 2 after NRG takes the first one 3-1. What do they have for an encore?
Pretty standard here. First killer does get that back boost pad. He's gonna play this one out to the ground. That little bit of defense there still keeps this in possession for Shopify. They have shot opportunity, tries to make the delay. Hand already was up, but Kofer cannot be stopped quite yet.
Kofer's got both goals for Shopify Rebellion. Atomic did what he could, but nobody could get a hand up on Kofer's rebound effort. LJ had 7 goals yesterday against Next to New. First killer dropped in 7 earlier today against Strictly Business. Maybe it's Kofer's time to go off, as he's got them both right now for SR. First killer has Kofer forward, and Atomic will clear this off the backboard.
And Atomic staying on that backboard there, it's a good shout, because Shopify Rebellion does tend to go there quite often if they don't have the space for those passing plays. We heard in the interview before, Kofer said that they are coming into this with a lot more aggression than everybody should be used to from them, so they're going to see if that pattern is true or not. LJ upfield, Daniel just immediately sends it back, and well, for Shopify Rebellion, not much seems to have changed.
Hard out of the corner there from Daniel, but first killer's all over it. I know there are a lot of people that do want to see Kofer, kind of like the space station Kofer, kind of the old Kofer, where, he can just go off and score 1,000,000 goals. And that's all well and good. He'll settle for the win. And I think that's part of a maturation process that a lot of young pros kind of have to go through, where the pendulum swings one way or the other, right? Where you're kind of hyper aggressive, and then you settle into kind of a team rotation, and you take a lot of that edge off. I think LJ kind of dealt with that a lot, where it was like, okay, when is he going to get selfish again? When is he going to be the guy again? And we've seen spurts of that this weekend out of LJ. What a win, though, by Beast Mode! Oh, my!
Beast Mode just says, don't worry, I'll be selfish enough for everybody on the field. It's the musty forward into the dunk to really just let them know who's boss. Tied game to NRG.
Well, that is how you respond after an early space station, or rather, Rebellion goal. Got SSG on the mind. We may see them in the finals. They have looked impressive this weekend, but right now it's all about NRG and Rebellion. Who will get there in this half of the bracket? First killer, seemingly from a standstill, able to get plenty of momentum forward. Who will blink next between NRG and Shopify?
So far, Shopify hasn't changed too much. Granted, they like we've said before, they said they're coming into this with a new play style. Same can be said for NRG. It's a battle of resilience between the two. Pass over to LJ off the backboard. Who's there to follow? It's First Killer. Has to play it high down to himself, but 2 up from NRG. And had that been any more centered, that would have been a wide open net for NRG.
Well, First Killer running on here after the decoy in the air. Rebellion did get very lucky not to have conceded a goal there to NRG, but they'll take that good fortune. Coming up on the 2-minute mark now. Gopher gliding through. Beast Mode just patiently waiting along the ground. That's a loose ball for Atomic. Beast Mode still forward. Atomic's going to call his own number, and LJ swats that one away. Daniel's shot just over the bar.
First Killer trying to get past Beast Mode on this one. Again, has to play it to himself. Atomic just already waiting, lurking in the mid. That mid line just constantly covered by this NRG squad. Rare clear out. It was First Killer and LJ to try and finish the attack. But I will say that third man is getting scarily close to the mid line for Shopify Rebellion. It doesn't matter this time, as NRG was already in their half.
Game 1, the shots were equal, 8 apiece. But the 3 goals from Atomic and Beast Mode made all the difference. Just about equal this time around. 5 shots for Shopify Rebellion. They had the first goal. NRG looking for a lead here. Beast Mode running on, and Kofer jumps in the way and gets that around Atomic. They've got Daniel at the back. Beast Mode coming in to help as well, but Daniel doesn't need him. Makes the initial stop. Beast Mode trying to bump Kofer away from the corner. Getting real physical here in the final minute. LJ gonna take his effort. Not happening. Kofer will try. Got it around the boards at least. And just nothing but possession. No shots on target coming out of that trip downfield.
I like this cheeky little thing I had seen in the back end of it. And it was LJ did a boost steal there from Beast Mode. Just kind of made him a little bit awkward. Not enough to do too much here. First Killer trying to make a center. Instead it 50s back for NRG. 14 seconds on the clock here. One last big push from NRG. Daniel up top. Beast Mode next. Can he take some sort of a shot? See, instead it's a Shopify Rebellion attempt. First Killer popped up over to LJ. LJ takes his time. He down. It's a killed ball. Instead it's going to be fought for in overtime.
Holding goal here at the Temple. As Rebellion have been great today on kickoffs, but they've been facing pressure early on these restarts from NRG. Good back pass to Daniel. Slam it to the backboard. First Killer waiting, and there's no rebound.
Daniel, Beast Mode, and Atomic in their side. You see that powerful reset forward. First Killer cuts it off as quickly as it starts.
This is similar to what NRG did to Rebellion at the end of regulation. They tried to starve them out. Got a couple boost steals here. Daniel, cheeky flick up to the backboard, and still nothing there. Beast Mode trying to get around First Killer. Atomic looking to angle towards center. Got the pass away. Daniel's there. LJ's got to be careful, and he does have that away around 1. And then only off of Beast Mode, off to the corner. And that's a great job by Rebellion, not getting starved out. And they're rewarded with a brief look at the other side of the field.
And it is short-lived. Atomic makes that center to Beast Mode. They double commit from Shopify Rebellion. Although LJ manages to get them out, that is not a good sign in overtime.
7 shots now for Rebellion, but it's NRG looking for their 6th for the winner. And no shot there from Daniel. Beast Mode now off to the side, looking to bring it back central, and Daniel just, I don't know if he tried to pinch that across. If so, it's one of the saddest things you can have happen as a Rocket League player. Looking for a pinch and you just pancake it.
It's just one of those like hard side moments, and you keep going. Now he's getting all whacked as he tried to get that ball there. It's LJ on 2. Atomic to follow up. First Killer. Everybody from Shopify Rebellion taking a turn, trying to challenge each member of NRG, and not necessarily failing as they all get demoed into that half. A new strat to keep NRG back.
Oh, Beast Mode's got this one away, and had Daniel downfield, went opposite him. And Atomic realizes he didn't have the boost or the time to go after this ball, so he'll let Daniel take it from midfield. Atomic now underneath. One more touch to center. There's the top assist guy in North America, but it's Beast Mode getting credit for it as Daniel picks a fine time to add his first of the series, and NRG's up 2-0.
Full commit from NRG in the final moments of that play there, and just forced themselves through in that net. Little frustrating for NRG in a couple of moments there, but all cool, calm, and collected, and not quite the same can be said for Rebellion. They get pushed into a position where they will be calling their first timeout.
Shots have been equal in this series, both games, even with the overtime. But the goals certainly have not. Still favoring NRG. They get the overtime winner out of Daniel on the, I don't know, what was it, third chance effort for NRG on that trip downfield. And NRG, the reigning world champs, in the driver's seat, going to DFH Stadium after a brief pause here from Violent Panda and Shopify Rebellion.
It's been such an interesting, lay of the land, like you talked about, it being the same shots per game, yet two very, very different stories in front of us. Despite the shots being equal, you can tell that NRG just have so much more confidence with how much control they have out on the field. It is Shopify Rebellion just kind of not necessarily begging for some playtime on that ball, but like really trying to almost, and it feels rude to say for how incredible of a team this is, but punching up to try and get this ball and have a turn with it. So NRG have come into this one with a little bit more fire behind them, especially after yesterday. I think that almost reverse sweep or the reverse sweep situation that they had been placed in really let them know that they got to come into a lot of these series and just show up and close out.
Every time I watch these teams, especially these two teams, play each other, I'm reminded of just how old I am and how long we've been at this. And I can vividly remember casting Violent Pandas games. I can vividly remember casting Sathiu's early games in his career. Two guys who have been great ambassadors for the sport and now leading the top two squads, for my money, in North America into DFH Stadium. It's NRG with the 2-0 advantage. Shopify Rebellion trying to bring it back. See what they've got cooked up on this kickoff following their one timeout here in this best-of-7 semifinal. DFH the backdrop as NRG looks to get one step closer to another North American final.
Kofer tried to make the across field pass to LJ, and it is the same as before, and you'll see it again. It's beast mode on the attack. Double down. Daniel just goes straight for the bump, trying to give Atomic some sort of the opportunity to shoot, but Shopify a little bit quicker on this one as far as throwing a hand up to slow down NRG. Now that Daniel's getting involved like that, it's just one more piece of the puzzle to figure out for Shopify Rebellion.
First killer didn't have much of the tank. He'll be grateful actually for that free 30. As Atomic lets that one waterfall down from Daniel. Now beast mode with NRG just holding all the cards here. Daniel races to the corner boost, won by LJ. And LJ will have that ball away. That could have been very, very dangerous for the Rebellion defense. Now Kofer going right down Main Street. Daniel's got the easy save, and Atomic will get this in stride. It looked like he was going to, and Kofer hung with him. Daniel just throw it at the net now. See if something good happens. It might for NRG. Oh, LJ with a save, falling from the backboard.
Right now, if you are Shopify Rebellion, your defense has to be absolutely on lock. They're doing the best they can with what they've got in the tank. LJ down, Kofer wants to get a pinch. He does get the pinch to clear. First killer is going to hang around, though, waiting for that boost to spawn. It just allowed enough of a gap. My goodness.
That reminds me of Cookser. Somebody tried to pinch against him, and then he showed him how it was done. Kofer. Downfield, Daniel just matching him stride for stride. Waiting for, again, a gap to open up here. NRG have made the most of their opportunities. They've created so many in this series. First killer now. With an eye towards Daniel. LJ's got nothing in the tank. He'll just throw it towards the net. Nobody there to crash in. And Beast Mode will have it away. Always have to play the long game here against either of these teams. Get incremental advantages to slowly get somebody out of position. Wear them down a little bit. Stretch the defense. Burn their boost. Then 150, one shot away from opening it up. Just feels like it's such a long road to get there, though, and nobody particularly close.
No, it is really, truly, it is just a repeat again. The last time these two faced off was in that upper bracket semifinal of Group B. It was a 3-0 in favor of NRG. First two were one-goal games, but it was that final moment of the series where it was just a complete shutout, 7-2. And it's looking to feel the same way, although less scoring on this side. Although things could change here as Beast Mode tries to go forward. It's Atomic up next from the ceiling. LJ tried to get the bump on Beast Mode. Instead, it just clears a spot, and all three members of Shopify just swirling around the net. But that is not where you want to be. Want to be on the other end of the field that just can't give themselves a chance.
Daniel still having himself an impressive game here. He's got 2 of the 6 shots for NRG, but also one of their 2 saves, a critical one. Back down there about 20 seconds ago. Beast Mode here, collecting along the back wall, even though Kofer's got the bump. Oh, that ball just falls harmlessly to the ground with Atomic and LJ just kind of looking at each other awkwardly. Beast Mode got the demo and the boost, but Kofer is the one who comes away with possession. First killer now. Oh, the flip reset. Not able to stay with the play. This drops down, and first killer's back into the play, but Beast Mode's the better of the 2 on this exchange. Just seems like they're destined to play forever, but nobody breaking the scoreless deadlock.
I fear aggression for Shopify is not the answer right now. It's almost a patient game right on goal line. That patience I was talking about does pay off, though, for NRG. Look at this. Beast Mode was up. But you see the lurk in the back from Atomic. He's done that so many times where he's just a little bit further ahead than normal as that second man, and he just strikes right when the moment is right.
Beast Mode's first touch so important there as well. Everybody flying right by him. And now he's looking to put the game away. Only LJ in his path, but he's good enough. Atomic gets nudged away from the play. Daniel diving in, and Kofer making sure Atomic doesn't get another shot off, but first killer eats a demo as well. LJ's got to make a quick turn on this. Does get around Beast Mode. Can he beat them all? No, Daniel the save again. Out to the wing. Another pass across intended for LJ. Kofer now, they're just a little too slow. First killer. Got to put the team on his shoulders. Can Kofer find him? It's going to fall to LJ instead. Nobody's forward for Rebellion, and NRG have 3 in a row.
Just a very classic showing from NRG. Truly nothing out of the ordinary. They're not exhausting themselves. They're not doing anything more than what they need, because Rebellion, the new plan, unfortunately, is just not enough against this squad. If anything, it's setting up Atomic and Daniel to have even more free range with this ball than normal a little bit, although across the board it is fairly equal participation for NRG.
So NRG in a somewhat familiar position. I mean, they've certainly been up 3-0 in many series in their time together over the years. But just yesterday, they themselves were staring down the barrel of an 0-3 deficit. Able to drag it all the way back against Space Station Gaming. Now Rebellion, tasked with doing the same. On a day where, again, they've gotten off to slow starts really all weekend long. But the slow start today, not very long-lived. They dropped the first game against Strictly Business, then won 4 in a row. They've since lost 3 in a row here because they have not found an answer for the Stonewall NRG defense. Only 2 goals in 3 games. Something's got to give here at Utopia, else NRG will sweep their way to ho-hum yet another final.
We're about 5 minutes of regulation away from that. We'll see how quickly that goes by. Daniel down, follow beast mode. What else can you say?
Just overwhelmed them. Gopher makes the initial stop, then he disappears. And at first killer's all alone. Exclamation point help.
This NRG squad truly is something special. Even when there's times where you're like, oh, they're gonna waver a little bit, right? It has been the same team for so long. Somehow Sathu and the boys just continue to find new ways to challenge the entirety of North America in these online finals. Beast mode, 50's out. Daniel already there ready to catch it. And 30 seconds into this, there hasn't been much change from Shopify.
A first killer with a good win there. LJ's got to get up there quick, and beast mode stops first killer, and then he may pounce on that too as a wayward touch from Kofer leads to this counterattack. Beast mode doesn't have the second touch though, and first killer will take it away. Opportunity gone by the wayside for NRG, but they're going to have plenty more, you can imagine. Atomic out towards beast mode. Here we go again.
Little battle here out in the mid. They try to make the pass over to Kofer. 2 up from NRG, even on low boost. Still managed to make that save. Almost had that clear out, but LJ will stop them. It's a really good commit there from LJ, and I like that level of aggression because they gave them shot opportunity, but what they did with it was wrong.
It was wide open. It's tough to get around on that angle for ordinary humans. Not for these guys. Missed opportunity for Rebellion. Kofer's got to get this. They got to put that out of their mind. Oh, he did a great job staying with that play. An awkward ball coming off the backboard. Now Atomic all alone up at the front. Daniel coming in with support. And then Atomic just trying to pick first killer's pocket from behind. And Kofer can't do much with this play. Beast mode now. Looking to double the NRG advantage, but not this time. First killer's in the way.
Right now, 1 is seeming to be more than enough. They're letting Shopify play their game here. Pinball around up on the ceiling, another shot wide, and as soon as NRG make that first initial clear, they just allow Daniel or Atomic to follow it up. It's beast mode that's racing back, but this time not fast enough. First killer finally makes that catch out on him. You saw him work together with Kofer to get around, and that's what I was talking about. Usually it's beast mode racing back in time. This time they just didn't expect that level of swiftness to come out from FK.
Yeah, that's a great give and go from Kofer and first killer. Back to level footing as beast mode stops Kofer right out in front. Now beast mode again. He's got Atomic underneath. LJ wayward off the corner. Daniel's shot deflected out by first killer, but a lazy rebound, and beast mode's there on the other side.
It's a beast mode way to make up for what just happened, Daniel. It was a really powerful shot on net, and despite the fact that there had been 2 defenders in the net, beast mode still has the placement in their favor. Back off kickoff, back in lead. NRG, gotta see what they're working with here.
Beast mode quickly out of the corner there and goes to LJ. And he makes up for it, jumping ahead of first killer. Now Daniel with only Kofer to beat, but he ran out of gas. LJ was there to pester him as well. First killer got to take over. Now it falls to Kofer, and the shot goes well wide. And Daniel's got this clear. It is nothing but free real estate in front. Daniel walks it home, 3-1.
This is just classic NRG, and the last time that they caught...
Did he actually? He did! Oh no, you can't do that to them! Oh, Shopify had been in the shell all of last round, and now Daniel turtles on him. Oh, and look at this, payback! Kofer got him back within 1.
I'm sorry, there is no amount of shots that you could take right now to come back from the aura dip that just went down. I turned on the stream immediately just to see the face cams. I've never seen all 3 members of NRG smiling and laughing that much on an online event.
That's because half the time they don't have the cameras on. Beast Mode out in front looking for Atomic as he'll pass that across. Atomic's there this time. Scramble time now for Shopify Rebellion, still down a goal. Imagine if Daniel's Turtle's the game winner. It won't be, as Cooper has taken it personally. 4 goals in the series now and level ground in game 4.
Not too shabby on this one. Right, they are coming back into it. It is tight game, less than 90 to go here. And Shopify Rebellion, you've got a long road ahead of themselves, but they are taking 1 step forward in the right direction.
LJ making sure to get this out of harm's way to the corner, but now Beast Mode has options. Daniel coming on and being chased away by Kofer, as LJ with no boost in the tank at all is able to get that past Atomic. Oh, Kofer had to respect the touch by Atomic that time. Oh, another rebound that ends up right out in front. Beast Mode not there to punish them this time. There he is. We get to the final minute. Going headhunting, took out Kofer. First killer's got to be real careful as he let that one get away. Waiting for the boost to spawn, and that's perfect for him.
Not too bad right now on this. Another demo out top. First killer going to try and recover. Can he get anything off the backboard? No, Beast Mode already up. It's a shot. Oh, Kofer just off the post. Shopify Rebellion just trying to swarm and make these quick cuts back out from mid. They can't seem to find each other until now. It's first killer over to LJ to take the lead.
By how quickly is LJ up for this? Sees the pass. Perfect placement where Beast Mode can't reach it. The slimmest of margins on a laser beam pass from first killer gives LJ his first goal of the series. Will it be the one that extends this semifinal? Rebellion on possession. Kofer, no. LJ just wasting more time. NRG's got to move though. 15 seconds in this closeout opportunity. Good win by Beast Mode. He's already in the air, trying to limit first killer's options. Little chip shot from Daniel. Down to 5 seconds as LJ doing a little victory lap perhaps. Got to get this down to ground. First killer has just about done so, but not enough. NRG never out of it. LJ to try and spike it down. Can Atomic catch up? There's no way, right? There's absolutely no way NRG pulls this off, but Beast Mode kept it up. No way. Atomic's already in the air, and that will touch down. Rebellion, hang on.
You keep saying no way, and it looked like there was always another chance, but for Rebellion this time, it works out. The 1 goal to LJ's name is what keeps them in the series and their finals hopes alive.
This is the only game so far in the series where Shopify Rebellion has outshot NRG. And Daniel's turtle goal is not enough to bury the Rebels. Not yet. Not at Utopia.
It's just such an insane shot to be taking in the middle of a series, but you're up 3-0. You see his face.
This is the equalizer, I believe it was, from Kofer. And then watch first killer. Sees LJ, and what a pass. Right on the nose.
So clean.
So now those 4. It's only 1 game, but that's what we said about Space Station yesterday. It's only 1 game. Then it's 2. Then it's 3. Then it's timeout. And then it's, oh no. That's what NRG did to SSG yesterday. We could still see those 2 in the final, but first, the world champs have a Rebellion on their hands. Here we go.
To the kickoff. 1 foot forward in the race from Shopify Rebellion. They've been trailing this entire time. Daniel raced it forward, tries to go for the dunk. The follow is slow. NRG respects Shopify in that play there. Allows them some time to go upfield.
That's a great touch by Kofer to set up first killer, but nothing on that shot at all. And now Daniel will just boom this away, only as far as LJ in the corner, and that's a great redirect to get this to the backboard, as Atomic sends it down with Beast Mode already forward. You gotta keep your head on a swivel defensively here, as First Killer just guides that out to the corner, trying to, again, wear down the NRG defense, try to get them out of position. Not happening on this occasion, even despite the demos.
A little bit of a power struggle here for this ball as well. It's been back and forth, but Shopify are playing their last 2 men a little bit further back on this one. Almost going into their old ways there, just because of what they've been taking out into the field. Hasn't quite been working against this NRG squad. First Killer up next to 50 down on Atomic and Beast Mode to make the clear on out. And Beast Mode will slowly, not necessarily take a shot, but fake it. And here comes Shopify Rebellion's turn.
He was just out of his reach going for the flip reset. Daniel throws one across. Beast Mode can get onto this one for sure. Good enough first touch. Saucered it over to Atomic. Beast Mode chasing down Kofer into the net, but Atomic got caught too far forward, and Kofer strikes again.
Kofer, he spots this from way downfield too. As long as these are on center, you can find these rare moments of catching NRG just a bit too far, a little bit overconfident, and you can make use of it. And they do. That first lead out to Shopify.
Kofer having himself a series, and maybe it is indeed his turn. Already up to 5 goals now. Atomic. Tough angle against Kofer. Daniel. Second touch into the corner, but easily dismissed by First Killer. All the way across towards LJ, but finding Daniel instead. It is Rebellion with the 1-0 advantage, but not for long. Beast Mode ties it up.
Beast Mode has quite truly been on one today. He is not allowed his team to stay behind for much longer than a minute at a time, let alone the 30 seconds here since the last. And off kickoff, we'll see what cards are going to be dealt on both ends. Atomic has his time with the ball. Can he fake it down? No, Kofer has a read. Beast Mode bumps him out for the attempt, and they still make their clear.
Daniel had that demo to open the net wide open for Beast Mode to tie up Game 5. He's had his presence felt in every facet of the game. Looking for an assist now, maybe a goal. Kofer jumps in front, so he couldn't get any momentum on the shot. Beast Mode actually wins the race to the boost. Atomic has plenty too. Really, they've got a monopoly on the boost, but couldn't get the ball back towards the Shopify Rebellion end. Now Beast Mode. Kick out, try to dive bomb onto First Killer. Just a little bit too slow, and Rebellion survives. Got a demo in the air, taking out Daniel, but Atomic the initial save. Beast Mode sends that out to the side as well.
There's been so much patience from First Killer as well. Although he finally had to turn on that ball, he is going to have to race back with Kofer. They make that boost steal, but right now, the patience that they are playing with this is not enough. You are running out of time, 1:45 on the clock, and although it is a tied game, you need to make that stretch ahead of NRG. Over to Beast Mode. Beast Mode, no center given. Instead, it's a powerful clear from First Killer around the corner.
Kofer erased as First Killer dives in. LJ will win the race to the boost. He's got the ball as well. Flip reset, couldn't get by Beast Mode, as Atomic will finish off the clearance for the world champs. LJ can turn on this though. Coming up on the final minute. Crunch time yet again for Rebellion. This Kofer quickly out to First Killer. He got a touch on this, but nobody else forward. LJ gave it a look. He'll at least go up to the heavens this time, but it's Atomic with Daniel running forward. Kofer the stop. Give him another Savior medal. Give him everything in this series. He has been brilliant for the Rebels.
He really and truly has. This is a stand-up performance for him, I would at least say, as far as this weekend is concerned. But this is do or die. Beast Mode sends it back. First Killer immediately to the return. Daniel up to kill this ball down out mid, and all members of Shopify Rebellion commit on this one. Despite the demo, they're still pushing forward.
Think if LJ didn't get an extra touch on that, First Killer was going to be able to run onto one. Now Atomic with minimal boost. So too is LJ. Kofer's got plenty. Try to kick that back out towards First Killer. Get it away from NRG. One slip of rotation could be costly. As NRG have found out in this game, as Atomic makes the save along the goal line. Beast Mode was there too. And he'll just try to skim this one away. First Killer off the ceiling, and Atomic drops it down. We'll have sudden death at Parc de Paris.
On kickoff, it's Kofor that's been doing it all. He's gonna try to do it again here. Has his time, has his flip to First. Sent off by Daniel. It's LJ to follow. And can he find him? Yes!
Same exact play that won the last game. This time it's LJ to Kofor on the money. And we play on.
This version of Rebellion is going to be able to continue to win games, but they are taking their sweet time fighting NRG twice in overtime to win is insanity. But they've done it, and I like this initiative from them to recognize when Kofor needs to be the one to be let off the reins. So props to them, because you stressed out NRG enough to make them take their timeout.
NRG will take a timeout. Sathu's got a real problem on his hands. They gave him a gift. That one clearance that went over Atomic. They caught NRG being a little too aggressive. NRG did answer, but LJ, mirror image of the pass that First Killer served up to him last game. He's got the helper on Kofor's 6th goal of this series, an OT winner to keep us dancing to Neo Tokyo.
We'll see now what changes have been made. Something I saw that was really interesting in the final moments of that last game leading into that overtime was how Shopify does a really good job of in real time passing off who is going to be that initiator against our NRG, who's going to lead the charge. For about a minute or so, it'll be FK at a time. For a minute, could be Kofor. The one constant has been that LJ has been waiting to either set up or receive some sort of a play from either of those two players on the front end. The problem is they're so boxed into their own half. They haven't had time to execute that, but when they do, they show up the same way that they do in that overtime and are able to take down NRG. So right now, name of the game for Shopify Rebellion is giving yourself the time and the space to really execute what they've been trying to do this entire time.
Neo Tokyo will be the backdrop for an unlikely Game 6. When you look at how the first 3 games of this series went, Shopify Rebellion was absolutely stuffed. And NRG could do no wrong. You get a shutout in Game 3, and you think, all right, smooth sailing. Not the case. The Rebels are fighting back. Armed to the teeth, here we go at Neo Tokyo. Champions Field waits on the horizon as we get set to kick it off in Game 6.
NRG in a somewhat unfamiliar position, trying to fight a Shopify Rebellion that's making the attempt to reverse sweep them here for a spot in a coveted final that NRG have seen so many times before. It starts off with some fighting out here mid, but NRG ultimately 1 inch at a time are pushing forward towards this net.
Big news over in MENA. First of all, the fact that it's not Falcons and Twisted Minds as a guaranteed final is incredible. R8 have had a weekend, and they're on the verge of pulling off a major, major upset. Back here now at Neo Tokyo. Could be an upset brewing here, and maybe a reverse sweep after already seeing NRG accomplish this for the first time in 3 years yesterday to get to this point. How cruel would the irony be if Rebellion can do the same? But Daniel's got other plans. Served one up to Atomic, and he's put it right off the crossbar.
just a little bit too much power on it from Atomic, but I liked the play overall. Now it's up to Shopify to send it back. Daniel completely denied by LJ. LJ is going to just throw this one forward, and you can see the rest of Shopify Rebellion lurking around the mid and around the side. Demo from First Killer. LJ reset to the net. In it! It is a two-man effort to get that ball on in, but they managed to do it.
Got the Demo down underneath. The Demo right on the goal line by First Killer. LJ adds to his tally. And it is game on here, 90 seconds in. Can Rebellion hold this lead?
That was the level of aggression that Kofor was trying to make a mention to in his interview that everybody felt like was missing, that yesterday they had way more of. But having to get a glimpse, or getting to even get a glimpse here against NRG is massive. Another one.
Looked like they had another on its way. Saved out by the slimmest of margins, blocked way out in front. Now LJ off the feed from First Killer. Able to set up LJ again, but Daniel is in the way. Kofor is gonna dive after this. Tried to take out Daniel. First Killer also up. And NRG being pushed like they normally aren't in this region. You have to wait till the international stage before you see NRG under this much duress. But through it all, they always find a way. Atomic denied on that occasion. LJ quickly back the other way, only as far as beast mode.
Now Shopify have gotten to play that heavy offensive push that almost worked as defense, although now on their own side, First Killer makes a massive clear out upfield. It's returned. Daniel to finish, maybe doubled off the backboard. You saw as soon as the backboard was open that he was going to have
that is unbelievable
to make that shot.
Atomic getting to this to boom it all the way downfield, and Daniel being able to find that in stride, hit the perfect spot at midfield and stay with the play. That's how NRG equalizes, and that's why they're the kings of the region.
And that's
no lead is safe against the champs.
There's nothing that you can do to make yourselves feel comfortable against a team like NRG. They've been together for so long. It's the plays like that that are the reason Atomic has been able to collect so many assists. He's in the position that he is thriving as a player on this NRG squad. And now they got to run it back. First Killer has always thrived on the offensive attack, and he gets set up for his own.
Atomic was ready for the initial shot, Daniel the save, and nobody could recover from there. First Killer adds only his second goal of this series. It has been the Kofor show as he's involved in that one as well. Now LJ right at beast mode, well positioned. But NRG needs another answer if they want to prevent a trip to Champions Field. Big win by First Killer. Even better though out of NRG. It was Atomic sending that back downfield. Now LJ to the backboard. Kofor's there, but he mistimed it.
Just a minute left to go, too, and still trailing by one. NRG needs to find something. Handoff over to Atomic. Beast mode already up in the air. And Kofor used what was left of the tank. It's another shot on target, but everybody from Shopify Rebellion has had all bases covered, and this clear from First Killer, and that shot alone could force a Champions Field.
There's a double commit by NRG right before First Killer starts running downfield. That leaves only one man who could possibly get back in time. Daniel way too late to the party. And Shopify Rebellion are now 51 seconds away from this improbable trip to Champions Field.
It's been a long time coming for Shopify Rebellion to really figure out NRG. Most times, rather than not, NRG have just had their way with them. They almost do again here. Atomic's gonna place this one to the side. LJ enough to take them out into the corner and keep this ball in a favorable position for Shopify.
That is hammered away. Another strong defensive clearance Daniel knows he's got to get it downfield quickly. Not good enough. Atomic can only try to keep it in. Got to score now to have a chance, and LJ says no. We are headed to Champions Field as Rebellion's answered with 3 in a row of their own.
A series of nothing but first. What started out with Atomic getting his 1,000th assist and Daniel with the turtle goal. All roads ended up leading to Rebellion taking NRG to, I believe, their first Game 7 here in an open. It has been quite some time of these two battling it out head to head. But it seems that this new playstyle that VP has come up with it seems to be working.
I'm pretty sure a few years back we had back-to-back days with one of these. Going all the way to Game 7 and completing the reverse sweep. We talked about how it had been a few years since we had one in North America. First Killer was on the losing end of that reverse sweep when Optic reverse swept FaZe. Now he has a chance to get NRG back after they had done it to Space Station Gaming. Just a wild turn of events here on the first championship Sunday of the Paris split. We wouldn't have it any other way, Herc. Champions Field is ready. The players are ready. We hope you're ready at home as well, or wherever you may be watching. A spot in the grand finals on the line between Shopify Rebellion and the world champion NRG.
A new era for Shopify Rebellion is officially underway. They go for the fake under and try to open this game with another shot. It's all denied by the one and only Atomic. And Shopify Rebellion understand exactly what is on the line.
Well, a wild Sunday gets even crazier. That result has gone final over MENA. We will have neither Falcons nor Twisted Minds in a MENA Grand Final. All these imports, who needs them? Unbelievable turn of events.
An insane weekend around just for Rocket League overall. Every region, new stories, new players, new teams. We're gonna see if Shopify can switch things up here for NA. They're one game away from it. Minute into this one, they've had more control, more shot opportunity than they have in the last 6. First Killer that has set this one up off the backboard.
We play on here with Daniel striking first at Champions Field. The feed from Atomic, but look at Daniel from the heavens, spike it down.
Road to 2,000 assists is on the way. From his end of the field, it was the perfect setup to Daniel, and off kickoff too. We'll see what we get from them. Beast Mode lets this 50 back. Tries to defend. His first Killer goes upfield. The rest of Shopify Rebellion want to make their attacks, but slowly, one by one, the plan from NRG is just deadball this and make your clear on back. But for Shopify, there's a new level of confidence we haven't seen in quite some time.
First Killer, quick turn up. Can he stay with this? Oh my gosh, he can. Puffer's there too, but Beast Mode will hammer it away. And it's only LJ at the back. Got past Daniel, got the ball past Daniel anyways, but he didn't get himself there. Now First Killer, looking to take over. Atomic the better of the two. LJ to Kofer, and Daniel with the save.
Massive clear as well, but straight into the nose of First Killer. He played it patiently. Kofer's been trying to shadow him on this one, but LJ remains that very, very strong third, although it was questionable as that ball had gone past him. Nobody from NRG committed on this one. They play the patient game, just one challenge at a time, prioritizing, holding on to this one goal.
Oh! What a brilliant pass, and even better defense than the demo. And it looked like a surefire NRG clear until exactly that point. First Killer and Kofer come up to keep this ball in the zone. Daniel's gonna use all his boost to escape from harm, and then Atomic brings one off the crossbar. That's the margin between Shopify Rebellion and NRG here in this semifinal. A matchup that has delivered its billing and then some.
Another 50 out between LJ and them. The demos from NRG coming through. You can feel the aggression. They just want to take a shot, and they will. It comes out from Daniel.
Daniel sneaking one in on the near side. It's got to be absolutely perfect, and it was. LJ got a piece. It wasn't good enough. NRG gets 2 from Daniel. This was the scoreline when they completed the reverse sweep yesterday against Space Station. What does Rebellion have left in the tank after expending so much mental energy to get to this point?
I was going to take something fairly special because a 2-0 lead up for NRG is like trying to play the 99-0 challenge. Kofer going to take his turn. His time, it's a flip up. It's just wide. Everybody from NRG stays in the pathing of Shopify.
That boost did spawn perfectly for Kofer. LJ doesn't have any momentum forward, though, trying to get out of the zone. Daniel and Atomic both up there. It's Daniel who takes charge. Beast Mode patiently waiting. Got a bump on first killer, and Beast Mode's just going to play the possession game. But LJ picked his pocket. Now a chance now for a Rebellion. They've got to score quickly, though. Give themselves as much time as possible to try and drag this one back to at least overtime. They need 2. Beast Mode knocked out of the way. Kofer to try and bounce one by, and Daniel's not having any of it. Daniel backboard. Here comes Atomic, and Kofer gets it out of his way.
Kofer's still trying his best to keep them in this one, but Beast Mode is barging through the defense. NRG are taking their time. It's just one shot after the other to the backboard. Finally possession to Shopify Rebellion to give them some sort of a turn. First killer tries to go down. It's LJ up, but everybody from SR is in the wrong way, so you just got to take it 150 at a time, but time is getting away from them.
For Daniel, they're not 50-50s, they're 90-10s. That is incredible. Quickly downfield, first killer's got to have it, and he doesn't. NRG are going to survive. They get forced to game 7. But in the end, this one won't matter. The world champs are still on top of NA.
They almost got reverse swept. They almost did it to themselves yesterday. It seems that nothing anybody can do can stop this NRG squad. They truly are the inevitable.
On a day where, again, wild things are happening over in the MENA region. In this region, there is still the one constant. NRG into the grand finals. And I wouldn't put it past them to recover from this, play 2 game 7s in a row, and then just casually sweep whoever in the grand finals. But it's a long road to get there, Herc.
A very long road indeed, but they get some time. FUT Esports and Space Station Gaming are waiting on the other end of the bracket to see who gets to face off against the Giants later today.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try, Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you.
Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make a lot of don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world.
They made history yesterday with the first best-of-7 reverse sweep as a roster, and the first one in 3 years in RLCS. They almost made history again today by being the first team ever to be reverse swept after reverse sweeping in a best-of-7, but they do come out on top. NRG is back into the finals, and it's time for our weekly podcast of Championship Sunday with Wavepunk and Beast Mode. Beast Mode, how's it going? How's you feeling?
I'm doing good, man. Thank you for asking. Yeah, just it was definitely a close one. Definitely closer than we expected, but yeah, got the job done overall, and yeah, ready to head to the grand finals.
Yeah, back in the grand finals again here. I want to ask you about the reverse sweep yesterday, because that was y'all's first best-of-7 reverse sweep as a team. Was there anything special, like emotionally about that? Did that win feel different than other wins?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially it being our first one. I mean, it was Atomics and I's first ever doing that as a best-of-7 reverse sweep, so that felt good, of course. Yeah, I think just going through that series, I think it was just an energy thing. Like we're kind of like struggling, I guess, with the energy thing. Like kind of like like starting off series with a good amount of energy. So I think after we went down 3-0, I think we knew that our life was on the line, obviously, in that series. So we kind of brought it back. But yeah, it was just to put that on the resume of our team. Obviously, is a good feeling to know that we can do that in any series and just come back and with that resilience is always a good feeling.
Look, if you guys are struggling with energy, that's a problem, because it's the name's on the jersey. Like, this is the one thing you got to have on lock here.
Yeah.
I wonder, like, I did this series we just watched with you was incredible, right? Watching you going up against FK, and we've been talking about it kind of all week, that it feels like it's inevitable no matter what the team rosters do, no matter how they shuffle around. It's NRG on one side, it's First Killer on the other. We, as the casters, like, we sense like a rivalry there. Do you feel a rivalry there, or do you have anyone you feel a rivalry with in RLCS?
I mean, yeah, definitely. He's definitely like whatever team he's on, he's obviously always playing against us. I mean, he stopped at a 3-peat like 2 or 3 times as well. So definitely kind of still aiming for that. He's one of those players that we obviously have to beat in every tournament. But yeah, they're definitely a rival, I guess. Definitely you would say in the region. They're the team that we kind of look at if we want to play against the finals or just beat to advance in the tournament. But yeah, I mean, just overall, we're just ready to beat any team and face any team. But yeah.
Well, you've taken care of Shopify here. You get either FUT or SSG. You just played played SSG yesterday, but everyone's hot on FUT right now. They have yet to lose in this tournament. Who do you think you're going to be facing off against?
I mean, I'm just going to go with FUT, to be honest. Like, we scrimmed them. We warmed up with them. They look like the second best team in North America easily right now. I thought coming into this, they would, honestly, I just like, they all got like either kicked or replaced, and they all came together, so it's also like really cool to see. But yeah, I think they're a really good team. They work really well with each other, and I definitely want to play them because obviously they haven't lost a single game and they're looking like the best team, so I want the best opponent.
Do you think SSG gets a game?
If they don't get a game, I'll be like, I don't know. Just FUT are feeling it, but yeah, I think SSG are definitely gonna get a game or two.
Okay. So they're not coming into the grand finals undefeated, but I want to see it too. We want to see FUT versus NRG for the finals. We'll see if they get there. Maybe SSG gets the rematch. Either way, it's a great story. Beast Mode, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. Good luck in the finals.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right, always great getting to talk to Beast Mode here, and they are locked in for another one. They're still hunting down the 3-peat here, and they have not won all 3 splits or all 3 regionals within a split. This is the first one. They got to win this one to start off and give themselves a chance to do it here in this split on the road to Paris.
Yeah, well, at least they give themselves a chance by, making this main event. They have not had a letdown like they did at the start of the Boston split, but keep in mind, they still did absolutely nothing in that first event, and we're still the #1 seed. That's how good this team is. When they finally lock in, there is just nobody better, at least in this region. But how about Rebellion? Back-to-back game-winning plays. The same pass, high in the corner, down to a man on the weak side. Just never say die mentality. They were phenomenal in this comeback effort, but in the end, boy, how about Daniel clutching up picture perfect placement.
Yeah, I mean, it did genuinely. I mean, SR here, Shopify Rebellion, definitely was the better team at moments in this series. It was just that, it's that Game 7 mentality, that World Championship mentality, your name hanging in the rafters on the map you're playing, that feels like it was the difference in this series.
Oh, for sure. I think once we saw the turtle goal from Daniel, you knew there was just always going to be a little something extra in the tank with him. And then they absolutely proved it, that experienced diff, no matter how good of an opponent you have, will most likely always be in their favor.
They have had a pretty long bracket, though. 14 out of 14 games, though, NRG has had to play, going to Champions Field both times, but through to the grand finals. And who are they going to face off against? That is the only question remaining on the day. It's a spicy one. You saw Beast Mode's eyes light up when we talked about it. Space Station versus FUT Esports, the last remaining match to find out who's going to be in the grand finals here. And each one of them, something to prove, a great story to continue with a victory here. I cannot wait to see, Stacks, how this chapter here is going to resolve.
Defense wins championships. It's an old, tired mantra. I get it, but the top 3 defenses in this tournament are the only 3 teams still alive. Space Station at 1.5 goals against, NRG 1.3, but who's #1? These guys, 1.1 goals against. Undefeated all weekend long, and that man right there has had a resurgence, and it's not his first, it's probably not his last. Justin is back in the limelight, and I couldn't be any happier.
Man, when you look at this roster as a whole, I'm talking about FUT in particular, it is just 3 players that you've truly just always wanted to see succeed, and they always get so close, and I feel like they're also always undercredited at so many moments in time for themselves in their careers so far. So the success they've had this weekend, I think, is long overdue. I'm stoked to see what they bring to the table here, because this is their first true proper challenge. A top team like Space Station Gaming really is gonna prove to a lot of people around the world how well this FUT roster can be in high pressure situations.
SSG here coming off of a win earlier today versus M80. Reveal saying that they were just, as long as they were playing their game, they were strong, they felt good. They had a little bit of a stumble there at the beginning of that series, but otherwise walked away with it, and they looked better and better with every game that went by. So they're bringing their A game right now against a team that, again, has not lost this event. 19-0, FUT Esports has not dropped a game. Beast Mode thinks they're going to drop a game here, and I agree. I think this is definitely the biggest test. If they get through this one with a sweep here, Stacks, this is going to be this is the sweep that matters in a way that all the other ones have not.
Yeah, this would definitely be the feather in their cap for sure. I just want to point out, Herc said they haven't faced any real competition. They swept Dignitas, so Dig fans, just keep that in mind.
I'm gonna tell him.
I knew it. Okay.
Tell him. Digi's right here. He heard what you said. He's still wearing the helmet too. You can't believe it here. Herc, who you got in this one? SSG or FUT?
I'm going with FUT because I adore cheese. I think it's happening. Okay.
Stacks?
1.1 goals against. They have been outstanding. They take so many shots too. Give me FUT.
I think it's a really strong pick, folks, but it A, would be a little disrespectful to how good SSG looked earlier, and B, they had a warm-up today. FUT's coming in cold. Give me SSG on this one. We'll see if they can get it done, but FUT Esports, what a story it would be if they make it back. They're a team of rejects coming together and dusting all the rest of the competition, looking to take on the world champs, folks. 66% in chat. Look at that. Look at that. We're perfectly split. Man, chat,
we could have swept the desk, and we've got cold feet.
Yep.
Get this man off my screen, folks. It's time to play some Rocket League. Get some people that know how to play this game up here. I'm ready for them. FUT's been waiting in the locker for their opportunities to take on SSG, and now the time has come. 7 games separate these teams from the grand finals, but there's only one spot left. Who's got it? Who gets to take on the world champs? It's FUT versus Space Station Gaming.
A familiar face waits in the grand final, but somebody new is going to take them on. Space Station or FUT here in Game 1, brought to you by Progressive.
Jorby, this is interesting. I feel like we've had the favorite throughout the entire playoff bracket. The entire time has won every single match. There's been some buzzer beaters, there's been some close calls, but every single favorite has won all weekend long. And I gotta say, in this matchup, there really is no favorite. This feels like a true coin flip. Space Station coming in on paper was probably a power ranked higher team, but FUT is perfect through the weekend. Who's going to take it?
Brand new roster. Chronic facing his former team that Zach came back and replaced. Justin leaving Gen G with Chronic to join Cheese in the FUT organization, losing all their points. But Chronic also sacrifices those points that he had on Space Station, Justin on Gen G, to all of them. Starting on 0 points on the season, but obviously making the Paris Major, everyone started at 0. FUT couldn't have had a better start without a single game loss. Justin, awkward as he was only third man for a second with Cheese on the respawn.
See how it plays out again. 2 high-powered offenses, and obviously the defense on both of them has been lights out throughout this tournament. So which defense will break? Will this be high-scoring, or will we get some low-scoring affairs? I'm going to say we're going to get some high-scoring games here, and we're going to open it up. Perfect time, perfect casting call. Look at me, Jorby. Zach with the first goal due to the Diaz pass.
I mean, there's a reason we call you the scriptwriter, Gibbs. Nice job from Diaz with that final touch. Got a hard rebound out. No way anybody from FUT were going to get there. Space Station pick up right where they left off in their last series, especially in the back half against M80. Just completely dominated them in possession and chances. FUT definitely the bigger test, but so far in the first minute, Space Station's had the advantage.
Yeah, but it's tough for FUT because they've also been waiting around all day. They did warm up energy earlier, but Space Station got to play a series where they were very confident and they dominated throughout, so a little bit of momentum, I would say, on Space Station's side for at least Game 1, but we'll see if FUT can battle back throughout and break up that momentum.
I love what Reveal did there as well. He stole the ball away from Cheese, got the midfield boost, passed it back to Diaz. Now Reveal's still sitting in the middle of the rotation. Downfield, no boosts. We'll pick up some small pads. FUT looking for not just a clear, also a midfield possession. Justin through the midfield line. Justin been back on the come up somehow with, his debut the whole way back in 2017 and Out of Style in the Rocket League Rival Series. He got top 2 in North America in a Raleigh Open. That's the last time we saw him in a grand final. Online, Chronic back to Justin, got a demo, no ball. Cheese dropper on the bounce, and FUT find the board.
Yeah, Cheese dives in. I thought this was going to be saved, but it looks like it was just awkward defense by Space Station. Zach was backwards on his own post, a very awkward spot. Probably wanted to go up on the back wall, but was a little bit too late for it. So Cheese comes in, dives in, and ties it up.
Space Station owned the kickoff versus M80. This one's just standard. Justin forcing Reveal to make the grab. He doesn't grab it. It's just a rebound. Chronic can't quite weave around Diaz. He has to use all of his boost, and he can't get the 50, but Justin ruined by the 4th man.
So close, but now Zach has a chance to make some moves happen. Cheese, though, plenty of boost on defense. Intercept. Reveal up yet again. Go for the pass down, but limited boost.
Whoa.
For a Space Station game, and FUT kind of knew that no one was going for the attack, so they'll go for the counter here with Justin. The bump play to Cheese, who dunks it down. Is there a follow-up shot? There is not, and Space Station will get the clear.
But Diaz, he went up to make it look like he was going for the ball. You saw it freeze FUT's rotation just for a second to give him a chance. Look at Reveal shoveling them out of the back wall, and Chronic gets all of the 50 there. Zach, he gets registered a shot, but no shot really happens. Good coverage from FUT on defense. You talked about, Gibbs, who's got the better defense between these two squads. So far, you've had good stands on both sides, and then you've had one gaff from Zach on the backside. Reveal, drops it down to Diaz, who was too high. Diaz and shooting high is an unlikely and unfavorable duo.
Yeah, so far in game one, I feel like Space Station's defense may be slightly more panicky, but they've only given up a goal, so that's all that matters at the end of the day. And FUT, he's doing a little bit of a better job, but honestly, it doesn't matter. Like, it's the final minute of the play, and whoever can put one home at this point will get a huge advantage.
Free ball for Space Station. Chronic in the middle of landing. This is awkward. She's had no boost, and Chronic was still recovering. No problem, they were able to clear it. Diaz, demo downfield. Looks decent for Space Station. Zach just takes it to the ceiling. So much momentum, actually found a pass to Diaz. Chronic doesn't have to move too much. FUT under a little bit more pressure. Handling it just fine here in the corner. Good work between Justin and Cheese to get another clear.
Cheese got that mid boost as well as we followed up of Reveal. Great challenge win there. He's got Diaz for the pass. He gets it out to him. The shot goes just wide. Zach is here to finish it up. Pass to Reveal. His teammate now back, but they cannot get it done. And FUT gets the clear.
Diaz has another chance. Reveals on small pads at the top of the box. And they can't connect. Diaz squeezed it out. Reveal was ready for it. He jumped for that read. Couldn't make contact with the ball. Justin with no boost left. And we got overtime to start the series.
Oh, Diaz had options. He had the pre-jump pass. He also had a Doomsday dish available, but it just barely doesn't work out. And FUT is very happy about that.
Good catch for Justin. Where can he go with the 50? The Space Station just play the ball back to the corner. Another demo for Reveal. Diaz flinging the ball downfield. Reveal going for the redirect back to Diaz. Wide of the post. Zach a weak shot. Nobody on FUT has any boost. Here's one on the backboard. And it's just dud after dud from Space Station.
Oh, no. Diaz, another golden opportunity. We saw that yesterday versus Energy on Neo Tokyo. And again, hits the woodwork. It's still going.
Want to get the ball back. Reveal squirrels the ball away from almost everybody. Diaz was ready to take the winning angle. And good hold. Reveal's already left the wall. Zach on the right side. The shot's too weak, but everyone gets bumped out of the way. Space Station play some bowling to win game one.
And Reveal, the speed off the sidewall. No one expected that. The pass out to Zach, and then it's just no one knows what to do. There's just panic. Panic will set in, and the ball squeaks through. Space Station get the first game due to the speed of Reveal.
And Reveal continues to be all over the place. And Diaz happy that some of those shots that he had don't come back to bite him in this game.
Yeah,
they win
exactly.
very tight overtime. We've watched it happen already just this weekend for Diaz a couple of times. So vibes should be okay for him going in.
Yeah, but we got to talk about the impact on this match because, so this is a 4-point match for Rlcs points, and then obviously if you win the final, like it could be a 10-point gap. FUT is a brand new roster. They lost all their points, and do you know who was the NA for? Space Station Gaming at 23 points. So if FUT can win this, they bridge that gap a little bit with 4 points. And then if they can somehow take down Energy, they could bridge that gap by 10 points, like split that difference almost in half. That's how important it is for FUT. And it's also how important it is for Chronic, who gets booted off this team for a retired player at the time. And he wants to show that you guys made the wrong call. Like, yeah, sure, bring Zach in, but not for me. And Chronic has been looking great, but obviously this first game, it was a game of just one panic play at the end, an overtime close one, and Space Station gets the win.
In Space Station, what made them successful against NRG in those early matches was their physicality, was the demo game. They were able to get the bumps and demos on NRG. It was tough to recover, and that's what helped get them so much offense. It happened kind of a lot the same in that last game. They only got 2 total goals. Those demos, those chips, eventually you get worn down, you can't win your boost. And near the end of that game, we saw FUT. How many times they were getting starved on the back line to where your only option is eventually to panic when you can't avoid it. So FUT will have to make an early adjustment. Reveal's been so tough to beat.
Yeah.
On ball, on his 50s, downfield as a facilitator and as a demo lead guy, he's been so good for Space Station.
Yeah, he's been downfield a lot. Now he's looking for some bump plays early in this game as well. And again, that overtime goal was because of the speed he got off that sidewall. just made that play happen. So we'll see if he can keep that up. Zach's got an opportunity here. We'll just do a slow air dribble for the challenge, and Diaz has another opportunity. Pass to Reveal. No, instead pass to Zach. All members of Space Station upfield, but Justin somehow keeps it out of the back of the net.
Yeah, it takes some acrobatics and some layers. There's no boost. That should be in. Oh, and he bounced it right into Justin. Here's another one. Chronic's got boost this time. Reveal, fake, back to Diaz. And they score with all 3 players in net.
Oh, Reveal. I love this play by him. He doesn't really have a lot of boost in the tank as well. He goes for the fake. It calls everyone out, and Diaz gets the shot. But Space Station, they've got to start getting more accurate on these shots. They do get the goal eventually, but again, they've been a little bit sloppy at times on that offensive side.
Yeah, if you want to point at one thing for Space Station is if your initial shot quality is way better, we don't have to do all this song and dance.
Yeah.
To try to get a 0 boost fake from Reveal to get a real shot. Here's Diaz. Lost the ball. Now FUT with Chronic. It's chipped out. Justin, third man. Cheese tried to take the tight angle. Chronic will cut in instead. Reveal and Diaz use all of their boosts, and there's just no way Diaz was getting anything. Chronic easily takes it away.
Yeah, Chronic will take it away to Justin, trying to get it over to Cheese, but a little bit of a weak touch. It works out. The confusion will set in this time for the Space Station defense, and Justin gets a free one.
I mean, that's why Diaz, he dove back, or he dove as second man earlier, and then you put Zach in a really difficult spot. Reveal had just recovered. Like, that challenge was him just getting back from that try. But Diaz, there was no way in the world he was ever beating Chronic on that play. You leave Zach alone, you give FUT all that space, and so Space Station give one up where maybe they shouldn't have.
Yeah, it just seemed like a miscommunication on who was actually going to attack the ball, and neither of them went for it. Zach's got an opportunity to bring it back, though, and he'll just throw it to the side. Chronic will control this and send it to Dunk, so Justin has to make a goal line save, and Cheese, though, will get the clear. Oh, maybe not. Like a mistouch there as well. Zach, a quick double tap. Justin, another big save.
Diaz, no boost for him. Back to Zach. Justin, better positioning. Good challenge from Cheese. Zach got a demo on the other side of the field. Could have been a chance for FUT. Chronic, no boost. Zach dunks him. Double tap available. Squeezed out along Cheese. Whifty, and Cheese picks up credit for the save. Maybe just a little wide as Cheese going back down the field. Reveal has the challenge. A Space Station's offense, it looks a little sus at times. They somehow get these chances. FUT gets back to their corner gives.
Yeah, like it feels like they're like 95% of the way there. It looks great until that final touch, right? They just can't get that final touch across. Zach had a chance at a double tap. It was a little bit more difficult, and then Diaz's shot was just a little bit inaccurate, so it allowed for the save. Space Station is doing a lot of things right on the offensive side, except for the finish.
Really has been the story for a lot of our eliminated teams this weekend. Being able to hold pressure, being unable to actually threaten the net. Reveal.
Oh boy.
Has thrown tons of threats over the weekend, but now he's in full retreat. He's got his corner boost. That just looks so dangerous. They let Chronic have the corner. Nobody decided the challenge at all, even though you already have one guy on the wall. And so what looked real awkward there for Space Station still continues to be as Cheese gets a chance. Good cut by Zach to cut the pass off. Pot shot from Justin, and Space Station having to withstand FUT. Here's another one, but Chronic and Cheese can't find a way, and Cheese attempted double goes away. Chronic off the ceiling, holds the ball. Back to Cheese, denied. Two-handed commit from Space Station. Chronic got in the way as well, but FUT can't open up space.
And FUT is getting quality chances, which makes Space Station jump with two members time and time again, but they're doing just enough to get the saves out, so there's not a good rebound, and FUT just can't find the back of the net.
Well, Justin might sneak that one in. Instead, Reveal gets the pass from Diaz off the ceiling. Chronic had jumped early to take that ball away from Reveal. Zach has to turn and run. It almost gets caught out.
Ooh, this has been sloppy gameplay, I think, on both sides. It's going to come down to a mistake or some worldly of a goal, but Chronic wins this ball out, but gets demoed for his efforts, and Reveal will try and get this clear. Justin has space, has time, going for the flip reset. Makes it around one. Zaxxon on the goal line. Justin cannot do any more with it. Now the counterattack.
Dude, Reveal got the demo on Chronic. Justin leaves it. Chronic was right behind him, but he got deleted. Reveal again. Saves the day. He's got no boost. It hits the ground. Overtime again.
Man, it's been sketchy. It's been sketchy at times for both of them, but another overtime. Here we go. Off the kickoff. We got Reveal. Going for the flip reset. Finish. Chronic turns it away.
Chronic used to making saves like that. Justin, 50 lost. Zach got there. Diaz has no boost. Cheese uses all of his. Chronic beats Reveal clean to the ball. And now a race as Justin takes the midfield boost, threatens Zach. Redirect, and Zach's ready for it. Oh, that's such a tough position for Zach. You got so many options if you're Justin, and he's still able to make the save.
And FUT now has a lot of offensive pressure because of that play. Chronic going for some bump plays, but Justin is too far back, so they lose possession.
Oh, it skips away from Reveal! Cheese picks their pocket! FUT are in the series!
Everyone on Space Station just crept a little too far forward, and Reveal as the third man didn't get the angle after the challenge, and Cheese gets a free one, and FUT right back in.
Wow, that was tight. 50 just skirts a little bit farther back. Reveal has a chance right down the field, but the margins are literal inches on the 50, and it was Justin to set it up. Chronic with a whopping 7 saves in that game. And what, up to 14 total? Jeez.
Yeah, Space Station was getting physical. Did not matter. FUT held serve. I said it'd be high scoring, and we've had 2-2-1 overtime games, so I was clearly wrong at this point. The defenses are holding up. Even if it doesn't look perfect at times, they're doing just enough to keep these rebounds from turning into passes, but then one just slips through the cracks, and we're all tied up.
You notice how much energy is on that FUT side. I feel like we have been, look at Chronic. Look at Chronic slamming the deck. Look at Cheese. Look at Justin. Okay, Justin's energy comparatively there between the other two. Not nearly as much, but you can feel it. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen Chronic slam his desk before. FUT want it. They want it bad.
Yeah, they're upset that they finally lost the game, and they're like, this can never happen again. We got to win every single one from here on out.
7 saves. You can slam the desk as much as you want, Chronic.
Yeah.
You know what?
But they know how much of this means, too. It's 4 Rlcs points at the bare minimum, and to go to Paris, it could be the difference. Like, these are the ones you want to make as many grand finals as you can. But if you make 1 grand finals and get 2 top 6s, you're probably a top 4 team as well. So it's so incredibly important to get it when you have the opportunity.
FUT able to respond. The first 2 games go to overtime. Gibbs, you said that these teams were dead even. It's played out that way so far. And we're going to pause the game just to add a little extra drama. You know, they always say the meal isn't complete without a little extra salt.
Yeah, sometimes you got to wait for the cook to, you know, just work his magic in the background, right? So we're just going to wait a little bit here. Gonna wait for our meals. But we got the appetizer, and it was a 1-1 series, and that was great. Now we're waiting for that full course. And it'll be
I think Justin pulled his Ethernet cable again. I think that's what happened.
Simpico, where you at? Where you at, Simpico? It is Space Station. Come on. What's happening?
Wait, Gibbs, you're like the OG lore master. So, like, I've been memeing the whole Justin Ethernet thing for a long time, but I can't remember if that was ever... I know he had internet issues back in the day, but I don't think he ever actually accidentally ripped his Ethernet cable out, right? Or did that actually happen?
No, I don't think so. I think teams were getting annoyed because it kept happening or something.
Yeah,
they
I remember that. I remember that span of time.
So, but we're getting a full restart. We'll get a new kickoff here for this game 3. A very important game 3, obviously. Every game's important, but I feel like these 2 teams, these are the guys going to be fighting all split long, I think, for these major spots. Again, this match, so important. Anytime you make top 4 and energy is not on your side of the bracket, it feels like it's a must-win. Must-win for both these teams.
And I mean, it could just be these 2 teams at the end of the day, right? We were talking about Virtus Pro before the start of this weekend. We didn't think there was any chance they wouldn't be here, or at least competing for Championship Sunday. There's no Gen G. There's no Dignitas. There's no M80 here. These are the 2 rosters that just may find themselves in this exact same spot again in the next Open. They both have looked that solid outside of Rebellion and NRG, and they're fighting like it as well. We've started officially game number 3.
Diaz has a little bit of space here. Chronica, no boost. Will get his corner, though, plus the challenge. Justin takes over. He's got to boom it to a teammate because he's got nothing in the tank. But Reveal, again, the speed in the midfield has been fantastic with that play there.
Justin had Diaz right behind him, and Justin Bardowski FUT find the first.
Chronic just beating out Zach there. Turns it into actually like a 50 challenge that turns into a pass. And that is what you need to do. When you're on the offensive side, if you can get a 50-50 challenge, that is what you want, because those can turn into passes, even if you don't even mean for them to happen. That time it was very much planned. The sidewall pass works out perfectly. Great shot by Justin.
Yeah, like leaning his car long ways at that last second to make sure that ball went
he exactly
as laterally as possible.
sidewall.
That was that was excellent. Chronic up quickly for this. Well, haven't seen a space station push in about 2 minutes of gameplay, including that overtime. Veal might find a way through here. High touch forces Chronic up. That's only to Justin. Chronic's 50s. Last couple of possessions fully working out. 4 foot. Cheese winning another one. Revealed having to dive to save that one off the bar.
Cheese almost got a flip reset off that too, and maybe could have side rolled into it, but I don't think he actually got it. So unfortunate for him, but Justin's got a chance to just throw it deep and allow his teammates to get some boost. Chronic with 100, going for the power shot off the crossbar. Diaz, great clear.
Reveal, showing the look. Zach muscles it through himself. And he lost the last 50, but he ain't losing this one.
And look at Reveal here. He's got no boost. The entire time he knows he has no chance to touch this ball. But FUT does not know that. They think he has boost. He might go for a redirect. So Justin has to wait for that play. Turns into a great 50, and we're all tied.
Reveals, he's switched it up really well too. A lot of those fakes come on 0 boost. Huge pass, but that was not the accurate shot they were hoping for. And Reveal gets great power. Gets it through Cheese. Diaz gets the boost. Reveal comes up quickly, but it's boomed away by Justin, forcing Zach to play defense. And Cheese calls for another pause as we take a break for station identification here on twitch.tv/Rocket League. We appreciate all of you at home tuning in wherever you are. If you're in your car, if you're at home, or you're on your way to work or on your way home from work, we appreciate you guys tuning in every single day to 105.7 The Rock. Thank you.
Yeah, we got the full meal. It came out just a bit undercooked. So we sent it back to the kitchen, and we're just waiting just a little bit longer here to get into it. But yeah, we're virtually down, of course, to our favorite best of 5. We're tied at 1-1, and 1-1 in this game will probably be going to kick off somewhere in the 3-minute range. So we'll see how that goes. But Chronic had a little bit of a DC problem, so we'll see how this all pans out. But there was no goal scored or anything, Jorby, so I think everything's relatively clean so far.
Yeah, looks like it was Chronic DC. So we're just making sure we get reset. And yeah, no funny business. You know, no armchair social media analysts analyzing every single frame of gameplay to figure out who DC'd when. Instead, we just get a nice, clean restart. Again, two pauses this clean, we could never be so lucky on a championship Sunday.
Gotta add a little drama, because again, these teams so coin flip heavy. Like, it was this entire playoff bracket has been one favorite versus an underdog, and the favorites come out every single time. But this really feels like a coin flip. We're starting at 3 minutes. 3 minutes left. Tied 1-1. The series tied 1-1. Let's get it going.
FUT get the kickoff. Chronic will make sure they don't get a quick counterattack as Justin also gets the catch. There's not really anything here for FUT. They didn't win the boost. Cheese having to wait for Diaz, but that was good enough. Diaz forced to give it up. Now Justin. A little messy with it. No one there for the setup though, and Space Station gets some breathing room. Nothing developing here just yet. Just kind of pot shots out. This one starting to look a little dangerous. Zach. No one wanted to commit for it. He couldn't get anything that Diaz wanted to do, and Reveal was still sticking around as well.
Yeah, Space Station's happy to just bring it back to their side and collect some boost for the full team. Zach and Justin will meet in the middle. A quick shot. Chronic will turn that one away, but nothing too threatening yet. But Diaz has an opportunity here. A little bit of space. 150 challenge 1. Zach with the shot. He beats out the last defender with the speed. Zach, limited boost does not matter. Beats out, I believe it was Chronic, who was on the back wall, had to land first, which is why he was slow to that play, and Zach gets it around.
Yeah, Diaz got that initial 50. I believe it was Cheese coming across, and then you're just straining if you're Chronic. Zach was ready for it. Nice work. from Space Station. Zach, the owner of both goals. Diaz wants to add to the total. 3 goals for Space Station.
Oh, there's nothing better than a 1v1 play where you're like, I'm just going to sneak it in bottom left near post. I'm just going to power through. I'm going to make you jump, Justin, but I'm going to do literally nothing with this ball until the very last moment. Diaz, one of those 1v1 great players in North America, showing off his stuff there.
And now FUT in a tough position, having to come back down 2. Throw themselves at the ball. Gonna buy themselves a moment, a window. Chronic up early for this. Was never gonna win. Reveal downfield, up high. And the rebound picked up by Cheese. Space Station get the midfield. Chronic keeping Zach out of the way. Chronic clearing the path, scoring the goal. 1 goal game.
Oh, Diaz has the third man dived in, but he's like, yeah, we'll be fine. Zach's on the rotation out. The problem was Chronic was already upfield trying to disrupt everything. He boxes out Zach, but also gets the redirect shot in. Great play there by Chronic.
And plenty of time to get this game-tying goal. Justin responds with a booming touch. Zach wants to go, back flips out of it. Reveal gets his corner boost. Chronic sees the opening. Back to Justin!
This is your standard. I'm just going to mash it off the sidewall as hard as I possibly can to my teammate. And Justin versus Diaz. Diaz not in the right spot, and Reveal cannot get back in time. And all of a sudden, we're all tied up.
I mean, that's the awareness that Chronic brings to the table. He sees Reveal going back to get boost. He already knows the guy on top of him isn't going to do anything. So he knows, okay, well, Reveal's going to be playing net. So I'm just going to slap the ball on the sidewall. Awareness is peaking right now for Chronic. FUT with 2 quick goals. You thought Space Station finally gets some breathing room. Instead, FUT trying to cause a little asphyxiation as Cheese gets a hard touch out, but Zach is right there. He got a little touch there. 50 works out here. Reveal might be able to make it work. Back over to Zach. Cheese gets there quickly on low boost. Diaz sends it towards the box. And FUT are fine for now as Justin will kick it away.
Yeah, that was great. Space Station had the ball in an awkward spot, but never got a shot on net. So well done by FUT. Well done by Cheese with the quick rotation on 0 boost to negate any chance there.
Zach. Oh, Justin ripping it away from Zach. Diaz was still ready, but Cheese felt a little more comfortable reading that play as soon as Justin got involved. Still not a lot of boost here. Diaz going back to his corner. Zach will drop it off to him. Chronic, all he's got to do is chase him down. He actually didn't get a touch on the ball at all. Diaz uses all of his boost. Zach on the wing. Not enough power, not enough time. On an overtime again, Gibbs. Ever again.
It's game 3, 3-3, and our 3rd overtime. Let's see you come out on top and take the edge. And Reveals upfield. Cherry picking, gets the redirect goal, and right off the kickoff, Space Station get it done.
He's just hanging out in the vineyard. Cheese is deep in the corner. Reveals just parked his car. No ticket sighted. 4-3, Space Station have the lead just like that after a 2-goal comeback.
Man,
that's got to be a gut punch for FUT.
We had a lot of kickoffs too in that one because of the pauses as well. So we had some bonus kickoffs in Space Station. They picked the right kickoff at the right time at the very end in the overtime to take the win. Diaz 7 shots in that game. A lot of offense by Space Station, and they find a way to get that game 3 win. Up 2-1 in the series now.
Man, FUT had so many good pushes. That was one of Chronic's better games in the series, if not his best game of the series so far. He was seeing the pitch so well. Justin had some good pushes as well. He had 2 goals on 3 shots, but Diaz getting the top honors, shooting like crazy on net. 7 shots for him alone out of the 14 total shots. So he's owner of half of them. The Space Station find a way through all the pauses to keep things going. And they still look uncomfortable on defense sometimes, Gibbs. They love leaving, like Zach loves being uncomfortable on defense. He will keep like eking up and then just have to half flip while a FUT player is on top of him. And man, that's such a tight window, but they're making it work.
Yeah, we finally got our first high-scoring match. I do feel like, it's not the perfectly polished Rocket League that you might see out of an NRG at times, but that's okay. Like, not every game has to be perfect. You just got to find a way to win. And Space Station found it there on the kickoff. Well done to them. We had 2 low-scoring affairs, and then we just had a 4-3, so we'll see what comes out of this one. But all overtimes, these teams are so incredibly close.
Justin tried to cut in between Reveal and Zach. I'll have to buy tons of time. FUT are the whole way back. Chronic, the boost finally spawns for him. Quick pass, though! And you just can't give Space Station the space if you're gonna plant roots. Well, you ain't gonna be able to move.
Yeah, this can't happen. This just can't. Like, Chronic is the last one back. Just a messed up rotation. It allows that quick infield pass, but there was so much time for someone to counter that, but because all the rotations by FUT just got messed up, Space Station capitalized on it and take the early lead.
You know, that was like using Roost and then when someone was about to use Earthquake, and just not the right move, not the right call. Diaz! The bell's ringing! 2-0.
The pressure off these kickoffs is immense. Reveal, great challenge on Justin. Diaz, an incredible follow-up as well to read that so quickly and get the goal. Space Station trying to take over.
It actually went very similarly last game. Space Station got the first 2 goals in the first minute. FUT were able to come back, so here you go again. Do it twice. A little awkward for Zach. Didn't have a ton of boost. Oh, that's actually a really good try from Cheese to fish that to Chronic, and heavy traffic. Chronic almost making it awkward. Cheese maybe a little too desperate there, but no boost for Diaz. Not a lot of power for Justin to worry about. But now Space Station have the midfield. Zach up high on the reset. Forces the 50. It's so awkward. And Justin and Chronic both getting credit. Just trying to keep the ball out of net. Diaz and Justin with a gentleman's demo. Chronic gets a clear. FUT desperately needed it.
Yeah, Space Station doing a great job trying to keep this ball on the offensive side, but this time the ball spills away. Justin gets a shot. It's his first weak shot of the series, it feels like, and just couldn't get it through.
Cheese might just be able to demo Diaz here. Reveal has full boost. Chronic beats him. Saw Justin, he was playing behind because, well, first man Cheese was still downfield ahead of the ball. Didn't want to take risks there, already down 2-0.
Yeah, like that's the hard part. When your first man is going for bumps, that means your third man has to be absolutely certain that he can make this play, because if he gets challenged, it is not going to be good. It's going to turn into a counterattack goal. So he kind of has to hang back. They are down 2, but there's 3 minutes left. You don't have to send it all just yet.
Good touch for Justin. Back to Chronic with some boost. It was heavy, though. 50. Cheese was playing wide. Gets the catch. Justin demoed on the back end. He just goes straight for the ball on the 50. No boost. Now Cheese is going to wait. Chronic actually finds it back to Cheese. But Chronic is all over the pitch right now. He even wins this ball as it gets wide to the net. Justin meets him on the wall. Cheese nearby, but they might have split the gap. Looks like it's going to be okay here for Chronic.
Yeah, we've seen FUT with Chronic and Cheese both going for these weird rotations that surprises Space Station out in the midfield. Just hasn't turned into any goals just yet. Zach's got an opportunity here. Pass out to Diaz. Chronic does get back in time. But I do like what Chronic and Cheese are trying to do, to try and increase that speed for those midfield challenges. Waiting for a good bounce for them so they can score one.
I mean, those touches are getting space, too. It's those awkward moments where we talked about it, right? Like, we just can't take the risk here. This isn't the time. It's not the space.
All right, Justin, when do you move? It's really hard for him to choose his moments there.
Oh, here's one, though, for Cheese. But again, he had to dive too far back. Good catch, Justin. Now he's going to keep going. Might be a bump. No, Diaz pops it right up from underneath him. This is still a good push for FUT. Reveal cuts the pass out. Great positioning. Zach also keeps it tight. Little awkward. Cheese gets there. And still Space Station, no, just smack that ball, make him uncomfortable. Here's a demo. Free touch for Zach. Cheese ain't going to get a corner boost. Justin spawns right underneath. Zach, just the shot. Denied. Chronic.
Zach with the chain dash, and he's still got the max. He might have retired for, 4 months, but he still knows how to play this game and getting it done.
And apparently 4 months wasn't enough. I'm sure he was still playing the game.
Oh, yeah.
But it's a little different when you get to play an RLCS weekend again. It's Justin. Not enough. Actually makes up for it there. Gets the ball away from Diaz. Cheese gets a free touch. Chronic right behind him, but Chronic's third man. It's working out. Justin all here in FUT. No, there's less than a minute left. We need 2 goals. This is where the risks start happening.
Yeah. Justin's going to creep forward a lot more. He's been playing a heavy back third man, and as we called it, that's what happens? You're going to send all 3 members up, but Justin, I'm not sure. I think he thought there was going to be a challenge won by Cheese. Zach wins it cleanly, tried to guess it so they would have a numbers advantage. It doesn't work out. Space Station gets the nail in the coffin for free.
I mean, Cheese took that challenge so high. I think the one time they took a risk as third man, they got immediately punished. It was the time they needed to take the risk, but it's gotta hurt you a little bit if you're FUT. You could not get anything going in this game. 4 total shots on net. A lot of saves. You had 5 saves total. No goals to speak of. And Space Station fully in control of the series. The first 3 games went to OT, but this one, 5 minutes was good for. Only one more for Space Station and a date rematch with NRG in the grand final.
Woof, Zach gets another one. Pair the stats, Zach. Why not? Well,
it's a nice one.
To the RLCS. Well done by him. What a shot. Little ceiling resetty. But Space Station completely dominated of this game, and it all goes back to, you know, that overtime kickoff too, where Space Station got that win, got a ton of momentum. So now FUT is on the back foot, down 3-1. Can they find a way back? I feel like right now it's very difficult. I think Justin is trying to figure out his spots. He's playing third man a lot, and he's got to wait for Chronic and Cheese to open up that door. And I think the door is just not being opened wide enough just yet for him to be able to attack. There is a timeout coming out here for FUT, so they're going to talk it over and try and figure this one out.
Now, I really wonder what the comms are going to be, because we saw it during the game. Chronic again, so good as first man in creating opportunities where it didn't, windows where it didn't look like there were. And I think maybe that's part of the issue, is that Space Station's structure in that last game, it didn't look like Chronic was going to get a touch into space. So second man was just playing timid. Yeah. And then by the time they get the touch out, second man recorrects. He has to take extra time to turn back into the play. They actually win the 50, but because it's second man now having to play first man, the team hasn't recovered, third man can't go. So do you play a little more, I'm not even going to say risk heavy as first and second man. Do you put a little more stress on your third man and just take the winning angle and have a little more faith in some of these first man touches from Chronic? Yeah. Because I do feel like they're coming out in unexpected places, because it almost seems like it surprises FUT when they win that first man touch.
Yeah, and it's also those quick rotations, right, with Cheese and Chronic, because there are times when they'll just dive right back in, so they don't have the greatest angle on it. It's just going to go off a sidewall or something like that, but that can work at times. But the problem is then the third man has to be more flat-footed. They don't have a lot of momentum. They can't keep up with the pace of play because they have to wait to see where that ball is read to, right? So maybe instead they're like, hey, let's go for wider rotations. Let's bring Cheese or Chronic back, move up our third man like Justin, because now he has freedom to actually do that. Because right now it feels like he's the quarterback, but he has to worry about all the linebackers coming in to try for a sack, and he's not getting a lot of help. So maybe, you know, bring a running back. I'm going to do more football things and, you know, make him a blocker, right? Bring Cheese or Chronic
That's right.
back.
Set your feet, square your hips.
Exactly.
You're the left tackle. Your job is to defend the quarterback.
Exactly. Pump fake maybe a bit and then go for the attack. But I want to see Justin maybe move it up a little bit further. But I don't think it's necessarily on him. I think it's just the team dynamic right now.
Well, I do think FUT have shown a lot of good. I don't think it's going to take much to shorten the margin here against Space Station. Not getting scored on twice in the opening minute would be a great start to that journey. And so far, it's already started better than both of those games in the opening 20 seconds.
Justin moving up a little bit here. She's playing a little bit third man there. Throws one a little bit weakly at the net of Space Station. Just doing a little heat check here, but Zach will get the clear. The flip reset. Chronic there to meet it. Zach's still part of the play. All 3 members of FUT around each other, but they do get it out.
And we've seen Space Station tied up like that too. Defense has been a suspect affair on both sides.
To be fair, Space Station at least did clean that up, I think, recently, especially that final game where there was really no double commits happening at this point, but also not a lot of pressure by FUT as well. Zach has a chance for a shot. Chronic turns it away.
Good reaction from Chronic. Here they are stacked up again. Justin, full faith in Cheese. Now he's got the air dribble underneath Zach. Justin down the field. First goal.
Zach playing for the flip reset pop, and Justin's like, yeah, I saw what Diaz did earlier. I'll go for the low 50 near post side and get the goal.
I just, you know, maybe it's the nostalgia in me. Maybe it's because I'm an old man now, and I love watching the old guard still show out and show up. It's just great watching Justin continue to perform. It'll never get old. Chronic will shuffle this out real quick and reveal. Trying to find it back to Diaz. Diaz not going to find Cheese. Chronic a demo on Zach on the back half of Space Station's rotation. They have a lot of space. Diaz happy to let Chronic waste all of his boosts. Oh, Zach came off with the flip. Justin tried to go underneath him. It doesn't work. It doesn't matter for FUT, though. They're able to get down the field. Cheese actually gets back to that rebound. A bit spacious. And Diaz wins it. Cheese is gone. And there's nobody home.
Diaz, great play here to just follow along with the play and try and guess how the challenge will go. He guesses correctly. It lands right on his hood. And Justin, as that third man again, he guessed just slightly off, but it's more because Diaz was in the perfect spot to get that flick.
Nice kickoff for Space Station. Diaz gets the free touch. Chronic at least gets the bump. Zach last back. Catch gets away from him. Chronic got harassed by Diaz. Still doesn't matter. He missed that corner boost as well. Justin will have to buy some time. He can't. Now reveal with the race. Couldn't stay on it with the flick. Tried to trip him up. Diaz with a nice catch. He's got a reset. Popped it off the post. A ghost touch. Reveal. Gets the demo. In frustration.
We're going back and forth at this point. Diaz another go at it by himself. Chronic will get the win, but Reveal's got full boost. A missed touch, though. Zach will have to follow it up. Chronic in the air to challenge. Reveal to Diaz. Diaz actually pulls back, playing it safe. The corner boost is not available, though, so he's got to feed it to his teammate and just clear it long.
Cheese forces Zach into a heavier touch than he wanted. Reveal, trying to find the safe spot. The clear angle. Space Station in trouble. Diaz makes the stop. Quickly coming around the corner, though, is Justin. Rips it off the wall. It came out for free. No bump on Reveal. He does get bumped this time. Chronic gets a free touch out. Cheese steals the corner boost. No one can go now. Zach is stuck on the wall, and he still makes the touch. He won't get the boost steal. Justin has to come in. Diaz has a full tank. Zach underneath on small pads. Justin has the 50. Back to Chronic. Off the board. Zach up and flipped out. Third man is Cheese, though. He's got to get back to the ball. Zach rips it. No boost for Diaz hanging downfield. Now Justin and Chronic on the 2-on-2. Justin tries it again, and Zach kicks it away. Back to Cheese. To Justin. Goal!
Great play here by Cheese. Great pressure by FUT for the last minute or so. Making Space Station dive into a lot of these balls. Great pass, though, by Cheese right on the bumper of Justin. No boost. It doesn't matter. He barely has to move to hit that shot because it's a perfect placement on the pass.
FUT not quite out of it. Space Station trying to find a way to end things early. Justin, the owner of 2 goals. One off of an excellent pass from Cheese, who takes the ball now. Diaz, good catch, and he gets back to it, but Chronic is ready. Zach got to the 50 just in time. Cheese with no boost, has to turn tail and run. Reveal's got plenty in the tank. Ripped it back, but there was just no one that could go for that rebound. No one had boost on Space Station. Diaz and Zach were depleted. Zach got his corner, and the ball's dumped back into the orange half.
Yeah, I thought he was going to go for an outside shot, but instead went for the pass, but no one was available. So FUT getting away with one a bit there and trying to hold on to this lead. Nice bump play. Cheese will get the big clear. Half a minute left.
Decent flip up from Diaz. Has to make the save. Rebound. Off the bar. Save. Rebound. Goal!
Oh, Chronic almost places this perfectly. Just barely misses out, but Zach has to make a desperation save. Turns into a nice juicy rebound for Cheese to come in and clean up Chronic shots. And FUT, 2-goal advantage, 23 on the clock, trying to make this a series.
He should be going to Neo Tokyo. Well, let's see what happens. Zach, nice little touch. Good stuff from Cheese. Reveal going downfield. Diaz on the ball. Chronic, no boost. Justin gets help from Cheese, and that's going to kill enough time on the clock. as Reveal gets demoed, and FUT come roaring back post-timeout and hand Space Station a 2-game loss.
And Jarby, we talked about it. We want Justin more involved on the offensive side. He gets 2 goals in this match. Running for a bathroom break here as well, it looks like. But Justin getting involved on offense, well done. To FUT using their timeout well, and yeah, we're going to at least Neotikia. We've seen a lot of these matches happen where it goes to Champions Field once you lose one, so Space Station knows that as well. They're going to call a timeout right now.
Certainly have to, and they do. But FUT, you saw more of the same from Chronic in this game. His 50s, him in that first man spot, just so good, and just his follow-ups. Cheese though, so much more lethal with his touches in this game. That pass to Justin was immaculate. Justin's shot also had to be good, but you have those windows. We talked about them not capitalizing on those small windows, not being able to take risks because of how tight those windows were. This time, Gibbs, the windows were still tight, but they actually found a way to capitalize and take the win. This game is so close.
And then they also just had a lot more pressure, right? So it made Space Station have to work more on defense. I felt like last game, we're like, oh yeah, Space Station's defense looked fine because they really didn't have to play a lot of it. But this game, a lot more double commits because the pressure was there by FUT. And then they kept the pressure up. It wasn't a one scoring opportunity and the ball immediately leaves into the other half. They were up there for a while, getting multiple chances on net, and they found it. We saw it there with Chronics off the post. Turns into a cheese shot as well. So FUT doing a good job to keep the ball on the orange part of the field and get the goals when they need them. So FUT, a little bit of momentum. Space Station calls their timeout early. Again, that's only a 1 game where they do call it. Normally it's 2 games in a row. But again, we've seen this happen all weekend long. Once one team gets a little bit of momentum, we go to Champions Field, it feels like, every single time.
I mean, if you've been paying attention to the boost levels on any of these pushes on both sides of the field, at minimum, 2 players on one team have close to 0 boost, if not like 24 or less. And still, like on both sides, still able to get a touch that buys them time to get a pad or 2, make another save, or just able to perfectly jump up and get to a challenge just in time. But neither team has had a full boost advantage for more than 5 seconds in this series. It has been fun to watch who's gonna survive in the resource game. And now we're on Neo Tokyo Space Station. Still got 1 more to go.
Here we go. Can Space Station break that momentum up, or will FUT bring this to Champions Field? We'll find out now.
Space Station get one chance. Zach diving in. Justin followed him the whole way through. That won't be a play for Diaz. He will actually 50 that out. Reveal, quick catch. He leaves the midfield boost for Diaz. Space Station get to keep this push. Reveal leaving the rotation. He's actually just sticking on small pads to stick right behind Diaz. The midfield boost spawns, nothing developing, but Diaz in the way, and he got pull bumped into it, and then Reveal demos Chronic. Not exactly how Space Station drew that up.
You know, just get the clear for FUT though. They're like, yeah, we'll take it. That's fine. We'll get some boost in our tanks. Now, Justin moving up again. Trying to throw one quickly on net for Reveal. A lot of demos coming out on both sides of the field. So they'll trade for a 2v2 just for a few seconds here. Chronic up again, going for a flippy set, met by Diaz. But the pressure's strong. Great infield pass from Justin to Cheese, and FUT keeping the momentum going.
No, straight line is the shortest line to a beautiful passing play. Justin turns his car on its back wheels, flips it right to Cheese. That was pretty. 1-0 for FUT.
That pass was so good. Like Reveal kind of saw it at the last second and tried to move out to get a block, and he still couldn't reach it in time. Justin, brilliant pass there. And love seeing him more involved in the offensive side. Now he's alone on defense, and the entire Space Station roster attacks right off the kickoff to tie it back up.
It was never going to be that easy, was it? Justin having to fight 4 wheels and a giant metal post. Nothing he could do about it. Space Station keep things even, so completely dead now on any advantage. We're right back to where we were at the 5-minute mark. Chronic actually flipped it up early. Diaz was ready for that high. Zach again trying to drill the ball on his 50-50s. He gets a demo as well. Cheese last back, and Reveal couldn't hop it over him. Still gets the corner boost steal. Zach with the initial heavy touch, gets the bump. Diaz up high, and that's going to be too far for reveal. He has to turn quickly. Cheese is getting him out of the way. Zach turns across. Chronic got demoed by Diaz. Cheese demos reveal, and there's no play.
This game's getting physical. Demos across the board on both sides. Even when you're on defense, you're still demoing. For offense, it does not matter. Both sides of the field getting very physical. We saw Space Station. They scored because of a physical play, getting the last defender out of the way. They almost scored again, but FUT held on with some demos of their own.
Oh, if that shot was any better, Chronic might have been dead in the water. Missed his corner boost, and he just gets to the 50 against reveal. All three players of FUT stacked up. Justin gets a nice 50, gets the boost. No redirect, but that's a great pop-up. Chronic's too far back, has to wait, gets the 50 back to Justin. Justin has Zach beat, wants the bump on reveal with the fake bouncer. Diaz saves it for now, but Chronic up high, fakes the approach. Reveal happy for it, because he wasn't going to be able to do anything about it.
Yeah, Chronic just didn't have enough boost. I think he wanted that play because he knew there was no real fake option available, but couldn't get the touch. So now Cheese will push forward. Justin there as well. Chronic left alone, has to make the touch before getting bumped out. Could not drive away from that one.
Diaz demoed, so Reveal's gotta buy time. That 50's good enough, but Zach just got kicked. Now Justin, actually a little shuffle step. Throws this up, somehow it was a chance, but Zach was ready for that one. Diaz will throw it downfield. Justin has to rotate back, and Cheese had to dive for the stop. Justin there for support with a full tank. Cheese gets his corner, and what looked precarious there for FUT, they get out of it.
It's a battle right now. It feels like there's more car-on-car touches than ball touches at this point. Both teams getting bump heavy, getting demo heavy on both sides of the field. Love to see it.
Really tight. And even the rotation for both teams, they try to tighten it up. Still really good at getting back, making the grab they need to. How about this pass to reveal? And Cheese with that catch. Diaz rebound, but there's nothing he can do with the ball. And him and Diaz get tied up together. Now reveal, nothing he could do. Chronic gets the 50. And it's just so hard to punch through either side right now. Reveal on the top rope, fakes it. No chance. Cheese with a big clear.
I think Reveal wanted it, just couldn't reach it in time. Space Station trying to threaten now Zach. A little bit of a side flip. He'll control it with Reveal. See if they can push forward here. Zach's got full boost, little pass back, but more bumps come out. Justin's got an opportunity. The pass mid. Reveal, big clear. Chronic on nothing, will throw deep.
Off the ceiling as well. Cheese actually throws it right back. Again, it's one of those moments where I don't think Space Station are expecting Cheese to really do much there. Reveal gets the ball. Zach gets a free touch. Shots on target! Space Station have the lead!
The placement was perfect here by Zach. He's got his moment to shine, and he shows up big here. Chronic turned upfield. Probably should have went back to his goal line. Hindsight is 20/20 though, and Zach buries it.
Now FUT on tournament point. Fake kickoff. It's Justin behind the ball. Looking for the pass. They beat Diaz. Chronic up high, but Reveal is there to defend. Cheese next up. Hard touch. No rebound. Diaz getting scooped. Justin from the grave. Cheese! Big muscles! Big goal! Tie game!
Justin, this is a great placement on this back wall, right on the waterfall. So Reveal has to go for the in and out save. Cheese is ready for it. Powers through two of them to tie it back up.
Just when you thought it might have been over. FUT want game 7. Justin slips it on the kickoff. Zach and Diaz posted together. Diaz underneath. Decent enough 50, but it's wide. And Justin and Diaz fighting. Justin wins that one. Reveal steals it away. Chronic gets there quickly. Zach got the midfield boost. Justin's downfield. He's bumping Diaz. Cheese with the 50.
Oh, no,
Chronic just got the ammo.
Diaz got it. It's open.
No! Post! It was Diaz again! Zach, they want it! Reveal! The shot for Zach denied!
Diaz rushed it because he thought the ball was going to hit the floor at 0, so he tried to rush the shot as quickly as he could, and it goes off the post, and FUT survive.
There's just no way it's Diaz again! Now they gotta find a way through. Remember what happened the last time on Neo Tokyo to Diaz? You don't have to think very far. It just happened yesterday. Chronic on the catch. Diaz feathering the boost for the 50. Zach didn't want to go. He saw Cheese right there. Diaz takes control of it. Justin aggressive in the corner. Reveals ready at the top of the box. What a touch from Cheese. Justin had Zach to contend with, and Chronic wants Justin downfield. He's got him. No boost. Reveal can scoop it up, but Chronic is barreling in. Cheese on the rebound. Has the catch. It's uncomfortable. Everyone's flat.
Justin
no one's
demoed
feeling
again.
pressure. Chronic's got to get there because Justin got demoed.
They're demoing out that third man for FUT. FUT's got to be very careful with these offensive pushes. Justin's got a chance off the ceiling. Reveal will turn it away and just get a big clear, and everyone can breathe for a split second. Maybe not. More bumps come out. Zach, an opportunity. Justin meets him. Reveal versus Chronic. Pass
All
to
fake.
himself. Cheese gets the clear.
Good fake challenge there from Chronic. Gave one chance at a clean touch. Chronic wins his boost against Reveal now. Has Cheese downfield. Zach right in the area. Justin, ready for this. His team needs time to go get boost. They're not going to get much of it. Cheese has to turn tail. Diaz across all the bumps. It's awkward, but they're still behind it. Justin's back as third man now, and FUT trying to survive. Reveal denied by Justin. Cheese downfield. Wants the shot, but Zach and Reveal are in the way. Chronic against Diaz. Diaz winning the touch. He's getting downfield again, but Gibbs, they just can't get the final touch.
And so goes Diaz with the doink attempt. Cannot get it down. Zach with the follow-up. Can't get it. Justin getting the clear. FUT is hanging on by a thread. Justin trying for a challenge at Diaz. Diaz will control it on the wall, but Space Station has had a lot of this pressure, but they need to finish it now. Like after that miss at the end, they need it. They need this desperately. Like if FUT can bring to Champions Field, it's anyone's game. Justin up one more time. Cheese to help out. Zach control it in the corner and get it clear.
Pass to Zach. Chronic had to jump up and defend that. Now Zach back to Reveal. Justin was ready for it, already posted on the wall. Chronic, Reveal's already downfield still. He hasn't left. He might purchase some real estate. He's finally getting out. Diaz, the drop down. Pass back, Cheese will chase it, but he can't get there. It's Reveal coming back for some seconds. He ain't getting it. Zach against Justin wins this much. Starting to slow down here in the corner. Chronic looking for some room, and he doesn't even get to breathe. Instead, he gets fragged.
Space Station can breathe a little bit on defense here, and now they're going right back at it. A Reveal versus Cheese. Zach unlimited boost. More physical play coming out by Space Station. Diaz to meet with Justin.
Oh, Cheese.
Reveal is there, but Cheese, the quick rotation out to disrupt.
He had to. Chronic was stuck completely on the back wall. Zach's got no boost. Cheese beats two, Reveals last man back, and he gets one heck of a touch. Chronic has to reorient himself and waste all of his boost for this play. Oh, back to Cheese to get the bump. Justin has to turn around backwards, avoid one, and that's about as excellently as you can do that.
Yeah, that was perfect for him. He was awkward as the third man, but he made it work. Allowed his teammates to get some boost, and Chronic and Cheese now up front again. We see Justin hanging back, being patient. Everyone's going to quiet down just a bit. A little boom ball back and forth as everyone collects boost.
Okay, really?
It really is just boom ball back and forth.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh, that's
whoa,
all
whoa,
three.
Whoa, you
That's all
can't do
three.
that. He may Reveal, he's got it. But unbelievable mistake at the end. And Space Station ripped the victory away. On to the grand final.
Cheese and Justin both go on a very timid ball. Like there was nothing going on. We were just talking about it's boom ball back and forth. No pressure from either team and just a weird double commit in the midfield. Costs FUT the series. Diaz has got to be the happiest person in this lobby right now. After what happened at 0 seconds, he just couldn't finish it. But Space Station survived to get the rematch versus Energy.
Yeah, I think Diaz needs to give Cheese part of his game check. Because, man, I'm just reeling from that. I can't believe after how perfect they were on their rotation for all of that OT, but the longer the OT goes,
oh, here's the play, too.
More likely
at
you make
0.
a mistake.
Oh. But I get what he's trying to do. He had to rush it, because if he hits that soft, that ball's on the floor at 0, and it's not in. So he's got to rush it. Wow, Diaz. He finds a way anyway. Space Station going to the grand finals. That's up next versus NRG.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the
Is that right?
garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
Oh man, the grand finals are set here, folks. FUT Esports do take not only their first game loss, but their first series loss. Back and forth, 4 overtimes for like over 7 minutes. I think incredibly close matchup that comes down to some tragic touches, a few small decisions deciding it here that sends SSG for a rematch against NRG. The stories are writing themselves here, Gibbs. This is a fantastic one.
Man, that was a fun match. It was messy at times. Obviously, that last play was messy, but it was so much pressure on both these teams, too. That's an 8-point swing, like right there for Rlcs points. The points that FUT desperately need because they're at 0 at this point. They obviously get some points here, but Space Station find a way to prevail. Me and Jorby were just going nuts at the cast because we're like, we don't know what's happening at this point. The overtime, the plays at 0 seconds, it didn't matter. It was a lot of fun to watch.
I mean, plays happening like that where you're just diving at the ball with no boost, hoping they think you're going for it, and then that's how you get a goal. And there was a couple more aerial fakes from Reveal. Justin had one heck of a series. I thought Chronic did as well. There were so many good things that FUT had going in this series, but Space Station, man, they were just just one step above them. The Zach Reveal combo is nasty. They are so good. And I'm telling you, man, look, we're all gonna like probably bag on Diaz a little bit because this just keeps happening to him. The very last goal, he had to shoot it, okay? Like, it sucks that he didn't get it, but at least his team didn't lose the game this time. Yeah. Now he gets a chance to redeem himself again.
All right, here it is. Here it is. See, look at that. He had to rush the shot as quickly as he possibly could because he knew the ball was going to be on the ground at 0. So I understand what he's trying to do there. It's not the worst open net history in the history of Rocket League. Okay?
I still think his one yesterday's worse. I still think it's worse. His one he had against NRG was a surefire goal as long as he just places it high. Yeah. And he placed it way too high. That one, I think, was worse than the one today.
I do feel like the warm-up Space Station got here against M80, as you can see in the bracket. FUT coming in, first match of the day. SSG manages to steal some wins in the beginning of the series, and as FUT was starting to heat up here, I mean, it was a 3-1 win for them in Game 5 and a 4-minute overtime loss in Game 6. That overtime easily could go the other way, and we're in Game 7 right now. I feel like SSG getting that warm-up did have a factor in them getting back to this rematch now against NRG. You see it up there in the upper bracket, round 1, one of the first matches, or that was the final match of yesterday, that reverse sweep that NRG got over SSG. They're looking to get revenge, get the payback, got their salty run back in tournament, and this one's actually for the title. I mean, Jorb, you couldn't hope for a better spot to get your run back on a team that got a reverse sweep on you the day before.
100%. Like I said, Diaz, he gets a chance to redeem himself a little bit, but it's Championship Sunday NRG, and I don't know if Daniel is going to have as quiet of a series as he did yesterday, especially if you saw him earlier today. Daniel looking like that, I am worried for Space Station. Diaz is the guy that I'm looking at, all right? I think you're getting a lot out of it. Reveal's having one of the best weekends I think I've ever seen him have online. He is playing so well right now. I know a lot of eyes are on Zach, and Zach's game, his aerial 50 game has been excellent, but Reveal, man, the times where you don't think he's actually going to get to a ball, win a 50, he's generated so many chances for his team. I've been so impressed with him.
And then most players, they want to play back-to-back, right? You want to win and then play immediately into the grand finals. I think you do when you don't expel a ton of energy. And Space Station, while it was only Game 6, expelled a ton of energy. There was a ton of drama in that match. So it is very difficult to bounce back. Now, NRG on the other side obviously expelled a bunch of energy earlier because they had to go all the way to Champions Field. But also, NRG's been around the block a few times. So they're kind of used to these long days, especially when we get to international land. So I think energy will be just fine. It comes down to, all right, Space Station, you're back with Zach as well, too. You just expelled a ton of energy. It's going to be a difficult task to ramp back up to play energy.
I mean, but Joby, we heard Beast Mode talking about the energy was the difference maker for energy. They're like, if they felt like as a team, maybe not like physical, literal, caffeine energy, but like just the vibe of the team. If they're feeling good, if they're energized mentally to play with each other, the difference it makes, and they're gonna have to lock in here for these grand finals.
The secret must be Sith Lord Daniel with his hood up in full evil mode, because the way Daniel looked in the last series, I am genuinely worried if Space Station will have that same the same force that they had when they won those first 3 games against NRG yesterday. They can absolutely do it. It wouldn't be a shock to me at all, but it might take NRG playing a tier down. We'll see what happens, though. I think that Space Station played about as well as you can coming into this against FUT. They took care of business even when things got squirrely, and that's what you want to see from a team on the come up, how they handled those moments of adversity, coming back not just from a reverse sweep, but also in a game where FUT were taking momentum from you and you still came out the winner.
Let us know in chat who you think is going to win. Hashtag SSG, hashtag NRG. It won all the way to Game 7, but it was a 2-0 victory on Champions Field for NRG last time. Can they start the FUT off differently? This is the bigger question, is what is games 1 through 3 going to be like here? SSG cleanly had their number in those ones. All 1-goal games, including in overtime, but they got the wins in those first 3 games. Can NRG change that story this time around?
Yeah, they did get those wins in those first 3 games, but that also means that NRG has now beaten Space Station 4 games in a row, and Space Station has scored 1 goal between those 4 games. So Space Station is going to have to find a way to get the offense working. The defense actually looked pretty good versus NRG, even when they were losing 4 straight, because NRG did not score a ton of goals. It was 1-0, 1-0, 2-1, and then 2-0. So Space Station, if they can clean up the defense, because it was a little iffy at times, like in their last match, they should be right there with them, but it really does come down to Space Station has to find a way to break down that NRG defense.
Well, chat, let us know who you think is going to win. Jorby, do they get the run back? Does SSG take it down, or do NRG get their first of what they need 3? They're just looking for that 3-peat, right? This is the big one. You lose the first one, it's over for the whole split. So if anything, they get the most pressure on this one, because it's the one thing they have left to still, the last accolade they've got left in their achievement book. Do they get this one?
Well, I think that for Space Station, what worked in those first 3 games against NRG, it was physicality. They were getting bumps, they were getting demos, and they were knocking NRG off their rotation. What happened in the back 4? The demos plummeted. I'm gonna say Space Station, we're feeling good. I think Diaz gets a revenge overtime goal here. Give me Space Station Gaming. I think we'll stuff the 3-peat before we get 1.
I like it. Gibbs?
It's all weekend long. The favorite has won every single match. I think the only time that didn't really happen, Space Station and FUT. I felt like it was a coin flip, but it doesn't matter. It'll probably go Game 7 because we've had some weird things happening, but NRG is going to find a way to win their 3rd regional in a row. I'm going NRG.
Yeah, it'll be the 3rd in a row. It just won't be quite a 3-peat because it's spanning across 2 splits here. They're still hunting for that one. They're looking for 5 on the season. I do think NRG has what it takes to win again. I think the first 3 games are going to be a different story this time with how good NRG has looked today. Folks, they are the #1 defense in the tournament, and defense, as Stax was saying earlier, winning championships right now. So we've got NRG as the favorite on the desk, but it's pretty close, and chat got it split pretty similarly here. 70-30, folks. Can they get it done? Do NRG take yet another regional championship title? Do SSG get back in the driver's seat for the first time in a long time, folks? Let's play it. The grand finals, 7 games separating these teams from that title, as well as 18 points and $21,000 on the road to Paris. This is the big one. It's Championship Sunday. Get up and get loud. It's game day.
A battle of resilience. That is exactly what SSG versus NRG has been. NRG has faced nothing but new challenges, one after the other to get here, but the final one is SSG with Zach. One last battle to see which team truly is back.
Game 1, as always, brought to you by Progressive here at Manfield as we kick off our grand finals. Space Station had their shot at NRG yesterday. They came up 1 short, despite getting as close as you possibly could to sweeping the world champs. What can they do now on the run back? Diaz going to work early, and Daniel shutting him down just as quickly.
These are 2 teams that have really changed a lot of what we know of them both, right? Not only has NRG come in with a newfound almost patience on their offensive front, it is not that different after all, though. Daniel all the way from his end gets the flip into it, and not
And
only
the
that,
bomb.
he bumped on Diaz.
That is remarkable. Daniel has been on another level this weekend, and that's hard to say with a team this great, but he has put in a lot of work and has been an absolute standout for NRG, even by their standards. He's going to work again. Powerful clear. He'll chase this down. Almost had the read on Diaz. Got the demo at least. Trying to take out Reveal as well. And Zach doing all he can just to try and keep possession. Get around beast mode. Diaz will have a look. Reveal the bump, and Atomic watches Diaz go right through him.
This is full team effort. I love the call out from it to Reveal. Left it for Diaz. Diaz had enough in the tank to really position his car to force dunk it on in. It's a quick response for Space Station Gaming to tie things up.
And Diaz will collect this on his own back corner. Met by Daniel. Powerful clear by Zach. Only as far as beast mode, it's coming right back. Oh, look at Daniel downfield too, and Zach had to be very careful. Diaz, quick turn, just off the mark, and a powerful clear by beast mode.
There's no time for wide shots or off-mark shots by any means. Few opportunities are going to be given. Zach let this one down. Reveals challenge a little bit slower on this as NRG line themselves up, waiting for this pressure to try and come from SSG, although Atomic's 50 does keeps them out. No flip, no boost, but still this ball pushes forward.
Diaz was up, but Daniel beat him to the punch. He was up the last game. That's how quickly he got in the air. Zach's gonna turn on this. Double commit with the Reveal, but Diaz is gonna bail him out. Able to escape Daniel for now. Got the pass out for Zach. All he can do is pop it up, and Daniel will head it over to Atomic.
A bit of a close play style here from SSG, just really trying to keep each other backed up, mainly because there's such low resource for them versus NRG right now. Daniel hands this off to Atomic. Beast mode waiting on the ground, playing off the pads. Gonna have to race back for this ball. They have the time and space to do so, but Zach's already there. Off ceiling. And SSG, they want to take their turns. They're gonna have one here. Reveal knocked off the play.
Diaz is trying to meet Atomic at the corner. Atomic beat him, but he does not beat Zach. Makes a powerful save along the goal line. Diaz will have this one out towards Reveal, but he's gonna have to turn back for boost. And that puts SSG in an awkward spot. They do have plenty of boost to go around though. 200 in the tank between the two. And now Atomic with Reveal waiting at the goal line. He'll start to shade towards the corner, and Diaz has to jump ahead of beast mode. 2 minutes remaining here in game one as SSG gets another shot. Oh, Zach made the save, but Diaz is there to clean it up.
See, Diaz is definitely going to be the one on the lookout to just redeem himself for any micro mistakes from the last one, but Zach accidentally saving the shot, although SSG is on full commit for the play. It's a crazy turn of events, but they still managed to pull through.
Reveal over here just going, my points! They're all gone. Diaz now, right back at it with SSG in front. This is where they lived through the first half of the series yesterday, but Atomic with a quick answer. Misdirection in the air. NRG equalizes.
This version of Daniel is got to be feared. He has set up everybody so well in a way that you cannot miss. And Atomic is just on it with him. 2-2 over their heads. It's tied game back to even ground. You got to see what SSG does to respond. They play this one further back in their half. Still almost had another one over Diaz. Beast mode from the ceiling, tries to pinch it off and get some power to his teammates, but Atomic with a rare miss puts Daniel in just a time where they got to play 4 time.
Reveal had Atomic breathing down his neck. Diaz got to be sure-handed here. He and Reveal both going to the side wall for that. It's Daniel right to his own back line. The Zach's reflexes have been phenomenal. He has been on point with every touch. Lost that one a bit, but Daniel beat him. Now Atomic with Reveal bearing down on him. Zach has Reveal coming off the back wall. This pop back downfield, and Space Station will have all the time in the world to collect this, get boosted up. 300 in the tank, here we go.
Right now, NRG is being very respectful with SSG. They understand this is a team that can hold this possession for quite some time. It's a shot from Zach. Daniel denies on the goal line here. Big, powerful clear as well, but Diaz playing a little bit further back. Same respect being given to NRG on the flip side. Daniel trying to sneak it in, just a little bit high and wide.
Diaz staying at the back, reading that demo was coming. Reveal's got a full tank though. Here he goes, Reveal up against Atomic. Easy stop there to dish that back out to the wing. Now Zach looking for a game winner, not happening. NRG will get the last look of regulation. Beast mode beaten by Reveal. We go to overtime, because why not?
I mean, why not? SSG felt like they saw a million overtimes in their last series against FUT Esports. What's another Reveal off the top? Follow was a little slow there. It's Atomic to keep them out, and Zach's keeping the pressure going. Reveal to the net. Diaz to the back.
Diaz with a hat trick. Who says the man can't finish? The tournament's leading scorer comes through in the clutch. Right past Dan.
It's a statement to win in overtime against NRG, and that is exactly what Space Station have written out in front of them. A crazy shot. Also, just a shot percentage. You didn't quite feel like it was this much, but this is what, 15, 16 shots to about 5 on NRG. So Space Station, they've had their time on that NRG side there, and they're making their due diligence with it.
Come into this final averaging just under 10 shots a game. Averaging more than NRG, and they are certainly are now with 15 shots in game one. The final being Diaz cleaning it up. He goes 3 for 5. Diaz, Captain Clutch in game one for Space Station Gaming.
Oh my gosh. It's just, that is, most people would assume after the series that SSG had just had, there's got to be some part of you that is exhausted in a small way after all the OTs, after everything they were put up against, and yet they still have more in the tank to take on arguably one of, if not the most difficult team in the world at times. So props to them, but this is a best of 7. This is a long journey ahead of them. This is just one step in the right direction.
They've been up for this one. I have a feeling, as much as we talk about teams having a short-term memory and not letting results get to you, they've been looking for this one. A shot at redemption after being reverse swept yesterday. Diaz over beast mode, trying to get the dunk on Atomic. Reveal will take charge after Zach will backflip away. Now Zach jumps in. Reveal is there, but so too is Daniel, and he and beast mode will combine. This gets downfield into Space Station territory. Oh, that goes off of Reveal, caught an awkward deflection, and Daniel does a great job improvising to bring that to the backboard to give his teammates time.
Another one over to Atomic there, even on low boost. It's still a powerful clear upfield. Still trying to take the shot, although a weird double commit there from NRG. Something easily to be shaken off, though. Is this one bounces
Diaz
down
still forward.
Trying to make the center. There is no bump on the defense, though.
Daniel's already got 3 saves in the first minute. That's off the crossbar. Reveal to follow. And it's just a bombardment on the NRG half.
Not too shabby. You would think some people might panic just a tiny bit or maybe call yourselves off of it, but no. That has been the name of the game for SSG. This crazy, full confidence, full-blown commit to the bait, and it is paying off for them.
15 shots in game one. How about 6 shots in the first minute? Now Reveal. He'll take his time. Slow play. Indirect for Diaz!
Keep it going. I mean, Diaz, realistically, he had his slip-up moments, but not now. No mistakes made. between him and Reveal off kickoff. They're already up 2-0. This is for NRG to really figure things out again. You feel that frustration out the demo off from beast mode, but that is not slowing SSG down by any means. Another center, another shot from Reveal.
Zach dives in as well. Atomic's in a full tank of boost. He can go to work now. Try to slice and dice through the defense. Got it to Daniel. Second touch needed. And it's just off the crossbar. He had beaten everybody, but not the frame of the goal itself. Atomic will bring this down. Reveal the clear outlet to Zach. And Space Station Gaming escape unharmed.
The crazy thing is 2 doesn't seem to be enough for them. They're even going as far as sending one upfield like Zach to just already mess with NRG, stress them out enough to know that when these two are on their way, a shot is gonna find its way in. They do it again. It's a team effort to go up to 3.
Zach with the 50 of the lifetime over beast mode, and Diaz slots it perfectly. He's got 5 goals in the first game and a half.
This is the performance that you have to bring to be able to take down NRG. They faced this squad so many times in the past, so many best of 7s, even those handful of finals and semifinal appearances have all led to this. This is the best, honestly, I think SSG has looked in a long time.
Might have to start getting direct on the NA record books for goals in an online final here in this region. The way Diaz is going, he shows no signs of stopping. Diaz is in behind Atomic this time. Got the demo on Daniel behind the play, so Beast Mode's got to be careful. As Atomic gets this through, Beast Mode comes up and can't get inside the post. Got a bump on Reveal, who still stays with the play and has plenty of boost in the tank if he's able to get back, as Diaz will slow everybody down. Reveal is right there, just over Beast Mode.
I like this too from Atomic, just takes his time. He does miss the boost on the play, and with Beast Mode getting demo back, they just kind of play this one a little bit more patiently. NRG, rarely on the low end of resource, find themselves there, and it gives Zach a breakaway. He demos it down to go for the center. Daniel enough back in time to make a clear, but it is only to the midline.
Beast Mode again, the big powerful clear, but Reveal, bouncer in and easily dealt with by Daniel. Uses all his momentum to play right through Diaz. But here's Reveal. They could have numbers again. Beast Mode, the only one back as Daniel's late rotating in. Space Station looking to add to an already impressive 3-goal lead. Beast Mode trying to cut into it, and he will, right by Reveal.
This is where that resilience is going to start to come into play for NRG. Just a minute left to go. They play the high-centered ball here, just over the nose of Reveal. With a minute left to go, more than enough time. We'll see what they bring to kickoff.
Kickoff goes cleanly through to Reveal. And he'll just keep it close to the vest. Daniel not going to give him any time or space. Atomic out to Beast Mode, and Reveal with a clever pop as Zach throws one on target. Ball game.
From way downtown, they spot each other too. Reveal had popped it up, and you saw that Zach just took the opportunity. Keeping these shots on target has been a massive difference maker between the two, because Space Station know that they have been able to get so many shots in and towards that NRG net, more than most teams ever can. So props to them. And for NRG, it's just becoming a wider gap to try and close.
They've only got 40 seconds to do it. That felt like Zach calling game out of the corner. He's got the clear after Reveal takes out Beast Mode in the center of the field. Atomic will race ahead. Out of the corner again. Beast Mode couldn't jump for it. He realized Zach had him beat again. So now Diaz. More time off the clock, and then that boost steal, take out Daniel. Reveal could chip one in as well, but Beast Mode will keep it a respectable 3-goal deficit. And that will almost certainly be the final tally in Game 2. Space Station outshoots NRG 15-5 in Game 1. Everybody gets 4 shots apiece for SSG in the encore. And they've got a 2-0 lead in the finals.
This is exactly what SSG wanted to bring to the table. A highly calculated, aggressive, but also equal play style against NRG. And with that, NRG take their first timeout of the series.
So NRG find themselves always so hopeful when they can get to the first grand final of a split. Like, all right, this is the time. This is when we finally do it. Normally, it's someone like First Killer in the way. Today, it is Diaz in the way, who's got 5 goals through the first 2 games. Just a dominant performance from Space Station Gaming, who seemed determined to make amends for getting reverse swept by this very squad yesterday.
The crazy thing is, historically, this is such an important head-to-head in North America. You go back to that word resilience, right? Not only throughout the weekend, but against each other. Just historically, Space Station have been trying to take down this NRG squad for so long. This is their 7th time matching up. The last time SSG was actually able to pull off the win was in 2025 in January at the Birmingham Open 1. So it has been that long of trying and failing. Zach even going into retirement, coming back, might be the key to switching things around after all this time.
This NRG trio has won their last 8 grand final appearances in this region. Haven't lost in the finals since they were G2 back in 2024. Space Station's halfway there. Just, and again, you know, the demons are going to pop up at some point, right? Like, okay, we were here yesterday. We had them 2-0. We had them 3-0. The mark of a great team is how do you overcome that? How do you push all of that out? Space Station Gaming has to answer that question. Right now, they got the 2-0 lead over NRG. NRG has burned their timeout. They have to go the rest of the way in this grand final and find a way back off of what Sathius told them over the extra minute. Here we go at iconic DFH Stadium for Game 3. Will SSG get another shot at sweeping the world champs?
Well, one way to find out, it's right here. And like you said, SSG has been in this position before. They took that Game 3 in their last best-of-7 series, and that's where everything went wrong. So we're trying to change things up here on Champ Sunday in this grand final. Diaz, no connect, leaves this for reveal, gets demoed out, and Zach had already made his quick cut there. He saw that Beast Mode was lurking behind him on the play, but first 30 seconds have been the same as before. A lot of pressure coming out from SSG.
Diaz doing well to stay with the play. He got bumped initially, kept his momentum. Now it's Atomic, looking for the first strike for NRG. That falls back to Beast Mode and reveal. Boy, if he had beaten Daniel, it was home free. Reveal's got a boost steal downfield. Zach trying to beat Daniel to the punch. But the champs will not be deterred. Oh, that is awkward from Reveal in front, and Zach is there on the other side.
I like this 50 forward as well. Everything fairly fluid from SSG. It's forcing NRG almost a little bit out of pace for their comfortability right now. And it's making them play a little bit further upfield. They notice that SSG keeps trying to send that one person all the way up, find that peak through the defensive line, and Zach's gonna be the one to sneak it in.
Scribbling all of NRG's names into the death note. Able to beat Beast Mode after the demo on the back wall. Space Station Gaming strike first again.
Diaz up next, gets this taken away from him. Daniel's had such a great performance this weekend. We're gonna see if it's enough to slow down SSG. And so far the answer's been no. Beast Mode on no boost, drops us down, and straight into the nose of the enemy. They try to waterfall it, but Daniel does have that backward covered, and that'll be a big difference maker if they can continue to keep all their bases covered. But they keep playing that sneak attack. One person from SSG just continuing to be a thorn in the side of NRG.
What a setup by Reveal. His opportunity still leading to this onslaught on the NRG half. Beast Mode finally breaks free, has Atomic in support, and Reveal's having absolutely nothing to do with any of this. Not interested in yet another NRG comeback. Diaz demoed behind the play. Zach has to stay with it, and he does so. Expertly done. Welcome back out of retirement to Zach, and he'll take out Atomic on the way back. Daniel doesn't have the second touch. Beast Mode doesn't have it either. Zach, everybody, somebody eventually has to touch this ball, and finally it's NRG.
And even then, it's a short-lived one too. When NRG seem to get a touch on this ball, it doesn't actually turn into too much. That 50 back into the hands of SSG, and SSG recognizing that a lot of these NRG touches aren't actually turning into play, so they wait for their turn with possession of this ball and just really play the clock against NRG. That is what is doing them in right now. They're playing the NRG game to NRG. Patience has been what has separated the two so far, and that 1-goal lead could do them in.
Diaz has a go right at Beast Mode. Daniel very quickly out of the zone. He'll win that one away from Zach, but couldn't beat Reveal. So now Zach right back downfield. Atomic and Beast Mode collide, but possession still remains with NRG as this goes across, and it looked like there's some confusion between Beast Mode and Daniel at that point over who was going to take charge. NRG looking out of sorts here, coming up on a minute to go in regulation, finding themselves still down a goal. Atomic gets through one. Reveal slowed him down. Beast Mode can't get the tight angle double as Zach shuts it down immediately, and back they go. The world champs only have a minute to go here in game 3, and Daniel's left that one for Beast Mode.
They've been in this position before. They know that SSG will stay pretty strong. They pass over to Beast Mode, double down and in. This could be the start to changing things for NRG.
What a setup again from Atomic. Feeds Beast Mode, who feeds himself. NRG right back level with SSG. They refuse to go away as Beast Mode adds another to his impressive career highlight reel.
And same to Atomic as well. He's showing us why he's had so many counted assists. Almost everything he sets up just turns to gold. You're gonna need a little bit more than that. Still a tied game and 30 seconds left to go here in regulation. A little battle out in the corner here for this ball, but right now SSG taking their time, circling around, waiting to see what does NRG actually bring to the table in these final seconds.
Well, Beast Mode will bring this all the way to the skies. Only 3 shots as a team for NRG, getting outshot 9-3 in that area. Diaz up to the skies. Will it be SSG with the last look before we go to OT? Oh, this is going back the other way. Beast Mode can catch, and Diaz will just power it out. Atomic no longer interested. We'll bring it down to ground, have another overtime.
This kickoff is going to be fairly important. They go, allow for the delay. This one sent back. Huge clear here for SSG. They 50 down. It's Zach and Diaz right behind him, but Daniel's going to try and carry it out from the sky. Beast Mode up next to clear. Can he get the double across? Yes, but it wastes the precious boost that he might have needed. Has the flip, has the challenge, but everything feels slow.
Diaz had Atomic in his way, so it's Reveal who has to take over. Zach coming on from the wing, and Beast Mode slams it right back in his face.
Atomic from around the corner too. It's another shot for SSG. They don't mind taking the wide ones as well because they do still carry the momentum from regulation into this OT.
That's one challenge. Deft touch there.
It's one challenge after the other, but you can just feel the nerves from NRG for the first time.
Well done by Zach getting out of the zone. A demo for his efforts though. Beast Mode quickly around the boards. Nobody on the other side though for NRG. And now Diaz had a full head of steam, and Atomic cuts him off. Into the second minute of overtime now. Zach and Reveal both up. This could be dangerous as Diaz ducks into the net. He'll come out to pop that away. Not quite the touch he was looking for, though, as Atomic brings it right back in. Double commit by Zach and Reveal. Diaz has to play hero, and it's good enough as Reveal's able to get boosted up. Beast mode, still a nuisance. Atomic waiting, and that's well done by Reveal.
It's all good and fun for Beast Mode to be a nuisance, but you gotta be able to take the shots. They finally get one. It's Reveal that keeps him out. Daniel next. But a lot of these plays from NRG have been solo. They thrive in being able to spot each other and have that extra bit of on net when the plays come out as a team. Daniel tried to clear a path for Beast Mode. Nothing to be found.
Oh, Beast Mode for Atomic, and Diaz shut the door on him. Nobody has any boost except Zach, and Diaz will gladly claim the backcourt boost now as NRG gears up for another trip into the offensive zone. It's Atomic with Beast Mode waiting. That's going to go over top of him. Daniel pushes it wide, and Zach able to do just enough to keep Beast Mode at bay.
Gotta be so annoying for NRG as well that Zach and Diaz are doing these crazy wide rotations past mid, not only just getting into that NRG side in preparation. That means nothing! They finally, it actually becomes a hindrance that they've been doing, that they go too far and the challenge comes through. And Atomic to Beast Mode, he goes into their half and sets up for the play. They get their one win in the series.
The wall became an ally for Atomic. See, just blasted that pass right to Beast Mode, and even more power on the shot. Just stunning SSG and getting one back in the series after the timeout.
I was talking about, SSG going into their half doing these wide rotations that have really on the way back, they were trying to hit Beast Mode on in through mid, and that was really what was starting to make him mad. And so finally, Beast Mode kind of threw himself up there on that last play there. You saw Atomic, like you said, had the recovery off the sidewall. You can see it here in the replay after this. And this is what I'm talking about. Beast Mode's so frustrated. He just goes up finally. They just get to catch out SSG. And you can see it. It's a celebration of just finally breathe for a second and then run it back.
Well, one thing that really worked for NRG in that particular game, Diaz only took 3 shots, did not score any of them on the SSG side after scoring 5 times, including a hat trick with an overtime winner in game 1. Diaz has cooled off. Somebody else has to pick up the slack now for Space Station Gaming after NRG has one back and more their style, a much more low-scoring affair in game 3. Game on now as we go to Utopia, and Diaz trying to right the ship now for Space Station.
If you're NRG, you gotta play this series extremely close. No 2-game lead ahead whatsoever. Atomic backflip, pass over to Daniel. They send this one back upfield, and Beast Mode's already there, ready to collect. Has his flip, tries to continue to force it through. Atomic's even trying his darnest, and Daniel committed as well, but all of SSG just positioned in a way where nothing was getting past him.
That's great patience by Reveal as well, waiting to dive in. It looked, some might think it was hesitation, some might think it was indecisiveness. No, he was waiting for the perfect moment to finally commit. With all that traffic in front of him, it takes immense patience. Then the other way, Beast Mode drops one down to Atomic, and there was no Reveal to save him this time.
No, Diaz was there on his lonesome. He knew the both were on their way towards him on the challenge. He didn't know whether the shot was going to come from Beast Mode or from Atomic. He took his chances and his guess, and unfortunately for him, NRG was just, they were having their way with it on this. Off the ceiling, Daniel's next, and a better challenge there from Diaz to Reveal. We'll see if they have the time and space for the shot, but Demo on the back end sends SSG home.
Oh, Beast Mode with a brilliant fake. Leads to a blast from Atomic, and then Zach will just drive down onto one. But again, NRG, they're prowling now. It's Beast Mode right ahead. He can play this one cleanly off the back wall. It is wide open, and Diaz comes back to bail out SSG.
like that from Daniel. Just a little bit of patience there on his first 50. Possession does stay with NRG. Diaz challenged in the air just a little bit too early there. Got lucky that the shot was wide and down. And for SSG, they were boxed to their half for quite some time. Reveal, no touch, but it doesn't matter. Diaz has the patience to go in.
Has the patience because he knows he has a lead blocker. Reveal, screens off Atomic, does just enough as Diaz picks a spot he can't possibly reach. We're all knotted up now with Diaz getting back on the scoring book. He's got 6 goals here in this final.
Such genuinely an incredible performance, even just from the 2 on either end, no matter who you're looking at here. Daniel has been trying to really regain his footing. It's a 50 forward for Beast Mode. They pinch on the opposition here. Does he get time with it? Not quite. It's still tied game overall, but now NRG has their turn with this. Reveal keeps this one up. It's not going to stop Beast Mode from taking another shot.
Going back all through the North American finals, 2 players have scored 9 goals in an NA final. Let you in chat try to figure out who they are. I'll get back to you in a moment as Daniel going to work after Beast Mode's taken out. He's back into the play though. That bank's on target and Zach has to go over top of Daniel trying to screen him away from the play. He'll make a quick turn, but Diaz is all over this.
SSG are going back to what had helped them win those first 2 games as well. They're sending that one person upfield, trying to start the pathing, hoping their teammate has possession. Unfortunately for them, this is in the hands of NRG right now. Beast Mode with the boost, pinches it back to center. Atomic, they're just trying to play their way around SSG with this ball. And they do so successfully for now, although all get stopped out mid.
Zach up to the sky again, pushed it down, Reveal is there! And SSG are back in front!
Zach off the sidewall, has his time. He knew Beast Mode was on the backboard. It was about placing it in a way that it was still gonna get down to play the low ball and the low shot. So it's great calculation from SSG. They re-extend the scoreboard and they find their lead.
Daniel put the brakes on, cheating up on that kickoff. Diaz lob it ahead, Reveal's got the boost steal, so Atomic's got very little in the tank as he waits for Daniel to finish playing this. Didn't even collect many pennies, but he got the corner boost out of the SSG half. Inside 90 seconds now, NRG need an equalizer again. Familiar spot against Space Station in this series, in this tournament even.
Yeah, I was gonna say not even just the series alone, but in the weekend as a whole.
Oh, what a shot!
Take that shot, but a better save. Reveal has been fairly strong on the defensive end. Nothing is scared him by any means. He stays strong. Daniel, another attempted dribble down towards net. It's been one challenge after the other, but no connections made.
Daniel, his first touch, actually just serves that up for Zach. He's got the clear and he'll take it himself as everybody crisscrosses for NRG, trying to keep Space Station off balance, and Daniel and Atomic hit each other in the air.
Another
still an opportunity, and Diaz sends it out.
It's all continuously getting sent out, and a demo shot goes on in. It's SSG. It's that quick transition out that is setting them apart right now. Daniel tried, but he gets demoed for the effort, and with Zach shadowing that close, no matter where that ball had gone, it was getting followed up.
So that might be enough to finally put this one to bed and give SSG 3 shots instead of 4 at closing out the champs, but they still have a little work to do. One more for sure would do it, and Zach has done just that! What an emphatic exclamation point put on game 4!
The solo effort, the timing, the shot, every bit of the combination of that play combined, showing that Zach is absolutely back. He took some time away, he came back here to finish the job, and now Space Station Gaming are 1 away from potentially taking down NRG in a final.
Well, enough talk about three-peats. NRG needs a repeat of yesterday. One less needed. But still a daunting task the way Space Station has handled the champs.
I gotta say, I feel like if you had been watching this entire weekend, right, Stacks, you saw teams like FUT Esports have these low state runs, and it was the people like Space Station Gaming that were able to just stop them in their tracks and, you know, really force a performance out of people that they hadn't quite put out yet. And now, being able to keep yourself to that standard against a team like NRG, this is the level of play that they needed to be able to possibly take NRG down. You're forcing NRG to play a version of themselves that they haven't quite done it yet. You saw Safi talk about it in the interview yesterday, saying, you know, we didn't know that we needed to, you know, that we could find a level of resilience like that because we hadn't really been challenged like that in a way before. So they're running it back in, you know, NRG's most valued place to be, a North American online final, one away, like you said, to see if SSG can change history for these two's head-to-head.
With the Eiffel Tower in the background, it's a closeout opportunity for Space Station. Diaz added his 6th goal of this final in that last game. Atomic is the record holder at 9. Holding that with Sipical. Atomic did it last year against Space Station Gaming. Oh, correction. We found one more. Talk about retired players. Chicago actually did it 11 times in the final, just a little bit before that. Regardless, well, Atomic would have been front and center for that one as well. This one's Diaz right through the middle, and he continues his march towards history.
Zach with the reset forward, also Fake's going for the second one there, so it forces a double commit out of NRG. It's Space Station, that opening lead has led to some wins that NRG have been very, very frustrated with, so we'll see what it takes for them to get a response.
Oh, beast mode. The threat of dropping that down to Daniel did freeze Space Station for just a moment. And they finally commit. Pounce on that effort. Here is beast mode again. From the side. Doing all he can, kept it in front. Atomic leaves it for Daniel, and he just skies that one up, and Diaz has it easily.
A little bit of a miss there from beast mode. He thought threw away possession, but not quite. Although SSG just still get a shot towards net. Beast mode will take this from the other side of the wall. Has his flip. All challenges and shots canceled out as SSG just, again, that patient game on defense is really what is keeping them in a tight race against NRG in this fight.
Oh! What a vicious strike from Atomic. Beast mode put it to a perfect spot. All Atomic had to do was run onto it and time it, and boy, did he ever.
That's the Atomic that everybody fears, by the way. Not the one that just can set his teammates up, but can also do it on his own. And now off kickoff, here comes NRG just barreling towards SSG's backline.
Oh, free ball for Daniel. Beast mode is playing table center right now, and he's doing it as well as anybody in the world.
I like this shift from NRG, just recognizing who is in the better position of being able to bob and weave into that SSG side, and right now it has been beast mode. But I like the mental and physical shift of him being the one to set up Daniel and Atomic and really just throw them into a lead. Beast mode again, another 54 on target. Reveal to keep out. Daniel, another deny.
That's a great job by Reveal, too, in a real awkward spot. Made it look very easy. Diaz takes out Atomic. Zach going to work. Daniel didn't get a touch, but beast mode does.
Atomic from the ceiling. They still trail by 1 as they approach that second half. NRG had a lot of momentum in their favor. They're still trying to continue it here. Set up over to Atomic off the head of SSG. And a lot of these clears are just so slow from Space Station that NRG continue to just have their way with them.
Zach has Diaz running forward, got the midfield boost as well, but that's easily claimed by Atomic, but just as easily taken away by Reveal for the moment. And Zach will turn on this with a full canister. Diaz looking for a Reveal, instead finding Atomic, determined to at least have a shot at a three-peat. Let First Killer ruin it, not Space Station.
This battle for control has been going on for quite some time, but having that 1-goal lead has been massive for NRG. SSG almost got close there, but still get sent back to their side. Zach's been playing this one a little bit further in the back, him and Diaz together. Almost sent all the way back home here. Beast Mode, great read off the backboard and a powerful shot to take NRG out of their side.
Oh, but that just served up on a platter for Beast Mode. This is where he does his best work, able to drop this down, but Reveal will guide it even further. And again, stymie NRG, but it is NRG with the lead here in Game 5, a game they must win to prolong the final. Diaz, desperation dive, and got a piece of that to guide it back towards Reveal. And now Zach will take charge again. Diaz running forward. He's in Atomic's way, but Atomic got away from him and made the save.
You can feel the plan forming to SSG are low-key trying to force a 2v2 out of NRG. But it hasn't worked yet. They just keep going for these little challenges, trying to find the demo on out. It's all been up to Diaz, but it doesn't matter. Beast Mode and Atomic continue to work together to take these shots as the line of SSG try to make their way towards net. They 50 forward in it.
Well, Zach, not to be left out, has an impressive scoreline of his own as he goes right through Beast Mode. 5 goals to go with 6 assists. And we're all tied up with 38 to go.
Tied game in the most important moments on match point here. Daniel is going to try and get NRG out of this situation. Beast Mode stealing to himself. Atomic's already trying to go and make the catch. It's just a bit wide off the shot, and with 21 on the clock, time is racing away from NRG.
Daniel guessed wrong on who to go after. Diaz made the stop. Now Reveal trying to dive bomb on top of this and got around Atomic with 10 seconds left. One here would certainly win the tournament, but Daniel's got it away. Beast Mode. There's no way he stays with it. Oh, he does! Follow up by Atomic, beating the buzzer!
The resilience of the elite. That is what NRG Esports have. The 0-second goal to show SSG exactly how it's done.
Space Station stunned again. It happened in overtime of Game 3, and now with no time left to end Game 5, and Space Station wants a timeout, I don't blame them.
You gotta take some time to yourself after that one, even if it's just to sit there in silence and really regroup. Because you could see it on the wide cam. If you weren't watching the crowd cam, you could see SSG's plan almost started turning a little bit into desperation. The idea of sending Diaz and Zach up so far forward in hopes that you could just demo NRG into uncomfortability. But all that did was force NRG to where they are the most comfortable, pushed up onto the offensive attack. They found themselves more often than not, and of course, the buzzer beater shot that just really showed you who was boss.
Space Station held to their lowest shot count of this final, only 6 shots on target. Still impressive that they almost managed to pull it off. They brought it back to a level scoreline, and it looked like we were headed to OT. And then Atomic called game off the feed by Beast Mode. And we just keep on going. Why wouldn't we? They went to Game 7 yesterday, took the long route to get there with NRG fending off 4 shots at match point by Space Station. Yes, I can hear everybody now. Hey guys, did you know that Space Station got reverse swept by NRG? Yes, we're gonna keep bringing it up because history is just about to repeat itself. Not quite a reverse sweep, but another major comeback here as NRG have played just about as many games as you can here in these playoffs.
The crazy thing is when these two face each other, it is always such high-level Rocket League. It is some of the cleanest that NRG is forced to play here in North America as far as the online events are concerned. And they are one away from tying up the series, but for Space Station Gaming, one away from changing everything that has ever gone wrong against NRG.
Here we go. What else do SSG and NRG have in store for us as we welcome back the RLCS? The road to Paris has wasted no time heating up. Diaz just pushing this one away for the moment. Beast Mode will climb the ladder. Flip, reset to drop it down, and we're gonna have a pause here as looks like there is a problem with Space Station, so the drama will resume. It will rise even more as we get through not even the first minute of Game 6. Again, must win here for NRG, trying to bring it all the way back to Champions Field. Just a bizarre path to the final here in these playoffs, Cirque. They had the reverse sweep yesterday. Then today against Shopify Rebellion, almost reverse swept themselves by SR in the semifinals. And now trying to bring back a 3-1 deficit. Just, again, NRG are finding new and creative ways to win these tournaments.
I think that is always what has made NRG so incredibly special. As a roster, you very rarely get to see a combination of players, including the coach, stick together for so long and find so much success throughout every other combination of players and teams and things like that, right? Because at some point in time, it almost becomes like the goal is just to defeat that version of NRG, and you thought there would be very few ways for them to elevate themselves, and yet somehow South, you and the boys have managed to find this 2026 version that's forced everybody else to also elevate their gameplay. And although it does feel like SSG have done it, somehow NRG continue to adapt even in the most frustrating of times, like this series in particular.
So where this little disconnect here by Diaz happened in the first 30 seconds, we're gonna reset the whole game here. So we'll get a fresh kickoff with no score in that first 30 seconds. NRG will go back to work following Space Station's timeout. NRG was successful with theirs. They took it after game 2. They did not want to have a repeat of yesterday, and to their credit, they did not. They got the overtime winner from Beast Mode. It was really more, Atomic did a lot of heavy lifting to get that overtime winner. And then Atomic himself cleaning it up with 0 seconds left in game 5 to keep the world champs alive. As we get the players all set to go here at Neo Tokyo Part 2. Perk, I will pose the question to you.
Okay.
For Space Station to avoid a repeat of yesterday, X or blank must score how many goals?
Ooh. I kind of want to say Diaz must score at least 3.
We need a Diaz hat trick like we had in game 1.
I need a Diaz hat trick out of this because Zach, I can trust on his lonesome, is going to get that extra 1 or 2. Reveal has been fairly incredible on the defensive end, but it's that Diaz pop-off that's really been missing to set them up over NRG.
Well, everybody's ready to go as we will bring it back now. Diaz is up for this. That comes out low. Zach to clean it up. No, Diaz on the doorstep. There's one.
Exactly what I was hoping for, that Diaz pop-up. Look at this too. He kind of tilts his car back and forth, makes the quick cut turnaround, recognizes that all of NRG had committed at that point there, and he just has to go and boop that ball into the net. First lead to SSG.
31 goals for Diaz in open number 4. Reveal has Zach to his left. This could come down. It does, right to Zach. 2 goals in 31 seconds.
This is exactly what I was talking about. You can trust in Zach and Reveal, in this combo of players is gonna find their way around NRG. And right now, NRG just kind of scrambling, especially off these kickoffs. These quick plays are forcing them into something where they don't have much time to think.
Diaz and Zach have combined for 14 goals in this final. Reveal. Another one to the back wall, and Daniel had it read perfectly. NRG find themselves trailing big, but now beast mode after the demo by Atomic. Daniel trying to snake his way through. That's still stonewalled back, and Diaz just lobs one downfield that Atomic has to address.
He almost found another one there too. He tried to stay upfield, but does end up calling himself off to go back mid. SSG gotta still be respectful of who they are against. Atomic uses everything in the tank to get his team across. They demo 1/3 of NRG back to their own half. As Daniel tries to push forward, they still trail.
Atomic right off the heart of the backboard. Now Daniel coming in, but there are 2 there, Zach and Reveal. And actually Diaz running into Reveal kind of helped out SSG as it forced both of them back. They don't overcommit here with a 2-goal lead.
Beast Mode snuck his way over into that NRG side, actually decided to stay there, and it could have given them some shot potential, but the rest of NRG does not commit on the play. Instead, a couple of challenges out from SSG here as they 50 their way forward into that orange side.
Daniel going to work, but Reveal will take charge. It's Atomic over towards Beast Mode. NRG trying to work in tandem, get out of the zone, and get things back on the right foot offensively for them. Atomic's got nothing to work with, so he's got to go towards Daniel, and Zach was going for him. Well, that's a good read by Daniel, but not good enough as Diaz is all over this ball. One more on target. Zach the redirect right past Atomic.
Such a great setup. Diaz from way downtown makes the massive clear, and the sneak attack once again pays off to Space Station.
Well, I'm glad Diaz decided to be just a little selfless for once. That's only his first assist of this final, as he has done the lion's share of the scoring for SSG, trying to take down NRG once and for all. Diaz pops this one away, and Atomic uses all his boost to get back and keep it away.
Diaz and Reveal working together to keep this one down. Zach enough boost in the tank, but you can see NRG just one after the other trying to inch their way forward. It's these big clears that are keeping SSG in this, but 2 minutes to go, 3 on the board to nothing at NRG. Something has to change.
Atomic now all the way downfield. Everything that does not end up anywhere near the Space Station net makes things even tougher for the world champs. Diaz down for Zach, and that'll just roll out towards Daniel. Full tank of boost as he gets by Reveal. Now only 2 to beat. Got over Zach. Atomic, no double, and that's just popped up into the sky, and more precious seconds burn off the clock. Beast Mode looking for Atomic, and he pushed it too high.
Reveal's gonna go for his 50 on this one too, because right now SSG only have to play the clock a minute and 15 seconds away from finally being able to take down NRG. A close shot on net from Atomic rolls on through, and Beast Mode goes for the challenge, but they demo Daniel off any potential to take a shot.
Beast Mode trying to feather that one forward. It didn't work out. Daniel's shot's gonna be a little wide. There will be no rebound. It's all onto Zach. And now Diaz will come in as well. And you can sense it now. Diaz just misses wide. That surely would have done it if it hasn't been secured already. Diaz, put the brakes on. Got beast mode dancing in the air. Zach, no, off the crossbar. And Atomic with the demo taking out Reveal. It is scramble time now for NRG. They do not have any time left at all. 22 seconds. Beast mode denied by Zach. And Space Station Gaming, having come oh so close, are closing in now, but Daniel will delay the proceedings by just a moment.
Once have I ever seen 2 goals scored in 14 seconds. It would have to happen again right here, right now, off the kickoff. We'll see what we get to from NRG. They leave this 2 beast mode demoed out. Atomic off the sidewall, 10 seconds to their name. It's too little too late unless they score something here. 4 seconds on the clock, and SSG can finally say that they have defeated NRG Esports in an online grand final.
First time in 9 appearances in an NA final, this roster has lost, and they fall to Space Station Gaming. A victorious return for Zach.
An insane performance. This is a new version of SSG that we have never gotten to see before, and I absolutely love it. You can see the smiles. This is what he wanted. He takes some time away from playing in the RLCS to go and do life, to go and do his things, but he finds his way back home and takes down the one team that really was causing all those frustration for all that amount of time in his career. And to do it in that way, I mean, SSG, they have raised the bar here in North America.
Diaz was incredible. So too was Zach. All the attention had been on Reveal all weekend long. Zach was the story. Reveal stole the show. Not the case in this grand final. Diaz scores 8 times. Zach adds 7 of his own. And Space Station Gaming take down NRG.
And the fan fiction comes true. SSG knock them off. NRG's hope at a three-peat. They have to look to 2027 to possibly pull off that achievement. It is already over here. And it was the first open for both the first split and the second split here, Gibbs, in 2026. Interesting. The NRG kind of falling apart here in open 1 and a 4.
I mean, to be fair, falling apart in relative terms. They still made it to a grand final.
Falling apart's strong.
Yeah, maybe falling apart. I mean, last time, yeah, so 9th place finish, but this time, NRG, they still look great in this match, which just shows how good Space Station looked even more. Diaz, I love the openers here, right? We were worried, me and Jorby at the very least, about Diaz. Like, you've had some hiccups on big-time plays, and immediately, overtime winner back in game 1, and he was scoring lights out those first few games to get that morale back up for himself, and the whole team followed suit. Zach, the closer of the series, I would say, for the team, but then Reveal, just so intelligent on the field, right place, right time, at all times. Like, he feels like the true captain of the squad.
We're not talking enough about Reveal. I feel like I talk about Reveal every single time Space Station comes up here. We're always talking about Zach/Scribbles. We were talking about Kofor before when he was on the team. We were talking about Chronic before when he was on the team. We're gonna put respect on Reveal's name. What a freaking performance he had. And like Zach being back, he looked excellent as well. Gibbs, you said it about Diaz. Space Station, they came back with a vengeance. Diaz was popping off on the cams. He definitely felt like he exercised something there with the weekend and those big time struggles that he had. And it felt like they were just trying to make it open net simulator for him in the grand final, and he sank every single one of them. But that's where the new hope of NA is supposed to be. We don't want NRG winning anymore. I love you, Beast Mode. I love you, Sathu. I love you guys. It's time for someone else, all right? And that was a convincing performance.
And we talked about it going into the weekend even. Space Station Gaming was that NA4 seed, and everyone's like, all right, we need them to kind of have a bad tournament so we can catch up in those World Championship points. But instead, Space Station Gaming coming out so strong, getting 18 points in this event alone, very likely already clinching their spot in Paris as long as things don't go completely off the rails. So Zach, he's coming back at the perfect time for probably the biggest major we have ever played in our LCS history, and they do it against NRG in a final. Like, It's like Energy does not lose these finals. They never do. And to do it here, what a performance by all of them.
I mean, that goal that Atomic scored at 0 seconds where it bounced with underneath a second left and they do it to win that game instead of it going to overtime, I thought then is when NRG were just going to lock in and we were going to get another Game 7 heartbreaker. But Zach with a smart 50, he had tons of great 50s all weekend long. So many great things for Space Station. There's that 0 second goal that Atomic had thought was going to be different. Game 6. No demons for Diaz on this field. Zach and Reveal made sure of it. That is looking like Dan mode when they first got together.
They are. They're getting out there, and Reveal is back on the stream for a second time. Sir, congratulations on the championship win here, regional champs. I got a long day for you. 3 matches here. Which one was the most difficult?
The Energy one, probably.
Okay. They looked pretty strong out there. What did it take to get over them this time?
I mean, as I said last time, we just got unlucky, to be honest.
So game 5, it's a 0 second goal by Energy. Like, is there any doubt, like, in the minds of the team at this point of like, here we go again, Energy coming back?
I mean, not really. I mean, we just had our opportunities. We just couldn't score. So we just still confident in ourselves.
I mean, on not scoring Reveal, you know, when you guys played NRG yesterday, that happened to Diaz in a couple of big moments. The start of this grand final was the complete opposite for him, and you and Zach were clicking really well. But you know, what's going on behind the scenes after you guys get reverse swept? After those moments where Diaz wasn't able to sink those, like, what are you guys saying to him? What's he saying to you guys, and how do you help get yourselves back level and get your mental ready for a day like today?
I mean, we really didn't do anything. We just know that, like, it's like a 1 in 1,000 chance that we'd like miss the opportunity. That's like open net, something like that. So we just came here today to play.
Well, play you did. You got the title. You're reigning regional champs going into open number 5. Any shout outs you got? The floor is yours, man. You're the champ. What you got to say?
Shout out X-Bear, Andre, shout out Kofer. Yeah, that's all.
Sounds good. All right. Well, congratulations on the championship, bud. See you out there in open number 5.
Thank you.
All righty. That is SSG back on top. Interesting shouting out. He didn't shout out Diaz and Zach, did he?
He shouted out Kofer.
I mean, that's implied. It's implied.
That was probably the most Marshawn Lynch interview that I think we've ever had in the RLCS. My man was in and out of that one, but the shout out to Kofer was pretty funny.
I mean, he's just comfortable. Like, I think it's just what they expected, right? They want to be one of the best teams, and when you do get there, there are times when teams are just not going to be incredibly happy about it. It's like, no, we deserve to be here, and that's what it felt like there. But this entire playoff bracket, like, as we look, like, favorites won every single matchup until the very last, until that grand final where Space Station finally will dethrone Energy. And again, that's after they already played an upper bracket round 1. Massive amount of points for Space Station. They have to be feeling fantastic about that.
They will be on top with 18 points here on the road to Paris, and an additional 18 points on top of their world's total as they're looking towards that world championship at the end of the season as well. An incredible weekend, and down the pipeline, fantastic games. If you like the gameplay you're seeing on your screen, it's only going to get better when we're live in Paris. So if you have the opportunity to go, highly recommend it. But what a weekend, Jorby. I mean, like, I feel like if we think about like all the teams that we had and all the questions we had about teams coming into this weekend, which one do you feel like you got the most answers about?
I mean, I got answers that I need to stop getting excited about NA hopeful teams because I end up disappointed time and again. You know, it was all the talk about Virtus Pro, Dignitas, maybe less so about Gen G, but specifically those teams faltered. Luckily, Space Station stepped up to the plate, but it felt like we were getting teased all weekend. We had close matches where it looked like we'd get an upset. It looked like we'd see something a little different, and then we didn't get it. We kept not getting it, and finally, Space Station at the very end, one match finally goes the opposite way that everybody predicts it.
I mean, the ultimate question was Zach, right? He's coming out of retirement.
Yeah.
We're like, what do we expect here? I know everyone was very high in Space Station, but I'm usually a little bit more hesitant. I'm like, all right, he's coming out of retirement. Yes, he's been playing ranked, but it's just not the same. but he showed up in that final. He showed up like when the pressure mattered. He showed up. So congrats to him. He answered all the questions there. Space Station now elevated into that like tier 1 teams in North America that has been only NRG for a very long time. So congrats to them. Again, 18 points to go to the Paris Open. There's still 2 more opens, I should say, for that, but they have a huge lead now, and also they leapfrogged up a bit in terms of World Championship points. They were 4th. Now they're sitting in 3rd pretty comfortably.
Well, we'll get to see those points updated a little bit later on, folks. NRG will have to settle for 2nd place in the region. For the moment, Space Station Gaming up on top. And yeah, they only lost 1 match this weekend, and it was that reverse sweep to NRG. You heard Reveal saying it was like, it's a 1 in 1,000 chance we lose in that spot. And that was the truth. They won every other match here. Congratulations to Space Station. That's Open 4 concluded for North America, but not for the rest of the world. Europe is going to be playing their Open 4 next weekend. That'll be kicking off March 27th. That'll be a Friday for their Friday broadcast as well. We got Opens 5 and 6, and then we're in Paris, folks. When we got last chance qualifiers, 1v1s, 2v2s, the World Championship. It's a great time to be a Rocket League fan. If you have the opportunity to go, highly encourage you. Scan that QR code on your screen, get a ticket, see if you can watch, be in the building at the same time when history is being made there for Rocket League. Thank you so much for watching this weekend. Congratulations again to Space Station on their victory. We'll be live on March 27th for the first Friday of Europe here for Open number 4. It's going to be a lot of fun. Road to Paris continues next weekend. We'll see you there.
Oh, now this guy's going that way. Now I'm getting the lay of the land.
Valets can be a big test for a young homeowner turning into their parents.
There's an overflow lot somewhere in the vicinity.
If the garage is full, they go to the auxiliary.
He said if the garage is full, they'd go to the overflow lot.
I heard him. I was right here. Let's just stand quietly.
I bet you guys have driven some great cars, huh?
Progressive can't protect you from becoming your parents, but we can protect your home and auto when you bundle with
I
us.
think you might have brought the wrong car. We had the red convertible.
Okay, the plumber's fixing that burst pipe. We should be all set.
Good thing you're protected 24/7 with your home and auto bundle from Progressive.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out the right caption to post about this.
Maybe something like, I have protection, just need a lifeguard.
What about that emoji with a shocked face?
Or maybe flooded with emotion.
That's too much. Try Tuesdays are cray.
You know, technically, you don't have to post everything that happens online.
I totally believe you.
Life is meaningless without affirmation, am I right?
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.